46 men, one job, and more than 2 centuries of stories that sound too strange to be true. This isn't about politics. This is about raccoons on leashes, duels at dawn, jelly bean diplomacy, and ghostwritten tweets that shook the planet. Behind every portrait on the wall is a moment that defies the history books. Some funny, some bizarre, all unforgettable. These are the strangest, wildest, and most jaw-dropping tales from the most powerful office in the world. Welcome to the most unbelievable stories about U.S. presidents. George Washington. It always starts with the icon, the myth, the marble statue come to life. George Washington wasn't just the first president of the United States. He was the prototype, the human blueprint for what power should look like in powdered wigs and knee-high boots. But behind the dollar bills and cherry tree myths, the real man was far stranger than the marble bust suggests. Let's begin with his feet. Washington believed that soaking his feet in cold water every single morning was the secret to lifelong health, rain or shine, winter or summer. No matter how many enemies he faced on the battlefield or scandals he dodged in politics, nothing stood between him and a freezing foot bath at sunrise. Picture that. The father of a nation, sleeves rolled up, pants hiked, toes dunked in a basin of Virginia well water, all part of the routine. But his peculiarities didn't end below the knees. This was a man who collected grizzly bears, not in the form of pelts or artwork, but living, growling, clawed grizzlies. Jefferson had sent them as gifts to the White House, and Washington ever the gentleman accepted them. For a while, the most dangerous animals in North America lived just steps from the Oval Office. Try to imagine that during a modern cabinet meeting. Gentlemen, please excuse the roaring, it's just the president's bears. Washington was obsessed with secrecy and security, but his version of the Secret Service didn't wear suits. He had his own spy ring, a full-on 18th century intelligence network, Invisible Ink. Coded letters, a team of agents nicknamed the Culper Ring, all organized and quietly funded by the man himself. Washington's war wasn't just fought with muskets, it was waged with cryptography. Then there was his obsession with image. George knew the power of a portrait. He once hired artists to paint him more heroically than he actually looked, more composed, more divine. The result? A visual legacy where he always seems calm, almost godlike. But in real life, the man had a violent temper. He worked like hell to bury it, keeping a strict lid on his rage. But when the cork popped, it exploded. He also spoke strangely. Washington often referred to himself in the third person in his journals. Not I, not me, always General Washington. Like a man narrating his own biography in real time. Detached, clinical, eerie. As if he were already trying to shape the history books while still writing in them. And then, there's the dancing. Yes, the dancing. Washington was weirdly addicted to balls. No, not those. Formal dances. He was known to hit the floor for hours, graceful, relentless, courtly. Once, after a long night of hosting, he danced until 2 a.m. with barely a pause, long after most had retired. The general who stormed Yorktown was also a ballroom machine. His personal life was a fortress. Few got close. Fewer still saw him in casual clothes. Even his closest aides rarely glimpsed him without a jacket. He was terrified of being seen as ordinary. Every gesture, every syllable, even every forkful of hoe cake was performed with one goal: appear presidential. But beneath the image, beneath the etiquette, the bloodletting, and the obsession with posture, there were darker habits. Washington kept dentures made from ivory, lead, and, yes, human teeth, some of which were purchased from enslaved individuals. That's not metaphor, that's inventory. He never had biological children, and while rumors swirl about fertility issues or early diseases, the truth remains uncertain. What is clear is that his step-granddaughter, after his death, burned nearly every love letter he ever wrote to Martha. Why? Historians can only guess. But the flames erased whatever intimacy had survived on paper. Even his burial came with drama. Washington had a mortal fear of being buried, a live common phobia in the 18th century. So he demanded his body be left above ground for 3 full days after death, just to be sure. Only after that waiting period was he finally laid to rest. Presumably, with his favorite horse Nelson buried nearby, under full military honors. In the end, Washington was less a man than a walking contradiction. The warrior who refused to shake hands, the president who bowed, the rebel who demanded strict civility, the man who built a republic and ran it like a royal performance. But if Washington laid the foundation, the next in line was determined to question the blueprint entirely. Because where George Washington was marble, John Adams was powder keg. John Adams, he was small, prickly, brilliant, combustible. John Adams didn't just walk into the presidency, elbowed his way in, grumbling all the while. If George Washington was a god carved in stone, Adams was the angry man yelling at the statue for blocking the sidewalk. A man who called himself obnoxious and disliked, and still thought somehow that was a point of pride. He believed in manure, passionately. Adams wrote entire letters long, detailed, almost romantic about compost. He was obsessed with improving soil quality, convinced that the health of a nation began with the health of its earth, and he said so, repeatedly. In between founding a country and fighting off political rivals, he was knee-deep in fertilizer philosophy. This is the man who once claimed that horses could smell liars, and not metaphorically, literally. He believed that his favorite mare once bucked off a dishonest man, and he took it as evidence that truth, like manure, had a scent. Adams walked in circles, perfect ones, around trees, in his yard, sometimes muttering, sometimes silent. Neighbors thought he was losing it. He claimed it helped him think. Meditation via orbit. Maybe it worked. He lived to 90, well into an age when old usually meant dead. He talked to himself, loudly, sometimes in the middle of writing, sometimes during political debates, often while pacing. If he had a thought, it came out of his mouth first. A congressional thundercloud with a Boston accent. And if he wasn't talking to himself, he was talking about himself, in the third person. His diaries read like a memoir written by someone else. John Adams fears no man, he once wrote, right before adding, except, perhaps, himself. He feared everything. Disease, death, failure, rain. He was a walking pharmacy of imagined ailments, a hypochondriac with a powdered wig. But instead of hiding it, he documented every cough and chill in obsessive detail. He once described the precise angle of a sneeze and speculated about its deeper meaning. His daily habits were a catalog of compulsions. He bit his nails until they bled, especially during tense debates. He took long, silent walks in thunderstorms because he said they calmed him. He feared touching other people and flinched at unexpected contact, even from family. He refused to smile, and portraits said it was undignified. He counted people who respected him, kept track of how many bowed, and he held on to grudges like family heirlooms. Benjamin Franklin, lazy and decadent. Alexander Hamilton, a bastard brat. George Washington, too popular for his own good. And Thomas Jefferson, well, complicated. Adams collected rocks, not fancy ones, just rocks. From places that felt important political battlegrounds, philosophical sites, backyards with good vibes. He believed they held memory, and memory, to him, was currency. He and his wife Abigail wrote each other hundreds of letters, some sweet, many gossipy, all of them honest. He confided in her like a best friend, trading political dirt and personal gripes like two old spies at a dinner party. She scolded him when he was out of line. He loved her more for it. He tried poetry. It was bad. He tried jokes. They were worse. But he never stopped trying. He believed effort itself was a kind of virtue. Adams wore old boots long past their expiration date and carried a walking stick before he needed it just to look more authoritative. He thought onions cured colds and often chewed them raw like apples. He avoided parties, claimed they were a democracy of boredom. He described democracy itself as mob rule. This, from one of the men who signed the Declaration of Independence. He wasn't against freedom, he just didn't trust the crowd. He was the kind of guy who'd throw a revolution and then lecture you for clapping too loud. Adams was obsessed with his own legacy. He feared being forgotten, being overshadowed, being misquoted. He said he'd rather live on potatoes and water than owe a man money, and he meant it. He once corrected someone's calendar mid-conversation over a 2-day discrepancy and considered it a personal victory. But no fact, no obsession, no letter or lisp or lacerated fingernail compares to the day he died. July 4th, 1826. Exactly 50 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The same day as Thomas Jefferson, within hours of each other. In his final moments, Adams whispered, "Thomas Jefferson survives." He was wrong. Jefferson had died 5 hours earlier. Coincidence? Maybe. But in a life filled with circular walks, prophetic dreams, and talking horses, it was the most perfectly bizarre ending imaginable. And that brings us to the man who didn't just die on the same day he made the day himself. A man of pasta machines, portable thermometers, secret Bibles, and invisible mammoths. Because Thomas Jefferson wasn't just strange, he was Enlightenment-era weird. Thomas Jefferson. He didn't walk, he glided, floaty, almost ghost-like. That's how people described Thomas Jefferson's gait, delicate and deliberate, like a man trying not to disturb the floor. And that's fitting, because Jefferson didn't just live in the world, he tried to redesign it. Not metaphorically, literally. He designed his own house, Monticello, from scratch. It had secret passageways, hidden dumbwaiters, and a rotating closet that turned between rooms. He called it practical. Everyone else called it confusing. The dome leaked constantly. The roof tiles cracked. The corridors echoed at night. But Jefferson loved it. Because Jefferson didn't care about comfort. He cared about ideas. Ideas and cheese. Thomas Jefferson was obsessed with macaroni and cheese. So obsessed that he imported a pasta machine from Europe just so he could serve it at White House dinners. This was in the early 1800s. Most Americans had never seen macaroni, let alone eaten it. But Jefferson didn't care. He wrote letters about it, drew diagrams of it, served it like it was filet mignon. For him, dinner was diplomacy, and cheese was enlightenment on a plate. He also believed in mammoths, not fossils, not bones. Actual, living, breathing mammoths, roaming the unexplored parts of the American West. And to prove it, he tried to have one shipped to France. Instead, he sent a moose, a full-sized, antlered American moose. Dead, of course, stuffed and mounted. He had it lugged across the ocean just to win a scientific argument about the size of American animals. This wasn't a prank, it was a presidential-level flex. He didn't stop at moose. Jefferson kept pet bear cubs at the White House. Grizzly cubs, to be exact. A gift from Zebulon Pike. He housed them in cages on the lawn like some Enlightenment-era zoo. Temporary, he called it. The bears didn't agree. Then there were the clocks. Jefferson didn't own clocks. He collected them. At Monticello, they were everywhere. Some ran through walls, with weights dropping through the floors into the basement. Time wasn't just tracked, it was staged, like a performance. One guest described the ticking in Jefferson's house as a kind of mechanical heartbeat. Fitting, because Jefferson's real heart beat for control. He designed his own tombstone. And when he did, He left off the presidency. Not a mistake, a choice. Instead, he listed three things: author of the Declaration of Independence, founder of the University of Virginia, and author of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom. Everything else, White House, wars, diplomacy, election, she left out, buried in silence. Jefferson believed in reinvention, of architecture, of diets, of reality. He rewrote the Bible. That's not a metaphor. He literally took a razor to the New Testament and removed anything that didn't match his ideals. Miracles? Gone. Resurrection? Deleted. What remained was a slim volume of moral teachings. No Son of God, just philosophy. He called it The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth. We call it the Jefferson Bible. He was obsessed with cold water, believed it purified the body and the soul. He soaked his feet in it daily, bathed in it, even in winter, drank it cold, refused it heated. If it had steam, it was suspect. He hated public speaking. Jefferson was so terrified of it that he mumbled his inaugural address and refused to deliver speeches in person ever again. He thought it was too kingly, too performative. He preferred to write everything: down letters, laws, arguments, feelings. In total, he wrote over 19 letters that we know of. Many were copied with a homemade device he invented himself, a polygraph that duplicated his handwriting in real time. He loved invention. He didn't just use gadgets, she built them. Swivel chairs, folding camp beds, a coded wheel cipher for secret messages, a wine dumbwaiter that rose through the floor of his dining room. If he needed it, and it didn't exist, Jefferson made it. He also made lists of everything: weather, crop yields, expenditures, books read, friends lost. He carried a thermometer and a barometer with him on trips and logged temperature readings several times a day, even during war, even while traveling. Data was sacred. Emotion was optional. He avoided eye contact. People said it made conversations with him feel like talking to a statue, a stoic, motionless, blinking too rarely. He wasn't rude, just distant, sometimes unreachably so. He believed in science, but he also believed in hollow earth theory. Yes, that one. Subterranean civilizations, inner worlds. He read about it, debated it. Wasn't fully convinced, but never fully dismissed it either. Jefferson lived in a world of plausible maybes. He had a mechanical mind, but a musical soul. He played violin daily, used it to court his wife, practiced sonatas by candlelight until his fingers cramped. He once claimed music made him more articulate, though you wouldn't know it from his speeches. He dressed simply, sometimes in slippers, even when receiving dignitaries. He thought formal attire was pompous. He wore homespun clothes to protest European decadence, but also because he liked them. They felt like home, even if home had leaking roofs and rogue bear cubs. He grew over 300 types of vegetables in his gardens: rare, exotic, experimental, not for taste, for science. He kept charts tracking their growth, compared planting techniques. Jefferson didn't farm, he curated nature. He believed in meat as a condiment, called himself a vegetarian, ate ham and venison regularly, claimed to be guided by logic, lived by contradiction. He hated being touched, believed raw onions cured colds, feared debt but died deep in it, avoided confrontation but wrote passive-aggressive letters instead. And in one of the strangest coincidences in American history, he died on July 4th, 1826, just 5 hours before John Adams. Two of the most important founders, two rival minds, same date, same day, 50 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Which brings us to the man who lived in the shadow of their legacy, tiny in stature, soft in voice, but stranger still than both of them combined. Because James Madison wasn't built for the spotlight, but his weirdness, it glowed in the dark. James Madison. He was 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed just over 100 pounds. That's not a guess, that's an official presidential measurement. James Madison was the smallest man ever to hold the highest office in the United States. He didn't walk into rooms so much as quietly appear in them, often bundled in coats that seemed to be wearing him instead of the other way around. And yet, inside that miniature frame was a mind that never shut up. Madison read philosophy the way other people ate breakfast relentlessly and without interruption. He didn't just study Greek and Latin, he wrote in them, spoke them, sometimes even mixed them into letters as if English couldn't contain his thoughts. He read books out loud, to himself, using different voices for different characters, and not just fiction. Philosophy. As in Immanuel Kant with sock puppet theater. When he wasn't reading, he was recording. Madison kept meticulous logs of weather temperature, wind direction, rainfall, not just once a day, multiple times. He believed in tracking patterns, even if the patterns didn't exist. He once refused to leave his house because he thought the wind smelled wrong. That wasn't a metaphor. That was meteorology, Madison style. He feared cold like it was a political enemy. In mild Virginia winters, he bundled in multiple layers, wrapped his hands in gloves, stuffed his pockets with wool scraps, and sometimes added scarves to his feet. Not ankles, feet. He was, in a word, freezing, always. And he still slept only 4 to 5 hours a night. That wasn't by accident. He thought sleep dulled the mind. So he'd stay up, reading by candlelight until sunrise, blinking slowly in a haze of Latin and tobacco powder. Yes, snuff. Madison used powdered tobacco, snorted it, carried it in gold boxes, and treated it like sacred medicine. He had different containers for different moods. His personal favorite had an eagle on the lid. He also believed that buttermilk was the second best liquid after water and drank it almost daily. Not with meals, as a ritual. He believed emotions could be controlled through diet. For example, red meat, too angry, garlic, too hot-headed. So he often lived on bread, vegetables, and dairy, what modern menus might call appetizers only. He wasn't a vegetarian out of principle. He was trying to keep his feelings chemically neutral. He refused to own dogs, said barking disrupted his thinking. Cats were acceptable as long as they didn't purr too loud. Birds? Only if they sang on pitch. He had seizures, possibly epilepsy. No one knew for sure. The word didn't exist in polite society then, but witnesses described sudden collapses, twitching, unconscious spells. Madison ignored it. Kept working, kept thinking, kept writing. He also fainted. A lot. Once, while giving a speech in Congress, just dropped, mid-sentence. When he came to, he apologized. Not for collapsing, for stalling the conversation. He had a nervous tie rubbing his hands together constantly, especially during debates. People thought he was cold, or anxious, or both, probably both. And he had a thing about mirrors. He didn't trust them, rarely looked into them, believed vanity was corrosive to the soul, so he avoided his reflection whenever possible. In portraits, he looks like a man who is never quite sure he belongs in the frame. He never had children, some say health complications, others, sterility. He never talked about it. He didn't talk about most personal things. Even with his wife Dolly, the woman who introduced ice cream and social finesse to the White House, he remained guarded. He wore the same style of black suit almost every day. It wasn't a uniform, it was armor, a signal of seriousness. His staff said he looked like a walking obituary. He thought he looked prepared. He kept a flask of whiskey with him at all times. Not to party, to medicate, for nerves, for stomach, for courage. He never drank to drunkenness, just to equilibrium. He thought equilibrium was a virtue. Madison had a dream once that books were attacking him, piling up, suffocating him. He interpreted it as a warning. Not to stop reading, but to stop overreading. He ignored it. He once got so drunk at Monticello that he passed out on the floor of Jefferson's study. No one moved him. Jefferson covered him with a blanket and kept writing. The Enlightenment had room for nap breaks. He was obsessed with Enlightenment geometry. Believed trees should be planted in perfect triangles. Believed pathways should follow Euclidean logic. His garden wasn't a garden, it was a math problem with flowers. He refused to wear buttons on Sundays, said it was an unnecessary vanity, switched to pins. People thought it was fashion. It wasn't. It was spiritual hygiene. He believed mirrors could trap dreams, so he covered them at night. He practiced penmanship drills into old age, believing handwriting revealed moral character. His script was angular, cramped, hard to read. Historians still struggle with it. He once copied the same sentence 200 times in one afternoon just to improve the curve of his M. He feared being buried alive. Like Washington, he left strict instructions. Don't bury me for days. Wait, just in case. He had seen too many cases of mistaken death. He didn't trust stillness. And yet, for all his nervousness, for all his fainting, shaking, whispering, and muttering, James Madison lived longer than every other founding father. 85 years. A life longer than war, longer than revolution, longer than his own legacy. And when he finally died, quietly, in bed, wrapped in layers of wool, he left behind the echoes of a mind that never fully stopped calculating. But if Madison was logic in human form, the next president was raw-boned memory, an ex-soldier with a bullet still lodged in his shoulder, a man who named trees, counted steps aloud, and wore Revolutionary War uniforms decades after the war had ended. Because James Monroe wasn't living in the past, carried it on his back. James Monroe. He wore the past like a uniform. Not just metaphorically, literally. James Monroe was still wearing powdered wigs and Revolutionary War-era coats when other men were donning cravats and waist-length hair. While fashion marched into the 19th century, Monroe stood like a stubborn statue from the 18th. His wardrobe made him look like a ghost from the Revolution, a walking anachronism in a world that had moved on. But Monroe didn't care. The war had marked him, and he never really stepped out of it. He carried the evidence in his shoulder, a bullet, fired during the Battle of Trenton in 1776. It never came out. Surgeons tried, then stopped. The ball of metal stayed with him until he died, buried so deep that it may as well have fused with bone. He didn't talk about it much, but you didn't need to ask. He winced when he raised his arm. He limped when he was tired. He was a living monument, with a Revolutionary War souvenir embedded in his flesh. Monroe distrusted banks with the fervor of a man who believed they might explode. He hated paper currency, calling it a kind of illusion. He paid in coins whenever he could, silver if possible, gold if available, barter if necessary. Once, he reportedly negotiated a transaction with cheese and tobacco. He didn't think it was strange, just honest. And bathing? He didn't trust hot water either, claimed it sapped the body of strength. Cold baths only. The colder, the better. He'd step into icy water with a blank expression, as if it were penance. If the room had steam, he'd open a window. If the tub was warm, he'd wait. Heat, he believed, made men soft. His idea of personal grooming was also practical. Monroe once stitched his own coat rather than pay a tailor. Not because he was broke, because he thought he could do it better. The result was wearable, barely. But Monroe wore it with pride, seams crooked, lapels uneven, as if to say, I am enough. He spoke with a heavy Virginia drawl that made even his closest friends squint. His words came slow, syrupy, sometimes slurred. He didn't like to repeat himself. If you didn't catch it the first time, that was your problem. Mirrors were sparse in Monroe's home, not because he was humble, because he didn't trust them. He believed they distorted reality, that they changed what they reflected. He kept them covered, or out of sight, like untrustworthy guests. He once forgot his own birthday. Not in a humble, aw shucks kind of way. He genuinely forgot. Realized it a week later and shrugged. Dates were for other people. He measured life in seasons, in revolutions, in years served, not candles blown. He treated trees like citizens, named them, greeted them, referred to them as the old ones. Visitors to his estate often found him standing silently in the garden, one hand resting on bark, as if waiting for a response. He never explained it. He didn't have to. His superstitions were the stuff of fireside mutterings. He believed dreams could predict the future, not in practical forecasts. One night, he dreamed of a flood. The next morning, he canceled travel. Hours later, a bridge collapsed along the planned route. Coincidence? He didn't think so. He believed gargling red wine could cure a sore throat, but only if accompanied by a personal vow of honesty. He never specified what that meant, just called it the pairing. He counted his steps while climbing stairs. Aloud, every time, said it gave him control. House guests often paused to let him finish 2 flights, 60 steps, all mumbled numbers and furrowed brows. He chewed licorice root during tense meetings, bit it like a cigar, called it the string of calm. When nervous, he tapped it against his chin. When angry, he snapped it in half. He had no pets, but tolerated squirrels in his garden, called them the scampering fools, and left them bits of bread, claimed they kept the soil young. He hated whistling indoors, said it invited mischief. Once stopped a conversation cold when a guest began humming, walked out of the room and didn't return until the man left. He wore silk gloves inside the house, year-round, even in summer, claimed it kept the world at arm's length, removed them only to eat, then slipped them back on like armor. He believed shadows carried energy. Bad energy. He insisted that important documents never be left in areas of deep shade. Said ink faded faster in moral darkness. No one questioned him, mostly because they weren't sure what he meant. He collected stones, not for beauty, for meaning. One from each U.S. state, carefully labeled and stored in a chest he called the Union Bones. He'd open it sometimes before speeches, not to read them, just to feel their weight. He thought honey was the sugar of deceivers, refused to eat it, claimed it was too clever to be trusted, preferred vinegar, made his own in fact, brewed it in barrels in the cellar and gave it as gifts. Most guests smiled politely and never opened the bottle. He banned the word nice from his household, called it a dead word, preferred specifics, comfortable, precise, endurable, never nice. He once described yawning as a silent scream of the ordinary and would leave rooms if someone did it too loudly. He invented names for constellations, had his own star journal where he recorded imaginary celestial arrangements. One he called the Liberty Spine, another the Cold Oath. He didn't share this with astronomers. He shared it with his grandchildren. He believed clocks should always run 10 minutes fast, said it kept ambition ahead of doubt. All timepieces in his house were adjusted accordingly. Even guests' watches were mysteriously faster by the time they left. And like Adams and Jefferson before him, Monroe died on July 4th. The third in a row. 3 presidents, 3 founding icons, all gone on the same day of the same month that marked the birth of their country. But if Monroe marked the end of an era, the next man was a bridge, not a revolution, not a war hero. Just a scholar, walking 5 miles a day, composing poetry in his head, and sometimes mess swimming naked in the Potomac River at sunrise. Because John Quincy Adams wasn't strange in spite of his intellect. He was strange because of it. John Quincy Adams. He began each day with a routine that would, today, be classified as either eccentric fitness or a cry for help. At dawn, in all seasons, regardless of temperature, John Quincy Adams stripped naked and waded into the Potomac River, sometimes waist deep, sometimes further. Alone, unclothed, and surrounded by fog, he swam against the current, talking to himself and the water alike. No guards, no companions, just a president and the river. And this wasn't a once-in-a-while affair. It was daily, habitual, sacred, a kind of aquatic meditation. Adams claimed it cleared the mind. Historians have simply accepted that he had no intention of explaining himself. He walked, constantly, not a few blocks, not a mile or two. He walked 5 to 10 miles a day, usually, while muttering under his breath. He talked to trees. He talked to birds. He talked to himself, sometimes in English, sometimes in Latin, or Greek, or French. Occasionally, all three in the same sentence. Fluently. Adams didn't think in words. He thought in paragraphs. Every day, he wrote in his diary. Not once a week. Not when he felt reflective. Every single day. For over 60 years. More than 15. 0 pages. A record not just of politics, but of mood swings, metaphysical debates, dietary experiments, and dreams. So many dreams. He believed dreams carried messages, often from himself, sometimes from God. He recorded them, all those of fire, those of storms, those of sinking ships and flaming birds. Each dream was catalogued, dissected, and analyzed for moral weight. He assigned himself grades, as if he were both student and teacher of his own life. C+ for temper today, A for restraint, F for spiritual sloth. His internal report card was brutal and public. Even God would have taken notes. Adams believed in silence, not as a social cue, but as an act of resistance. At dinners, he could go entire meals without speaking a word. If asked a direct question, he would sometimes nod or stare rather than answer. He didn't consider it rude. He considered it deliberate, like punctuation. His habits bordered on the monastic. He fasted regular, sometimes entire weekends, just to recalibrate. He walked barefoot on wet grass, believing it improved his eyesight. He soaked his feet in vinegar when headaches struck, and on particularly clear mornings, he'd walk backwards up hills. For discipline, he refused to gamble, refused to dance, scolded those who did. He considered dice games the mathematics of damnation and referred to card games as whispers of waste. When guests tried to entertain themselves, he'd lecture them instead about morality, about duty, about how one should greet a tree. He loved birds, not as pets, but as personalities. He talked to them often, named them, described their behaviors in his journals. He believed some birds had a moral compass. Others, he claimed, could lie. He had a pet alligator. Yes, an alligator. Gifted to him by the Marquis de Lafayette, it lived temporarily in the White House bathtub. No, that's not a metaphor. A real, living alligator. Slipping silently beneath the water, just down the hall from the Oval Office. Adams found this amusing. Guests did not. He composed poetry in his head during long walks. Lines would form, revise, and solidify by the time he returned home. He rarely edited, claimed the brain was its own press. He also wrote short plays, little dramas where historical figures debated ethics. These he never published, just kept in drawers as if waiting for someone else to stage them. His understanding of the physical world bordered on mystical. He believed that moon phases affected human behavior more than any known force. He thought thunderstorms were divine corrections, sent to reset human arrogance. He refused to wear hats in winter, claiming the cold made him sharper. He cataloged every letter he received, not just read-cataloged, counted, compared to previous years, tracked on paper, cross-referenced. He could tell you how many letters he got in 1,821 versus 1,822, broken down by subject. He had an almost ritualistic relationship with clothing. He wore the same waistcoat for 15 years, patching it himself. He believed warm clothing in winter weakened the Constitution. Exposure, he said, built character. And when he did wear clothing, It was frequently tailored to carry more than just fabric. One waistcoat contained a small sewn-in compartment for dried lavender and scraps of poetry. Another had miniature Bible verses stitched into the lining, just above the heart. He believed broken household items still carried value. He called it object redemption. A shattered cup wasn't thrown away, it was studied. A bent spoon was reclassified as a curved possibility. He believed that everything deserved a second identity. He hated his own birthday, refused to celebrate it, refused to speak about it. If anyone brought it up, he would leave the room. He claimed it was a reminder of borrowed time. He carved inspirational quotes into trees during long hikes. Not initials, not hearts. Quotes, lines from Epictetus, sayings from Marcus Aurelius, proverbs in Latin. The forest behind his house was a leafy library of invisible wisdom. He believed tomatoes were poisonous well into adulthood. Despite growing them, despite watching others eat them, he simply wouldn't touch one. Called them the Red Gamble. He created a shorthand system for recording private thoughts. It involved slashes, dots, and symbol combinations that only he understood. Some entries remain undeciphered to this day, like encrypted confessions. And, finally, he died with a pen in hand. Not figuratively, literally. After suffering a stroke on the floor of the U.S. Capitol, John Quincy Adams was carried to a nearby office. He died at his desk, surrounded by books, papers, and silence. His last moments were spent mid-thought, mid-word, mid-duty. He did not stop. And yet the next man, his bitter rival, would have said that Adams talked too much anyway. That silence was just cowardice dressed in robes. That a man's value was measured by how loudly he cursed, how many duels he won, and how many bullets his body could hold before finally dropping dead. Because Andrew Jackson didn't just enter the White House. He stormed in, dragging thunder. Andrew Jackson. If the White House ever shook, it was probably because Andrew Jackson had just walked in. He didn't enter rooms, he invaded them. A fuse wrapped in a waistcoat, a scar with a pulse. At 13, he was taken prisoner during the Revolutionary War. At 14, orphaned. By 17, a lawyer. By 20, a fighter. And for the rest of his life, a storm in human skin. Andrew Jackson's body was a battlefield. Not in metaphor, he was literally packed with shrapnel. One bullet lived in his chest for over 40 years, a slow, metallic echo of a duel he'd won but never healed from. He fought over 100 duels in his life, most over insults, others over honor, and some just because he hadn't bled enough that week. He didn't care if he got shot. In fact, he kind of expected to. He once killed a man for insulting his wife and then calmly reholstered his pistol. When asked how he managed to keep standing after being shot in the ribs during the same duel, Jackson reportedly replied, "I had to. I hadn't fired yet." His physical resilience was almost mythical. So when an assassin finally tried to take him out, Jackson didn't flinch. 2 pistols misfired. Not once, but twice. The man should have vanished into legend right there. But Jackson did something else. He charged the would-be killer and beat him with a cane until his aides pulled him off. The audience was horrified. Jackson was just angry the pistols weren't better maintained. He didn't trust people, or banks, or paper money. He preferred to keep his wealth in gold coins, hidden in jars buried around his property. He chewed tobacco constantly and spat it on the floor, even during cabinet meetings. He kept a cannon outside his bedroom for protection, and he slept with a loaded pistol on his nightstand every single night. He thought cats were witches' spies, wouldn't allow one in the White House. Dogs, however, were a different story. He let them sleep on his bed, sometimes even during state business. If a visitor didn't like it, Jackson considered that their problem. His parrot, named Pole, could curse in full sentences. At Jackson's funeral, it had to be removed for swearing too loudly during the eulogy. The preacher was interrupted by a burst of profanity from the cage. Mourners reportedly tried not to laugh. They failed. He named everything: friends, enemies, horses, even furniture. His fireplace was the honest one. His cane was old discipline. His enemies had nicknames sharp enough to draw blood. He once referred to Congress as a flock of crows pecking at a corpse. He drank vinegar mixed with molasses for blood purity. He believed mirrors were dangerous if stared into for too long, and he had a habit of talking to paintings, especially of his late wife or of old generals. Conversations, not monologues. He'd ask questions, wait for answers. He preferred candles to oil lamps, said they were warmer in spirit. He hated winter, would often refuse to leave the house for days. Once, during a snowstorm, he held meetings in bed shirtless, smoking, surrounded by dogs and charts. He didn't just dislike John Quincy Adams, he refused to speak his name in public. After a bitter election loss, he referred to him only as the fraud, or that one. Once carved an insult into a tree near his property line just to make sure the wind carried the message. He believed in omens, consulted a personal astrologer in secret, thought sneezing mid-conversation was a sign of lying. If someone sneezed while talking, Jackson would stop them and change the subject. He drank coffee but didn't trust it. Said it stunted emotional growth. Drank it anyway. He was terrified of betrayal. Kept files of newspaper editorials written against him. Read them aloud to guests, laughing at the worst ones. Once burned a letter from a former ally without reading, it just saw the return address and dropped it into the fireplace. He believed crickets in the house were lucky and once stopped a speech mid-sentence to protect one crawling across the carpet. He never apologized, ever. Considered it a weakening of will. He said what he meant and punched what he couldn't say. His personal fashion? Battered boots he wore for years. Refused to replace them. Called them his grounding. He tied his necktie the same way every day and would fix it in reflections, not mirrors. Reflections in window glass, puddles, even polished shoes. He carried a small compass at all times. Never used it. Just liked the way it spun. Said it reminded him that truth was never still. He once gave a toast so long and loud at a dinner party that guests fell asleep at the table. He didn't notice. Kept talking. When he realized they dozed off, he poured another drink and said, "They dream better with me in their ears." He thought cannons had souls, called them booming hearts. When one misfired during a demonstration, he asked it why it hesitated. He thought shaking hands with left-handed people brought misfortune. Refused to do it. If a left-handed man offered his hand, Jackson would nod, tip his hat, and walk away. He kept a locket of his dead wife's hair around his neck until he died. Never took it off. Not for meetings, not for portraits, not even for surgery. He hated being photographed. Said it captured too much truth. He sat for one official portrait, then refused all others. Claimed he could see things in his own eyes he didn't want others to see. He often referred to himself in the third person during arguments. Jackson will not yield. Jackson sees the trap. Jackson remembers, sometimes even in writing. When he died, he believed he'd done God's work. But he left behind no angelic glow. Just burned furniture, blood-stained honor, and a country split between fear and fascination. And the man who followed him? He was quieter, shorter, slipperier, a walking thesaurus in lavender gloves, a man who hated nicknames and wore trousers too tight to sit in properly, a man who brought opera to politics and sideburns to immortality. Because Martin Van Buren wasn't just the next president. He was the little magician in a perfectly tailored illusion. Martin Van Buren. He was small, smooth, and perfectly composed like a porcelain doll that spoke fluent politics. Martin Van Buren was the first president born after the American Revolution, and he made sure everyone knew it. Where his predecessors walked with powdered wigs and revolutionary baggage, Van Buren floated through rooms with sideburns sharp enough to cut glass and trousers tight enough to squeak. English was his second language. Dutch was his first. He was born in Kinderhook, New York, to a tavern keeper father and a fiercely articulate mother. From childhood, he learned to speak carefully, elegantly. Every syllable mattered. He once corrected a dinner guest for using the word ain't, calling it a linguistic crime. He wasn't joking. He hated nicknames. Hated them. Despised them with the kind of passion most people reserve for betrayals or spoiled milk. And yet, he was plagued by them. The little magician. The red fox of Kinderhook. Old Kinderhook. The last of which, allegedly, gave rise to the term, okay. He never embraced any of them. Refused to answer to Marty. Once refused entry to a guest who used it. The man knocked. Van Buren looked him in the eye and said, "You may come back when you remember my name." Fashion was not just personal to him. It was sacred. He wore lavender-scented gloves, polished his shoes with rose water. His sideburns, those famous, flowing tufts, were not just groomed. They were curated, maintained like bonsai trees. He reportedly spent up to an hour each day adjusting them. Guests would find him in front of a mirror, comb in one hand, magnifying glass in the other, tilting his head like a sculptor appraising marble. He refused to wear red clothing, called it an emotionally unstable color. Preferred pastels, especially pale blue and soft grays. He believed colors influenced mood, and moods influenced legacy. He took boiling hot baths twice a day, not warm, boiling. Staff warned him it could damage his skin. He responded by increasing the temperature. Said it purged doubt. Once, during a snowstorm, he slipped and almost burned himself while entering the tub. It still insisted on finishing the ritual. He never drank alcohol, yet hosted lavish parties filled with it. Wine flowed, brandy steamed in silver pots. Guests danced. He watched, observed, smiled politely, touched nothing. He considered drinking a borrowed personality. If he wanted to be someone else, he'd invent them on paper. His handwriting was so elegant that even his grocery lists looked like wedding invitations. He wrote poetry about buttons. Buttons. Tiny verses about their dignity, their order, their symbolism. A well-placed button, he once said, secures not just the coat, but the day. He believed umbrellas were sky shields and would only use them if they matched his outfit. On rainy days, he preferred to walk slowly, under a matching parasol of pale cream or charcoal gray, his gloves never wet, his boots clicking in a precise cadence. He carried peppermint candies in his coat, not to eat, to offer. Like a magician pulling cards from sleeves, he'd produce a perfectly wrapped mint and hand it to a visitor mid-sentence. If they refused, he'd simply return it to his pocket without breaking eye contact. He feared falling downstairs, deeply, viscerally. Always held the railing with both hands. If the railing was loose, he'd stop, wait, send for maintenance. Even if it delayed a meeting or a dinner or an inauguration. A fall, he believed, was a public confession of clumsiness, and clumsiness was moral weakness. He believed dreams predicted political outcomes, especially recurring ones involving water. He once dreamt of being surrounded by a rising flood and canceled a major public event the next day. Staff called it coincidence. Van Buren called it foresight. He kept over 200 canes. Most were never used. Some had carvings, others had hidden compartments. One held a tiny quill, another had a built-in snuff box. He didn't walk with a cane. He displayed them, lined up like sentries in his study, each tagged and catalogued. An army of balance, he called them. He played solitaire daily and recorded the results in a private notebook. Wins, losses, mistakes, strategic insights. Sometimes, he annotated the margins with reflections on state affairs. One page read, "Lost the Queen today, perhaps a sign, shall revisit tariff legislation." He believed beards were a sign of instability, refused to grow one, refused to hire men with them, said they covered too much of a man's truth. Preferred clean-shaven faces where you could see the bones of intention. He had a pet goat, allowed it to roam the White House lawn freely, never named it, just called it the ambassador. When asked why, he replied, "It communicates better than some men I've met." He hated whistling, couldn't do it himself, found the sound abrasive, called it a rogue note. Staff were forbidden to whistle while working. One was reportedly dismissed for doing it too well. He believed sneezing was a sign from the universe. If someone sneezed during a meeting, he'd stop talking, close his eyes, and consider the interruption. Once, during a budget discussion, a congressman sneezed 3 times in a row. Van Buren halted the meeting, declared cosmic disapproval, and rescheduled it. He called his bed the Parliament of Rest and referred to sleep as nightly negotiation. He believed dreams were proposals, not distractions, and he wrote them down in a separate dream journal, cross-indexed by topic. He had a custom-built reading couch shaped like a crescent moon, designed it himself, pale green velvet, curved to support one elbow while reclining. He called it the cradle of contemplation. No one else was allowed to sit in it. He once hosted a dinner where everything was orange. The food, the tablecloths, the flowers, even the lighting was tinted with saffron-colored lenses. When asked why, he simply said, "To test the theory of saturation." He believed luck was a force, not a feeling. Carried a lucky coin in his boot, not his pockethis boot. If it moved, he'd stop walking and reset it. Said imbalance of fortune began in the soles. And through it all, he maintained a posture of exactness, every movement calculated, every gesture rehearsed. Martin Van Buren didn't just run the country, he curated his presence in it. But even with all his polish, all his rituals, all his silk gloves and peppermint diplomacy, he couldn't avoid what came next. A man who delivered a 2-hour inauguration speech in the rain without a coat or hat. A man who claimed he'd never caught a cold in his life, until he did. Because William Henry Harrison wasn't strange for what he did in office, he was strange for how fast he left it. William Henry Harrison. He stood in the rain, coatless, hatless, speaking into the wind like he had something to prove to it. The sky wept, the crowd squinted, and William Henry Harrison kept talking. For nearly 2 hours. In freezing March weather. It was his inauguration day, and he wanted to make a statement. He made one, just not the one he thought. His speech was the longest in presidential history. The presidency that followed was the shortest. 31 days, 1 month, the blink of a national eye. But those 31 days were merely the conclusion to a lifetime of strangeness that started long before he swore the oath. Harrison studied medicine in his youth, with every intention of becoming a doctor. He quit after realizing he couldn't stand the sight of blood. This did not stop him from entering the military. He just preferred his injuries to come at a polite distance, from a musket maybe, or a sword, something dramatic. He kept a pet goat named Whiskers while stationed at frontier forts. The goat had no training, no leash, no official role. It simply followed him, slept outside his tent, nibbled on papers. At one point, Harrison reportedly called Whiskers the only sane officer in the territory. His approach to digestion was rustic. He chewed tree bark regularly, believing it aided digestion and soothed the gut. Oak was too dry. Birch had a sharpness. Willow bark was his favorite bitter, fibrous, but, in his words, truthful. He hated forks, called them unmanly prongs, preferred knives and fingers. At formal dinners, he would slice his food with military precision and pop it into his mouth like a hunter dressing a kill. Table manners weren't his strong suit. He didn't believe they should be. He often slept, fully clothed, boots on, belt fastened, hat nearby. It was a habit left over from military life. He once said, sleeping undressed was an invitation to catastrophe. His bed was sometimes a cot, sometimes a plank. He claimed a soft mattress softened the will. Roman history fascinated him. He quoted Latin during dinner parties, not casually, at length, entire paragraphs. Once, while carving roast duck, he began to recite Cicero's arguments on justice. The duck grew cold. The guests grew bored. Harrison just kept translating. He believed burning orange peels could repel illness. He carried dried peels in his coat pocket. When guests sneezed, he'd toss a bit into the fireplace. The smell was strong, sharp. He called it clean fire. Most called it acrid. He claimed right before his death that he had never once caught a cold. A curious boast, considering what followed. He had a deeply held superstition about snakes. He was terrified of them. Wouldn't even look at a painting if it featured a serpent. Once, on the campaign trail, he refused to enter a tavern because the signboard out front showed a coiled snake. He waited outside for 3 hours in the rain. Before speeches, he talked to his hat, held it in both hands, whispered into the brim, called it the voice of caution. If the hat felt heavy, he shortened his remarks. If it felt light, he doubled them. This might explain the length of his inaugural address. He believed shaving too often weakened the soul, said it scraped away resolve. As a result, he had an inconsistent relationship with facial hair. Some days, clean-shaven. Other days, tufts and patches like a colonial scarecrow. He never explained the pattern. He kept a feather from every bird he encountered. Not just found encountered. If a hawk flew overhead, he noted the time. If a sparrow landed nearby, he followed it until it dropped a plume. These feathers were stored in small labeled jars. July threered, thrush, southern path. August wind, crow, beside gate. He named his horse Conscience on hooves. Rode it into battle, parades, even parlor gatherings. During one campaign event, he entered a town hall on horseback, dismounted, and addressed the crowd from the saddle's shadow. No one questioned it. He once claimed to have had a conversation with a cactus during a fever dream. The cactus, according to him, was named Julian and offered advice about patience and weather. He smoked corncob pipes backwards, said it confused misfortune. Visitors often asked if it was a mistake. He'd simply nod and say, "If it is, it's mine." He believed thunder was God shouting at fools. If a storm rolled in during a speech, he would stop talking and raise a finger to the sky, nodding solemnly as if receiving instruction. He called umbrellas the crutches of cowards, refused to use one, even in torrential rain, preferred to get soaked and prove his blood. He drank onion tea, steeped slices of raw onion in boiling water, drank it in the morning, said it cleared the tongue. Once offered it to a guest. The guest refused. Harrison labeled him politely doomed. He gave long, rambling toasts. 20 minutes. 30. Once. A full hour. At a soldier's reunion, he raised a glass and spoke of battles, dreams, and soup. By the end, only the candle remained lit. He didn't trust clocks, believed they measured panic. He preferred sundials, sand timers, shadows. Once said that time should be felt, not seen. Never wore a watch. He tried to domesticate a raccoon, named it Judge Grumble. It bit him. He kept it anyway. He wore 3 scarves at once, even in July. Said it tethered the thoughts. If anyone asked, he claimed he was aligning the arteries. He believed pigeons carried divine messages, watched them obsessively from the White House window, once halted a meeting to observe a white one land on the lawn, declared it an omen of dry weather and cautious words. He hated music, said violins were whining wood, covered his ears during performances, once left a dinner party when a guest brought out a flute. He believed clocks ran faster during lies, would test this by watching a mantel clock during debates. If it ticked quicker, he'd call for a break. He wore one wool glove at all times, switched hands daily. No one ever found out why. He thought candles were fire prisons and preferred oil lamps, but only if they flickered properly. If the flame danced too much, he'd blow it out and start again. And finally, on that bitter March day, he spoke his truth into the rain. Words, about unity, legacy, national purpose. He spoke long past the point of sense. And then he got sick. Within weeks, he was gone. 31 days. The shortest presidency, the longest speech, a lifetime of eccentricity boiled down to a single fatal irony. But where Harrison's story ended in a blur of cold wind and ambition, the man who followed him walked in with 15 children, a flute, a mirror that spoke in poetry, and a Confederate flag waiting for him in the grave. Because John Tyler was less a president, more a walking contradiction wrapped in slippers and secrets. John Tyler. He played the flute, not as a party trick, not as a childhood hobby that faded with age, but as a ritual, daily, devotedly. John Tyler, the 10th President of the United States, kept his flute close by at all times, stored in a velvet case, polished regularly, and played in moments of tension, boredom, or joy. Not everyone liked it. Some aides found the high, shrill notes unnerving, but Tyler didn't care. The flute calmed him, and he played it even in the White House, sometimes in his study, sometimes in the garden, and once during a state dinner, after dessert. This was a man who surrounded himself with sound and silence in equal measure. He kept a mirror in his bedroom that he claimed reflected more than light. When insomnia struck, and it struck often, he would stare into it for hours, convinced that it could offer answers. He wasn't looking at himself. He was waiting for the mirror to change. No one else ever saw it happen, but he did. Or at least, he said he did. He had 15 children. 15. More than any other president. His family tree wasn't a tree, it was a forest. He fathered children over a span of 45 years, from his 20s into his 70s. His last child was born when he was 70 years old. By then, he had grandchildren older than his youngest child. Family reunions were less gatherings and more logistical challenges. He preferred slippers to shoes, wore them in public, wore them to meetings, once wore them to a naval review. He believed hard soles made a man rigid, soft shoes, soft mind. He even had a pair made from deer hide, dyed purple, embroidered with stars, called them his constitutionals. He whispered to plants. Roses, specifically. He had a greenhouse at Sherwood Forest, his Virginia estate, and each plant had a name. Justice, Memory, Eleanor. He believed they grew better if spoken to gently. Guests who laughed were not invited back. He believed sneezing was prophetic. If someone sneezed near him, he would stop mid-sentence and ask them what they had been thinking about just before the sneeze. He'd then interpret that thought, using an internal logic system no one else understood. Sneezing while recalling a dream means buried honesty, he once said. No one questioned it. He refused to eat soup with a spoon. Said spoons were too shallow both literally and philosophically. Preferred to drink soup from the bowl directly, holding it with two hands, eyes closed. Sometimes he hummed while doing so. He used multiple walking sticks but rarely walked with them. Instead, he pointed with them, gestured. One had a fox head carved at the top. Another had a hollowed-out compartment where he stored licorice root, which he chewed constantly. Claimed it clarified his thoughts. It stained his teeth. He wore gloves even in summer, not for fashion but for containment. Leather gloves, wool gloves. One pair had tiny gold buttons shaped like suns. He took them off only to write, play the flute, or nap. He kept a diary, but not of his own thoughts. It was a collection of others. He would eavesdrop gently, politely, and then write down the most interesting sentence he heard each day. The entries are strange, disconnected. The parlor chair has teeth. Cicadas are clocks with wings. Never trust a man who whistles after dusk. He believed certain numbers had moods. 3 was ambitious. 7, melancholy. 9 was the whispering digit. He avoided these numbers on calendars, travel dates, and seating arrangements. He claimed dreams could be transferred. If you wrote them down quickly enough and gave them to someone before noon, they could carry your burden. He did this often passing folded notes to aides, gardeners, once even a mailman. He refused to eat anything with 3 syllables. Not always, but often enough to be noticed. Macaroni was decadent. Asparagus was an intrusion. He preferred bread, figs, and cheese, simple, silent foods. He once challenged a weather vane to a duel, not seriously, but when it squeaked during a reflective moment, he pointed at it with his cane and said, "You mock me, sir." The gardener found this hilarious. Tyler did not. He disliked mirrors during thunderstorms, covered them with cloth, said they trapped lightning. One mirror, in particular, was never uncovered after such a storm. It remained veiled for years. He wrote notes to himself in the margins of newspapers, sometimes responding to articles with single-word verdicts. Rubbish. Delight. Salt. No one knew what salt meant. He never explained. He referred to naps as mind rehearsals. Took them daily, in a specific chair that faced east. He believed the direction mattered, that dreams arrived from the horizon like ships. He carried a pouch of stones in his coat small, round, smooth. Each one had a different weight. He called them anchors, said they reminded him of what mattered. On difficult days, he would place them on the windowsill, one by one, and sit in silence. He refused to whistle, claimed it invited restless spirits. When a valet whistled once while setting the table, Tyler made him stop and recite a prayer of apology. The prayer was long. Dinner was cold. No one whistled again. He considered libraries sacred, not because of knowledge, but because of stillness. He once described a bookshelf as a choir of sleep. His favorite book was blank, literally. A blank journal, leather-bound. He kept it on his desk, called it the room for what's missing. And at the end of his life, when the country he once led split in two, Tyler chose a side and then disappeared into it. He died not as a celebrated figure, but as a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. His coffin was draped in a Confederate flag, the only president to be buried under one. But the stories he left behind had nothing to do with politics and everything to do with a life lived in odd cadences, with slippered feet, whispered roses, and a flute that played, sometimes when no one else could hear it. But if Tyler was a ghost of Southern softness, the next man was a relic of Northern resolve, a man born in a log cabin, baptized in sawdust, and seasoned by disappointment. A man who stared down silence with steel blue eyes and kept a midnight candle burning for a country he couldn't quite save. Because James K. Polk was never meant to be charming. He was meant to be inevitable. James K. Polk. He moved through rooms like a sharpened pencil, quiet, pointed, and impossible to ignore once he started writing. James K. Polk did not fill space with charisma. He filled it with certainty. There was no small talk. No idle words. He kept conversation to the minimum, emotion to the minimum, and if he had his ways, leap, joy, and relaxation too. He was not a man of leisure. He was a machine built to complete one to-do list. But before all of that, he was just a boy with a knife inside him. Literally. As a child, Polk suffered from severe urinary stones, the kind that made every movement a battlefield. At 17, he underwent a primitive surgery to remove them. No anesthesia, no antibiotics. No morphine. Just bourbon, leather to bite, and 2 surgeons with steady hands and cold eyes. They cut through the perineum, the soft tissue between what should never be cutant, dug the stone out. He survived. Barely. And he never forgot. Pain was no longer abstract. It had a sound, a shape, a place on his body, and it followed him. He kept his scars hidden, always dressed with layers, stiff, formal clothing, black coats, white shirts, no flamboyance, just definition. He wore his stiffness like armor. Not against the cold, against softness. He was deeply methodical, made lists obsessively, wrote his goals down each morning, tracked their progress daily. One entry: Speak no unnecessary words today. Another, decline invitations, decline indulgence, decline all that is not duty. These were not aphorisms. They were marching orders. For himself, he believed laughter should be rationed, said it spends the breath without reason. He wasn't humorless. He just believed that delight was a finite resource and should be applied only when warranted. He hated perfume, called it the lie of cleanliness. When guests visited, he would open a window if their cologne lingered, even in winter, even during storms. He ate slowly, deliberately, chewed each bite a precise number of times, believed digestion began in the mouth and that haste weakened the spirit. His meals were plain, bread, stewed vegetables, tea with no sugar. He found flavor distracting. The tongue, he once wrote, should not control the man. He had no children. Many blamed his surgery. He never addressed it. In public, he claimed devotion to the nation was inheritance enough. He kept a personal journal during his presidency, unusual for the time. Every day, he recorded meetings, emotions, decisions, not for legacy, for clarity. A written man, he called himself, or else a blur. He believed in efficiency like others believe in fate. Meetings with him were timed to the minute. Aides were expected to stand, not sit, kept alert, kept moving. If you paused to reflect, he considered it loitering. He had a habit of staring at people too long, not hostile, just prolonged, as if trying to see the gears inside their skull. Some found it unnerving. Others described it as being examined, not seen. He was deeply superstitious, though he'd never admit it. Always entered rooms with his left foot first. Carried a small pouch of dried sage in his coat pocket, stitched inside the lining. His wife once found him whispering to it during a thunderstorm. He claimed he was just remembering the wind. He disliked mirrors after dark, covered them with cloth. Said night reflections were false and mean. He shaved only in daylight. Candles flickering nearby made him uncomfortable. He wrote speeches in a single sitting. Never edited. Believed the first draft was the truest draft. Rhetoric, he thought, should be a clean wound, not one reopened by revision. He kept a metronome on his desk, not for music, for timing. He used it to pace himself during writing, speaking, even breathing exercises. Visitors often heard the steady tick echoing through the door before they ever saw him. He didn't trust applause, called it the cough of mobs. After speeches, he rarely paused for clapping. He'd simply nod and walk off. He believed respect lived in silence, not noise. He had recurring dreams of being buried alive. Woke up, gasping, started sleeping with a small bell near his bed. If he was ever declared dead too soon, he wanted to be able to ring for rescue. He refused to use a quill pen after dusk. Said the scratch disturbed his rhythm. At night, he used pencils. Wrote with a soft hand. Lines so faint they looked like whispers on paper. He rarely touched anyone, even in greeting. A handshake was brief. A pat on the back, rare. Affection, for Polk, was conveyed through action, through execution of purpose. You didn't hug a steam engine. He kept a pocket watch that chimed every hour. Not a loud chime, just enough to break the air. Each time it rang, he would pause, close his eyes, and breathe deeply. Once, then resume. A mechanical monk with a metronome soul. He didn't believe in vacations. Took none, 0. He worked 6 days a week. On Sundays, he read scripture not for salvation, but structure. Said the Bible was the oldest discipline. His handwriting was narrow, upright, almost military in posture. Margins were respected. Ink was never smudged. He copied letters before sending them. Believed permanence required precision. He had no favorite meal, no favorite song, no pets, no vices. His favorite thing, if pressed, was accomplishment, not success. accomplishment. Things done, crossed off, shelved. When he left office, he vanished. Not to fame, not to applause, just home. He died 3 months later, the shortest retirement of any president. His last words, reportedly, were a quiet affirmation. "I love you, Sarah, for all things, for all time," directed to his wife. The only softness he allowed to stay, and that, perhaps, is Polk distilled. A man who swallowed the world like a task list, ticked the final box, and closed the book with steady hands. But the next man? He was less a taskmaster and more a tumbleweed, a former military general with a fondness for cheese, horses, and spitting contests. A man who wore civilian clothes like a disguise and brought back the art of unpredictability. Because Zachary Taylor didn't need polish. He had dust, and that was enough. Zachary Taylor. He looked like he'd just come off a battlefield, and often he had. Zachary Taylor didn't wear the presidency like a crown. He wore it like an old jacket, stiff with dust, creased by habit, and smelling faintly of saddle soap. His nickname was Old Rough and Ready, and he lived up to it in every possible way. He wasn't just rugged, he was practically carved out of scorched earth. He despised uniforms. As a general, he ignored the standard regalia and instead wore baggy civilian trousers, a worn-out blue coat, and sometimes mismatched socks. His soldiers never knew whether he'd show up looking like a general or a wandering farmer, but when he did show up, everything changed. The man had a presence, ragged and dusty, like a thundercloud walking on 2 legs. And he was always chewing. Tobacco, usually. Raw and strong. He spit constantly into cups, fireplaces, the ground, and once, off the White House balcony. He carried a plug in his pocket at all times. Not for relaxation, for grounding. People described him as chewing through decisions. Foreign diplomats were warned in advance not to flinch when he spat mid-sentence. It was not an insult. It was punctuation. He didn't like to sit still. Meetings with Taylor were held on porches, in fields, while walking. He preferred open air. Believed offices stank of conclusions. Once, he made an entire cabinet stand with him in the White House garden while he delivered orders, dirt underfoot, horses watching from the fence. He kept horses close. Always had. They calmed him. He'd often wander the stables late at night, speaking to them in low tones, not commands conversations. One horse in particular, named Old Whitey, followed him like a dog and was known to wander into official events. Taylor didn't mind. He'd tip his hat and say, "He votes with me." He had no taste for luxury. Slept on a straw mattress by choice. Refused to use the White House bed until it was stripped of softness. He once claimed down feathers. Made the mind lazy. For pillows, he used folded blankets or, on some nights, his coat. His diet was basic. He loved meat, especially salted beef and roast. But his obsession was with dairy. Milk, specifically. Cold, thick, whole milk, and cheese. He would eat entire blocks of it, not slices, blocks. Once, after a banquet, he was found in the kitchen slicing into a 2-pound wheel of cheddar with a bayonet. When asked if he'd like help, he growled, "This one's personal." He drank gallons of water daily, ice cold, from his own jug. He believed it, kept the blood honest, refused wine, beer, and spirits. Coffee, he accepted, but only if it was brewed with spring water and boiled until nearly black, no sugar, no cream. Sweetness, he claimed, clouded the gut. He disapproved of umbrellas, said they made a man look like a walking mushroom. He preferred wide hats and wet clothes. Once arrived at an event soaked through from a thunderstorm, and instead of changing, gave his speech dripping, boots squishing on marble. He didn't believe in speeches. Orators, he said, were just painters using fog. His preferred communication was the memo short, clipped, brutally clear. His handwriting was large, blocky, and often smudged with tobacco stains. He had a strange affection for buttons, carried spare ones, not for fashion function, called them the little latches of order. Once stopped mid-meeting to sew one back on his coat. When a junior officer offered to do it for him, he replied, "If I can't keep my own coat together, I can't keep you together." He believed whistling indoors brought bad luck, would stop conversations if someone did it, glare until silence returned, then continue as if nothing had happened. He thought gloves were dishonest, said hands should be seen as they are calloused, cracked, working. Even at formal events, he refused to wear them. His handshakes were rough, his palms usually stained from ink or saddle grease. People remembered his grip like they remembered blizzards, unexpectedly firm and oddly refreshing. He rarely wrote in journals, but when he did, it was direct. One entry: rained hard, horses restless, cabinet indecisive, will sleep on it. He distrusted clocks, believed they lied more than generals, preferred to track time by sun position and the behavior of birds. Once told an aide it was 3 hawks past noon. He collected canteens, not for show, for memory. Each one was marked with a battle, a date, a name. Lined up on his shelf, they told the story of a man who'd crossed deserts, rivers, and borders, and still preferred a tin flask over a crystal decanter. He refused to use a writing desk without scuff marks, said new desks smelled too clean to think. The one in the White House was sanded down the day after he arrived, personally, with a brick. He hated mirrors, called them the false glass, would turn them to face the wall. He believed reflection wasn't needed to know who you were. "Just ask your horse," he once said. He feared nothing more than comfort, believed ease was the great rot. He walked barefoot around the White House when no guests were present, claimed it kept him close to the dirt. He carried a compass, but not for direction, for weight. Said it reminded him that the world spins, not men. It was brass, cracked, and likely broken, but he never left home without it. He wore a red string around his wrist quietly, discreetly. Said it reminded him of a moment he never explained. It stayed there, through war, rain, dinners, and meetings, until the end. And the end came fast. One day, he consumed iced milk and cherries after a long, hot day, his favorite combination. Within hours, he fell ill. Fever, stomach cramps, decline. The diagnosis? Gastroenteritis. The result? Gone, within 16 months of taking office. But if his life ended suddenly, it didn't erase what it had been: rough, ready, restless, and utterly uninterested in what others expected of him. And after the dust of Taylor's boots had barely settled, the next president stepped into office not by ambition, but by accident. A quiet man, a bookish man, a man who still wrote poetry to his dead wife and carried crushed flowers in the pages of his Bible. Because Millard Fillmore was not a storm. He was the stillness before it. Millard Fillmore. His name sounds like a Cy Millard Fillmore, and in many ways he was one. A man who arrived not with fire, but with silence. When Zachary Taylor died unexpectedly, Fillmore did not rush into the presidency. He stepped into it like a man entering a cold, unfamiliar room, slowly, carefully, checking for dust. He was born in a log cabin in New York, but he never bragged about it. He hated the romanticization of poverty. He said there was nothing noble about having to boil snow for water. Nothing character-building about frostbite. He carried those early hardships with him like invisible bruise-stender, unspoken but always just beneath the surface. He taught himself how to read by candlelight. Not because he wanted to impress anyone, because the silence of night was the only thing that didn't interrupt. He read law books, old almanacs, herbal remedy guides. He once memorized an entire 300-page legal manual just to avoid borrowing it twice. Fillmore loved books like other men loved horses or cigars. He kept them perfectly arranged by topic, author, and color. His personal library was rumored to be cleaner than his bedroom. His wife, Abigail, was a schoolteacher and fellow bookworm. Together, they read aloud most evenings, taking turns with poetry, history, and novels. They made marginalia together. They corrected grammar together. Their idea of flirtation was a well-phrased clause. He kept pressed flowers in his Bible gifts from Abigail, tokens from their walks, remnants of spring mornings long gone. Some were over 20 years old, flattened into fragile brown ghosts. He said they reminded him that even beauty dies quietly. He wrote poetry, a lot of it, secretly, not for publication, just for relief. His poems were short, meticulous, and almost unbearably sad. One was about a candle that burned too bright to last. Another, about a book whose last page was torn out. Most had no titles. He believed deeply in personal order. His desk was always clean, his ink always full, his quills sharpened each night, 3 at a time, and lined up like surgical tools. He folded letters with mathematical precision, sealed them with red wax, always pressed with the same signet, a small oak tree, strength through stillness. He didn't like loud voices, or fast talkers, or people who interrupted. He once stopped a senator mid-rant by raising one hand and whispering, "I'll wait for the wind to settle." The room went silent. He hated neckties but wore them anyway, said they strangled the soul. But protocol demanded it, so he developed a knot that was looser than it looked his small rebellion. Fillmore refused to use strong perfume. He believed scent was a private memory, not a public performance. He used unscented soap, clean linen, and the faint smell of ink. He didn't chew tobacco or drink. His only indulgence was lemon drops. He kept them in a silver tin inside his desk. Sometimes, when debates dragged into exhaustion, he'd pass them out silently to his aides like communion. He had a habit of rubbing his thumb against his index finger when thinking. The movement was subtle, rhythmic, like a silent metronome keeping time with his thoughts. People said it looked like he was measuring something invisible. He preferred gray, in clothes, in furniture, in conversation. He once said gray was the color of reflection. His suits were always charcoal, his curtains ash, colored, his favorite pen trimmed with silver and slate. He didn't trust horses with white eyes, said they saw too much. Always chose dark-eyed ones for riding in carriages. Once traded a beautiful white mare for a dull brown gelding simply because of the stare. He believed dreams were private messengers. He wrote his down, but only with initials, never names. One entry. B. At the lake again. No words this time, just silence. Another. The boy with the burned book. Why always the same book? He walked every morning before sunrise. Not far, just enough to clear the fog from his mind. He believed ideas came best in the hour before noise returned to the world. He hated arguing, avoided it like illness. When pressed into confrontation, he spoke more softly, not louder. It unsettled people, made them lean in, made them unsure if they'd won or lost. He could not whistle, tried often, failed always. It bothered him, not because of the skill, but because of the idea that some things would always remain beyond his control. He believed haircuts should be monthly, rain or shine. He cut his own nails with a small knife inherited from his father, said it still had the edge of simplicity. He didn't care for mirrors, not out of vanity, out of mistrust. He once said, "A man should know himself without needing to look." He organized his wardrobe by season and weight: summer linen, fall wool, winter flannel. Spring was a mixed transitional garments hung with precision on labeled wooden hangers. He thought thunder was cleansing, would open the windows during storms, stand near them and breathe. Once, a bolt struck a tree near the White House. He saved a piece of the wood and kept it on his desk, calling it God's punctuation. He could recite from memory every president's inaugural address, including his own, not because he thought it important, because he believed in rhythm, in the shape of words. He wore a locket under his shirt. Inside was a lock of Abigail's hair and a folded note with the phrase, "Still more to say." No one ever saw it. He revealed its existence once, in a letter never sent. He called chairs thinking vessels, had 3 favorites, one for reading, one for resting, one for planning. Sat in the wrong one once and said, "No wonder the thought was crooked." He believed silence was a form of language, spoken it fluently, used it to end meetings, to start them, to make points more sharply than any shout ever could. And when he died, it was not with speeches or monuments or banners. It was with stillness, with order, with a life written in lowercase letters and footnotes. But the man who followed? He was anything but lowercase. He had a name like a drumbeat, a beard like a frontier pine tree, and an obsession with vetoes, dodos, and the precise angle of a mullet. Because Franklin Pierce wasn't trying to be remembered. He was trying not to be haunted. Franklin Pierce. Franklin Pierce entered rooms like a man walking through his own ghost. He was handsome-makingly so, but his was a beauty soaked in melancholy. A jaw sculpted for portraits, eyes made for paintings, and a presence that whispered rather than shouted. People noticed him, and then they noticed the shadow he dragged behind. Pierce memorized his speeches, not just bullet points every word. He believed reading from paper was a betrayal of conviction. So he'd rehearse endlessly, pacing his room, mouthing sentences, correcting inflection. At times, he'd rehearse in front of mirrors, not to admire himself, but to measure his sincerity. If his reflection looked unconvinced, he'd start over. He was obsessed with symmetry. His handwriting was famously elegant, neat, looped, disciplined. He would rewrite entire letters if a margin was off by half an inch. A crooked stamp on an envelope could ruin his afternoon. He arranged his books by height, his shirts by collar width, and his silverware by weight. If a spoon felt wrong in his hand, he would not eat. Pierce loved hair. Not just his own, though. He spent considerable time grooming it into a perfect dark wave, but all hair. He studied it, analyzed it, believed it said more about a man than his handshake. He reportedly once changed his barber because the man didn't respect the architecture. He disliked shoes with hard soles. Said they echoed too much. Preferred soft leather moccasins indoors, even in the White House. When asked if that was undignified, he said dignity came from the spine, not the heel. He often walked at night, alone, through gardens, down hallways, even city streets. No guards, no light, just motion. He claimed that thoughts traveled better in darkness. When questioned about the risks, he replied, "It's not the night I fear." He had a small marble stone he carried in his pocket, smooth, white, oval. He called it Little Moon. He never explained its meaning, but he held it during speeches, during prayer, and once during a funeral. It had a worn spot from his thumb. He never learned to whistle and avoided those who did, found it grating, said it trivialized breath. He believed rain washed memory. Whenever it stormed, he'd stand by the window, often barefoot, and simply watch. If caught outside, he wouldn't run for shelter. He'd let it soak him. Said it was a cleansing of pretense. He hated photography. Said the lens stole something. He avoided portraits, too. The most famous one of him painted with a 1,000-yard stare was done from sketches, not sittings. When asked why he refused to pose, he said, "I'm already fading." He played the violin. Quietly. Alone. Only at night. The notes were never cheerful. Slow. Drawn. Aching. Neighbors called it eerie. He called it exercise for the soul. He kept the instrument in a velvet-lined case beside his bed. He wrote in the margins of everything: books, newspapers, even menus. Tiny notations, questions, doubts. Too simple. Why this? Turn page before deciding. Scholars have found dozens of annotated books in his hand, transformed into dialogues with ghosts. He was fascinated with extinct animals, particularly the dodo. He read everything he could about it, collected sketches, bought a fossilized beak fragment. Said extinction was the ultimate biography. When he met a naturalist who claimed the dodo might return through science, Pierce reportedly replied, "Some things are better left extinct." He kept a ledger of dreams. Not what happened in them, how they felt. One page reads, "Blue, heavy, false comfort." Another, "Smoke without fire, familiar voices behind closed doors." He believed emotional weather could be tracked like storms. He carried handkerchiefs embroidered with Latin phrases. One read, "Somnus loquitur veritatem," sleep speaks the truth. Another, simply, "Fatum," fate. He was superstitious about the number 3, avoided 3-point agendas, refused to dine with 2 others, insisted on adding a 4th, called 3s the triangle of betrayal. No one knew what he meant. He had a specific method for folding his coats. Lined up the sleeves, tucked the shoulders, rolled instead of creased. Once scolded an aide for hanging one incorrectly. "It hangs like a lie," he said. He preferred candlelight to gas lamps, said flames moved like thoughts. The gas hiss made him nervous. He believed fire had mood. Some days it danced. Some days it simply held still and stared back. He spoke to birds, quietly, often while alone in the garden, whistling thrushes, robins, crows. He'd offer them crumbs and say things like, "Still here? Good. I'm still here too." He hated clocks that ticked too loudly, believed they shouted over time rather than marking it, kept a pocket watch that made no sound, opened it often, rarely checked the time. He slept with the window open, even in winter. Said it let the night check on him. His bedroom was always cold, his bed made perfectly. He'd often lie awake for hours, unmoving, just listening. He burned letters, hundreds of them, personal correspondence, early drafts, journal pages, sometimes while reading aloud. Once said, "Only ash tells the truth." A box of scorched envelopes was found after his dethiach marked with a single word, "Unsent." He carried a crushed violet in his wallet for decades. No one knows where it came from, but it was pressed between 2 pages of an old prayer book, marked only with the phrase, "Still fragrant." He hated parades, said they marched over silence, refused to watch them, preferred to walk alone while they happened. Once, during a celebration in his honor, he was found a mile away, feeding ducks. He kept a pair of gloves on his desk he never wore, said they belonged to a better version of himself. They were white, immaculate, unused. He visited graveyards without reason, left coins on stones, whispered apologies to names he didn't know. He said he liked places where nothing was expected. And perhaps that's the best way to remember Franklin Piersonneau, as a flame or a storm or even a man, but as an echo, one that stayed just long enough to be noticed, then vanished into the fog. But if Pierce was the wind before the candle went out, the next president was the candle that refused to flicker. A man with the calm voice of a librarian and the iron will of a lockbox. Because James Buchanan didn't just stand still in history. He made standing still look like an art form. James Buchanan. He moved through the world like a grandfather, clock tall, measured, and strangely immovable. James Buchanan didn't rush, didn't stumble, and didn't bend unless absolutely necessary. Everything he did slowly, deliberately, with a posture that said, "The weight of this room is not my burden." He was born in a log cabin in Pennsylvania, and, like many of his predecessors, clawed his way up through the thick, handwritten paperwork of 19th century law. But unlike them, Buchanan never traded the habits of a lawyer for the pomp of a president. He kept wearing black suits, kept writing long letters, and kept his desk organized into precise quadrants. Buchanan had one functioning eye, the other was cocked permanently inward, a lazy eye, some called it. He trained himself to minimize its distraction, always turning his head just slightly to the left when speaking, so people would look into the correct one, but he never covered it, never apologized for it. called it the twin of my silence. He wrote with a quill until the day he died. Never switched to metal pens, said quills. Kept a man humble. He trimmed his own. Kept a small box filled with feathers sorted by firmness, flexibility, and stroke thickness. Eagle feathers were too aggressive. Goose quills, he believed, held the gentlest truths. He believed breakfast should be silent. Every morning, he ate alone. Same meal. Dry toast, boiled eggs, coffee black. No sugar. Same hour, same table. If anyone tried to join him, he would nod politely but not speak. Once, a guest broke the silence by asking for jam. Buchanan stood, bowed slightly, and left the room. He adored linen, not for its feel but its reliability. All his clothes were starched, stiff, his handkerchiefs folded into geometric perfection. He could spot an improperly ironed sleeve at 20 feet. Once, a visiting dignitary's wrinkled collar prompted Buchanan to pause mid-sentence, then quietly hand over a spare cravat. He believed deeply in the geometry of space. His furniture was arranged not for comfort but balance. Chairs never faced directly toward one another, always at slight angles, to soften confrontation. His writing desk was exactly 29 inches from the fireplace. The gap was measured and maintained. He never married. His bachelorhood became legend, but he wore it like a uniform. Some said he was heartbroken. Others claimed he preferred solitude. He never answered. He once told a friend, "I am married to my duty, and she does not forgive betrayal." He had a deep and strange affection for cabbages, grew them, pickled them, wrote about them. He once mailed a jar of his homemade cabbage to Queen Victoria's chef with a note, "For experimentation." No record survives of her response. He collected walking sticks, had over 60. Most were carved, many imported. One had a hidden blade. Another had a small compass at the top. He often chose his cane according to mood, like a librarian selecting a rare book. He believed candles should never burn past halfway. "A stub is an invitation to collapse," he once said. When a servant left a candle burning too long, Buchanan replaced every taper in the house the next day. He talked in perfect paragraphs, no stammers, no slang. Even when surprised, his language came out fully formed. Listeners said it was like being lectured by a dictionary with feelings. He once scolded a man for calling something crazy, insisting the term lacked precision. He avoided mirrors in the evening, said they invited unwanted truths. During daytime, he would permit glances quick, clinical, like a surgeon checking an incision. But after dusk, the looking glass was turned inward. He loved handkerchiefs, always carried one, sometimes two, embroidered with initials, stiff as boards. He ironed them himself even as president, called it mental discipline with fabric. He believed shoes should be polished every day, even if not worn. Said neglecting one's footwear invited chaos from the ground up. His were black, narrow, polished to a lacquered shine. Guests said they could see their futures in his heels. He believed rain clarified thought, not walking in it, watching it. He kept a special armchair by a high window, reserved for thunderstorms. During heavy weather, he'd sit there silently for hours. No book, no music, just the sound of water and the thrum of reflection. He once refused to shake a man's hand because it was damp. Not from insult, out of principle. A hand should meet with confidence, not confusion, he said. He feared fire but loved fireplaces. The contradiction amused him. He'd sit near the flame but only after checking the flue personally. He never trusted others with the inspection. Smoke, he believed, was memory escaping. He had a collection of handwritten dictionaries, not printed, copied by hand from various eras. He compared them obsessively, noting how meanings morphed. "Language is the only mirror that tells the future," he said. He slept in the same bed for 20 years, transported it to the White House, and refused to change the mattress. It was firm, almost rigid. He called soft bedding a slow lie. He hated interruptions. would stop conversations mid-sentence if interrupted. Not angrily, just stop, go silent. Let the stillness fill the space until the room fell quiet again. Then resume. Not from the beginning exactly where he left off. He did not care for music, said it crowded the air. But he loved wind chimes, had them installed on the porch at Wheatland, his home, tuned them himself, adjusted the lengths of the chimes until the tones matched the harmonic scale of a hymn he never sang aloud. He liked cats, but never owned one. Fed strays, greeted them by name, gave them space, then watched them from afar like living puzzles. They know more than they say, he once whispered to a visitor. He believed hands carried memory, would run his fingers over books, furniture, door frames, as if reading their past. Once, after touching a cracked table, he said, "Someone argued here. I can feel it." He never danced, not once. He viewed it as a celebration of instability. At formal balls, he'd stand in the corner, nodding to the rhythm, but unmoving. He was not anti-joy. He just preferred stillness to sway. He wrote a will with no possessions, listed only concepts. To my friends, patience. To my critics, distance. To the future, time. And when he died, he did so quietly. No parade, no outcry, just a soft closing of a long ledger. But the man who followed him? He was the opposite of quiet. He split rooms just by walking in, told jokes while the world burned, grew a beard after a child asked him to, and danced with words like a man who knew death was watching from the balcony. Because Abraham Lincoln didn't come to haunt the past. He came to wrestle it and make it blink. Abraham Lincoln. He was tall. That was the first thing people always said. Towering, gaunt, awkward. Abraham Lincoln didn't walk into a room, he unfolded into it, like a piece of paper too big for the drawer. He stood at 6 feet 4 inches, in an era when most men barely brushed 5.5. His hat added inches. His presence added more. But the second thing they noticed was silence. Lincoln didn't fill air with noise. He let it settle, let people speak, let tension accumulate like fog, then cut through it with a one-liner so sharp it left bruises disguised as laughter. He kept notes in his hat. Literally. Folded slips of paper with ideas, statistics, drafts, and sometimes just questions. What is loyalty? Does grief have a shelf life? How long can a country hold its breath? His stovepipe hat wasn't just fashion. It was filing cabinet, idea vault, and rhetorical armory. He loved words, not just big ones, small ones, honest ones, ugly ones. He wrote on scraps, on napkins, on envelopes. He once drafted a speech on the back of a receipt. His handwriting, tall, looping, meticulous, was built for clarity. Even his edits were thoughtful. He'd cross out a word with a single line, then rewrite the new one so small and tight it looked like a whisper. He read constantly. Books, newspapers, political pamphlets, dirty jokes. He memorized entire passages of Shakespeare, could quote them backward. Said Hamlet was just a man trying to walk through a thunderstorm without losing his shoes. People thought he was joking. He wasn't. He told stories. Always stories. Long ones. Weird ones. Some had no punchline. Some had 5. His cabinet once sat through a 10-minute tale about a man who sold a horse for a sack of potatoes and ended up trading back for a goat with asthma. No one knew what it meant, but they all remembered it. That was Lincoln's secret. His stories weren't explanations. They were mirrors. He believed dreams had purpose, not mystical, not prophetic, structural. A dream is just your brain rehearsing without your permission, he said. He dreamed often, wrote them down. Once dreamed of a ship moving with great rapidity toward a dark shore. He told his aides, smiled sadly, hope it doesn't sink. He believed in luck, but only for others. Once found a penny heads up on the White House floor, flipped it over, and left it for the next man, said, Someone else needs it more than I do. He rarely used cologne, said it complicated the truth. But he always smelled of apples. He kept dried apple slices in his coat pocket, chewed them during meetings. Once dropped one on the floor during a briefing, picked it up, dusted it, and ate it without missing a beat. He hated shoes that pinched, always wore slightly oversized boots. Once, while meeting with a general, he took them off entirely, crossed his long legs, wiggled his toes. It's easier to think with relaxed feet, he explained. He was the only president to patent an invention, a device to lift boats over shoals. It never got built, but the model sat on his shelf, dusted weekly. It works in my head, he'd say. That's where everything starts anyway. He had a high-pitched laugh, almost a cackle. It startled people. It broke tension. It scattered solemnity like leaves in wind. When he laughed, his whole body joined in, shoulders shaking, legs kicking, face stretching wide. He didn't laugh quietly. He laughed all the way to the rafters. He talked to himself, out loud, in long, drawn-out, mumbly sentences. He once rehearsed an entire debate while pacing a hallway alone. Staff heard both sides. One aide swore Lincoln won and lost simultaneously. He wore gloves to funerals, never to meetings. Said gloves were for the dead, not the living. His were black, frayed, and always too short for his fingers. He didn't trust compliments, would nod, smile thinly, then immediately change the subject. Praise, he said, was just someone trying to name your shadow. He loved animals, pardoned turkeys, fed stray cats on the White House steps, let one sleep in his lap during cabinet meetings, named a dog Fido long before the name became generic. He once stopped a speech to help a turtle cross a path. He carried a knife, not for protection, for whittling, fence posts, kindling, his own fingernails. It calmed him. He carved faces into wood, initials into walls, lines into his thoughts. Cutting helps me remember where I've been, he said. He had a Bible, worn and dog-eared, but not always quoted. When asked his favorite verse, he said, "Whichever one tells you to keep going." He wrote condolence letters personally, no aides, no templates. He sat down, took a breath, and poured ink over grief. The Gettysburg letter, the Lydia Bixby letter. Words carved like tombstones. Simple, exact, crushing. He rarely ate with others, said food was a private conversation. He liked eggs, toast, coffee scalding hot. He sometimes forgot to eat entirely. Once went a whole day on a single apple and a slice of bread. He feared being misunderstood. Words don't always land where you throw them, he once told a reporter. So he polished them, sharpened them, delivered them like arrows dipped in rain. He kept his correspondence in bundles tied with string, each labeled, answered, to, answer, impossible. The last pile was the biggest. He said they haunted him the least. He didn't pray often, but when he did, it was short. Lord, I'm trying. That's all I've got today. Sometimes that was it. Sometimes that was enough. He wore mourning bands for years. For his son Willie, for others, for the country. Black crepe on sleeves, black trim on hats. Grief wasn't a face, it was fabric. He believed shadows had shape. That's why he walked alone at night, through the halls of the White House, long after others slept. The guards heard footsteps, then silence, then a door creak. Then maybe a sigh. He signed his name with a flourish, but only on important things. If it mattered, his pen slowed, his hand curved, his name became a landmark. And when he died after the shot, after the gasps, after the manhunt, after the train, the people lined the tracks. Thousands of them, watching the coffin pass. Some crying, some silent, all holding their breath. Because Abraham Lincoln didn't just pass through history, he etched his name into the marrow of its bones. And after Lincoln, there came a man with a beard as wild as a thicket, a temper hotter than boiling lye, and a schedule that included milking cows at dawn, even as he sat in the highest office in the land. Because Andrew Johnson didn't rise to power, he wrestled it down and stared it in the face. Andrew Johnson. He began in a tailor shop, surrounded by thread and sweat and secondhand dreams. Andrew Johnson never forgot that. He carried it with him, stitched into the seams of his speeches, ironed into the folds of his fury. He was a president who never stopped sewing things together. Words, grudges, states, illusions. He taught himself to read, slowly, painfully, sounding out each word like a spell. He read newspapers out loud to his wife, Eliza, who helped him along, correcting him gently when he stumbled. He returned the favor by reading to her every night, even after he became president, even when he couldn't sleep, even when she couldn't hear. He made his own clothes. As a senator, as a governor, and even as vice president. He cut, stitched, hemmed, pressed. There are rumors he tailored his own inaugural suit. When asked why, he reportedly said, "If it fits wrong, it's my fault, not some stranger's." He had a hammer of a voice. It cracked, snapped, and boomed. He didn't speak so much as erupt. In the tailor shop, he was known for shouting at buttons. In Congress, he shouted at lawmakers. At dinner, he once shouted at a biscuit for being too dry. His volume wasn't rage, it was refusal to be ignored. He believed in early mornings, woke before sunrise, took long walks in worn boots. Once stopped to milk a cow outside the White House, muttering about city folk who don't know where cream comes from. He preferred barn smells to perfume, breakfast to banquets, sweat to cologne. He hated pens with squeaky nibs. Would throw them. Once lobbed one out a second-story window mid-signature. It landed in a rose bush. He refused to retrieve it. Words should slide, not scratch, he said. He trimmed his beard with sewing scissors. Never went to a barber. Called barber shops nonsense parlors. His beard was uneven, wiry, and defiantly unkempt. Someone once offered to neaten it for a photograph. Johnson refused. "It looks the way it feels," he growled. He didn't trust chairs with cushions. Believed softness dulled thinking. He sat on wooden stools when possible. Kept one beside his bed, another on the White House porch. They creaked under his weight like old opinions. He kept a jar of buttons on his desk. All sizes, all colors, none labeled. He called them the ones left behind. If he was thinking deeply, he'd sort them by size, then resort them by shape. Then, by shine. It calmed him. "A button," he once said, "knows what it's holding together." He couldn't swim, but he loved water. Watched rivers, lakes, puddles, stared at them like they owed him an answer. Sometimes, late at night, aides would find him standing in the rain, face lifted, eyes closed. "It makes the world quieter," he'd say. He had a weathered Bible with no cover, its spine cracked, its pages dog-eared. He read it, not from piety but habit, mostly proverbs, always aloud. Like words should have echo, he explained. He ate cornbread for breakfast nearly every day, slathered it with butter, dipped it in black coffee. He chewed slowly, like each bite had history. Sometimes he'd add salt, sometimes a dash of pepper, but never sugar. Called it the liar's spice. He avoided mirrors, not out of vanity, out of superstition. He believed reflections took pieces of you, and that the more you looked, the more you left behind. He covered mirrors during storms, funerals, and speeches. He carved things, not well, but often. Scratched initials into tables. Whittled walking sticks with jagged spirals. He once carved a small wooden bird with a cracked wing. Kept it in his coat pocket for years. Said it reminded him that flight didn't require perfection. He wore a pocket watch that didn't work. The time never changed. It was stuck at 4:17. When asked why he carried it, he replied, It keeps me from trusting clocks. He had no pets, but talked to squirrels, left out crumbs, named one Justice, another Frank. No explanation. He hated curtains, called them indoor lies, preferred blinds, kept them half closed at all times. The sun doesn't owe us the whole truth, he once muttered. He kept a stone from every town he'd visited, pocket-sized, smooth, unmarked, stored them in boxes labeled only by state. Tennessee had 3, Pennsylvania had 6. When homesick, he'd hold one and say, "This place remembered me." He refused to own more than 2 pairs of boots, one for walking, one for ceremony. The ceremony pair was almost never worn. "Same mud," he'd say, pointing to both. He kept old nails in a coffee can, bent, rusty, used. "They held up something once," he'd explain, "still trying to." He wrote letters to dead people, his mother, his first mentor, Abraham Lincoln. They were never mailed, never signed, just folded neatly and tucked into the pages of a dusty book titled The Honest Man's Road. He believed food tasted better outside, often dragged his meals to the porch, even in winter, ate with gloves on, said cold air sharpened flavor. He feared being remembered for the wrong reasons, so he tried to leave nothing behind that he hadn't touched with his own hands. When he died, he was buried with a copy of the Constitution in one hand and a lock of his wife's hair in the other. But the man who followed him? He was built like a fortress and laughed like a steamboat whistle. He loved lasagna, swore in German, and once punched a streetlight because Ulysses S. Grant didn't rise to glory. He walked through fire until fire blinked and kept walking. Ulysses S. Grant. He was built low to the ground and broad across the shoulders like a barrel or a cannon that had decided to walk. Ulysses S. Grant didn't stride. He moved with the flat-footed patience of a man used to waiting for rain or for battles to end or for bad coffee to cool. He didn't smile easily, didn't talk unless it mattered. But when he looked at you, it was like he saw the parts you were trying to hide. He wrote letters that could cut through iron, sparse, clear, unflinching. His syntax didn't flinch, no frills, no curlicues. "I propose to move immediately upon your works," he once wrote to a Confederate general. That wasn't a threat, that was a weather report. He didn't believe in loud colors, wore plain clothes, simple black suits when he had to, dusty blue uniforms when he didn't. He wasn't interested in looking impressive, he wanted to function. His boots were scuffed, his hats were always slightly off-center. He looked like a man who had just ridden 100 miles and would gladly do it again before breakfast. And speaking of breakfast, Grant loved food, especially anything that came in abundance. Roast beef, cornbread, fresh apples, but above all, lasagna. Not the modern cheesy dish, but an early American version his cook adapted from a French Napoleonic campaign recipe. Layers of meat, flat dough, and spiced sauce. He once ate 4 helpings in one sitting, then thanked the chef with a handshake and a nod that reportedly made the man blush. He hated ceremony. During his inauguration, he barely bowed to the crowd. Not out of arrogance, out of discomfort. He called pomp a distraction. He didn't want to be watched. He wanted to be done. He swore. Not constantly, not crudely, but when it counted, mostly in German, especially during battle. His staff grew accustomed to hearing "verdammt" barked across the field like a rifle crack. He never apologized, said the vowels were better for shouting. He didn't sleep well. Most nights, he'd rise at 2 or 3 a.m., sit in a chair by the window, and smoke cigars until the sun started scratching at the horizon. He went through 20 a day. Sometimes more. The smoke was a companion. It helped him think, helped him forget. He kept a notebook, leather-bound, worn edges. Inside, sketches of troop formations, maps, quotes, horse names, to-do lists, and a tally of every book he read. One page was titled, "Things That Did Not Go As Planned." The list was long. He kept adding to it. He feared only 2 things: failure, and snakes. Once killed a rattlesnake with a shovel, then buried it upright because, he said, it should die standing. He had a terrible sense of direction, famously so. He could plan a campaign across 3 states, but get lost walking back to his tent. Once mistook a pile of firewood for an enemy position. Another time, during a peace conference, he took the wrong exit and ended up in the kitchen. He stayed for coffee. He loved animals, horses especially. He could calm the wildest stallion with a single hand. Rode bareback better than most rode saddled. In wartime, his horse was named Cincinnati. Grant treated him like a partner, fed him by hand. Once dismounted during a storm to shield the horse with his own coat. He didn't like being touched. Hugs made him tense. Even handshakes were brief. He preferred nods, salutes, tips of the hat. Once said, "You can say more with silence than most say with speeches." He wrote his memoirs as he was dying, penniless, throat cancer strangling him word by word. He refused morphinite, dulled his focus, dictated until he could no longer speak, then scribbled with a trembling hand, finished the last page days before his death, called it My Final Campaign. It was published by Mark Twain. It sold like fire. He died, knowing his family would be okay. He hated being late, would arrive to meetings 20 minutes early, then sit outside pretending to read. Said punctuality respects time, even if time does not return the favor. He collected knives, not for violence, for history. Pocket knives, hunting blades, old cavalry sabers. He kept them sharp, oiled, arranged in a drawer with felt dividers. Each had a story. Some he remembered, some he invented. He once punched a gas lamp. The story goes, he was walking through a dark hallway, lit a match to find his way, and bumped his head on a low-hanging fixture, swore in German, then punched the post. Broke 2 fingers. Said nothing, kept walking. He called thunder God's percussion. During storms, he'd open every window in the house and sit in the center room, coatless, eyes closed. He said it helped him remember what mattered and forget what didn't. He never liked nicknames. Hated unconditional surrender, Grant. Called it a brag I didn't write. His friends called him Sam. He preferred it. Said Ulysses sounded like a ship he hadn't boarded. He believed libraries were sacred. Once, during a raid, he ordered his men to save a burning Southern library before extinguishing the barracks next door. Books carry memory, he explained. The rest can burn. He once carried a child off a battlefield. The boy had wandered too close. Grant lifted him, muddy boots and all, and carried him a mile through chaos. Said nothing. Handed him to a stunned woman and walked away. He was never quite comfortable in suits. Wore them like a dare. The buttons too stiff, the collar too tight. Once said, "It's hard to fight in a costume." He did not cry often, but when he did, it was always sudden and total. Once wept at the sight of an amputee carving wood with his teeth. Another time, at a widow reading her husband's last letter aloud. The tears came without noise. They left the same way. He hated lies, not just in others and himself. If he misspoke, he'd stop, correct, start again, even in casual conversation. Once told a boy the wrong date for a local battle. Sent him a written correction the next morning. He had an old music box shaped like a bird. Played it when he couldn't sleep. The melody. Soft, halting, strange. No one else liked it. He said it reminded him of a friend he'd lost. Wouldn't say who. He wore the same ring for 20 years. Gold, plain, scratched. Never took it off. Said it kept him steady. If it slipped loose, he'd stop and push it back down, no matter what was happening. And when he died quietly, in a cottage overlooking the Hudson, his last breath carried no drama, just an exhale. But the silence that followed, it was loud enough to echo across battlefields. Because Ulysses S. Grant wasn't loud, he was heavy. And the man who followed him? He was flamboyant, fast-talking, lemon-haired, and wore pants so plaid they could stop traffic. Because Rutherford B. Hayes didn't want the spotlight. He just wanted the lights symmetrical. Rutherford B. Hayes. He looked like a man invented to wear a waistcoat. Rutherford Burchard Hayes had the beard of a storybook wizard, the posture of a retired fencing coach, and the gaze of someone mentally correcting your grammar mid-conversation. He was polite to a fault, rigid to a formula, and compulsively symmetrical in ways that went beyond furniture arrangement and into the realm of ideology. He once adjusted a centerpiece at a formal dinner because it was 1 inch too far to the left. When someone teased him about it, he replied, "Order brings peace." It was not a metaphor. He believed symmetry was the root of civil society. His ink blotters were placed at exact angles. His coat buttons always aligned. His shoelaces were tied so tightly they squeaked. Hayes recorded everything. Every letter, every step, every dollar. He kept a daily journal that reads like an accountant fell in love with a poet. One day's entry, walked 3.2 miles, read 68 pages, dreamt of snow in July, mild sense of foreboding. Another day, tried new beard oil. Unsatisfactory. His beard was not grown. It was engineered, brushed daily, oiled weekly, trimmed precisely. Rumors spread that he used a protractor to shape the angle. When someone asked how long it took to grow, he answered, "My entire life, with revisions." He drank vinegar water in the mornings, believed it stimulated clarity, also believed coffee created intellectual turbulence, still drank it, but only black, no sugar, no cream, no talk. He named his boots. One pair was reason and the other reflection. He wore them interchangeably. He said they helped him walk into decisions. It was unclear if he meant metaphorically. He walked obsessively, every day, for hours, rain, sun, or snow, walked until his boots creaked like conscience. He often walked in silence, even when accompanied. If spoken to, he'd nod, occasionally grunt, rarely respond. He preferred thoughts to words, once described conversation as a performance, not a necessity. He labeled his socks, not left and right Thursday and Sunday, claimed certain wool was more fitting for certain moods. He had an entire drawer of categorized hosiery. One category was melancholy gray. He loved animals, not abstractly, specifically. His horse's name was Old Whitey II. His dog was named Grim. Grim had his own chair, and once a military-style coat tailored to match Hayes's. They walked together, dined together, and were once seen dozing on the same porch swing. He hated spittoons, said they made a mockery of dignity, and yet he chewed tobacco in private, spitting into a handkerchief folded 16 times and stored in a brass case. "There is a difference," he said. No one dared to ask what. He believed in memorizing facts as moral preparation, knew the weight of every major American coin, could recite postal rates from memory. Once corrected a reporter's date of a battle with such cold precision that the man apologized twice once in print. He kept a globe next to his bed, not for decoration, for tracking. He'd spin it gently before sleep, stop it with his finger, and imagine walking to wherever it landed. Once, it was Greenland. He stayed up late, reading about polar currents. He trimmed candle wicks to the same length every evening, measured with a ruler. If a candle burned unevenly, he would replace it rather than tolerate the flicker. He believed bad lighting bred weak decisions. He referred to his own handwriting as my closest resemblance to consistency. It was tight, slanted, rightward, clean. Even when he was angry, especially when he was angry, it never faltered. He hated stairs with odd numbers of steps, claimed they invited imbalance. He once declined to use a particular staircase at a governor's mansion, opting to climb a hill instead, in full dress attire, in the rain. He believed soap was a philosophical choice, used lye-based bars, unperfumed, said they cleaned with honesty, gave bars as gifts, with handwritten notes about discipline. He slept facing east, every night, head always on the right pillow, same pillowcase, washed every third day, never the second, never the fourth. He carried a pencil sharpened to a needlepoint, sharpened it himself, whittling it down slowly, precisely, as if sculpting a weapon. Once gave one to a guest. It broke. He did not offer another. He had a particular fondness for mathematical metaphors. Once told his cabinet, "If we are a fraction, we are yet to find the denominator, another time. I would rather square a circle than promise a reform." He didn't trust mirrors in candlelight, believed they reflected intentions, not appearances. During late meetings, he'd cover them with a cloth. If questioned, he'd just smile. He called sugar a coward's salt. Avoided desserts, except for lemon pie. That, he said, had the courage to sting. He didn't whistle. Not out of inability, he found it, an impolite revelation of lungs. But he could hum Baroque tunes, military marches, mostly to his dog. He believed breakfast was the most ethical meal. Simple, functional, unpretentious. His typical plate: boiled eggs, buttered toast, black coffee. If the egg cracked unevenly, he considered it an omen of complexity. He believed arguments should be diagrammed like sentences. He once diagrammed a heated debate between two staff members, then silently handed each man his own grammar of disagreement. It ended the fight. He didn't sign his name quickly. He shaped it, block by block, upright and assertive, bent but balanced, H2 towers, bridged. He once claimed he could smell rain 20 minutes before it fell. Not clouds, not moisture, rain. He'd pause, lift his head, sniff once, and announce, "Prepare." When he died, he left behind boxes of journals, maps, and folded notes marked, "Possibly important." Because Rutherford B. Hayes didn't try to make history. He tried to catalog it. And the man who followed him? He entered politics with sideburns that could start revolutions and a mustache that knew secrets. He played the banjo badly, quoted poetry in barbershops, and once tried to hypnotize a goat. Because James A. Garfield wasn't just a president. He was a strange fire waiting for a spark. James A. Garfield. He walked like he was carrying a piano on his back, but one he didn't mind hauling. James A. Garfield was built for bulk. Broad-shouldered, full-bearded, hands like bricks dipped in ink. He looked more like a blacksmith than a president. Which made sense, because he started life chopping wood, sweating over plows, and hauling canal boats up slippery Ohio banks with ropes that tore calluses into his palms. He was left-handed but ambidextrous, could write Greek with one hand and Latin with the other at the same time. This wasn't a parlor trick, this was Garfield being Garfield. When people asked why he did it, he'd smile and say, "Because the brain gets lonely on one side." He loved to learn, compulsively. If a fact passed within 5 feet of him, he absorbed it. He read 5 books a week, sometimes 7, annotating margins, cross-referencing footnotes, and keeping 3 dictionaries within reach at all times. He believed reading was like eating slow, deliberate, and always followed by reflection. His notes read like sermons whispered to paper. He collected rocks, not for geology, for memory. Every trip he took, he'd pocket a stone, kept them in jars, labeled by town and year. New Haven, 1,863. Wet moss, smells of forgiveness. St. Louis, 1,872. Cracked edge, like regret. To Garfield, minerals were bookmarks for emotion. He once tried to hypnotize a goat, not as a joke. He had been reading about suggestion and influence and wanted to see if the mind of a simple creature could be calmed through rhythm. He stared into the goat's eyes, whispered in tones, waved his fingers. The goat fell asleep, or just got bored. Either way, Garfield considered it a success. The goat woke up and ate his notebook. He played the banjo badly, but passionately. He called his playing moral therapy. His favorite tune was a ramshackle rendition of Turkey in the Straw, which he performed in slippers on Sunday afternoons. His children covered their ears. He didn't mind. He said music wasn't about sound, it was about letting something out that has nowhere else to go. He had a collection of odd hats. One was fur-lined with ear flaps. Another had a tassel. Another, inexplicably, had a small bell. He wore them when thinking, never when speaking. Said it kept his thoughts warm and his tongue cool. He believed water had memory. He bathed every morning before sunrise, using a wooden bucket and ice-cold water. Said it shocked the sins loose. He didn't soap himself with vigor, he poured, slowly, like anointing. Then he'd dry himself with a towel embroidered with the words, Fortitudine vincimus, by endurance we conquer. He kept feathers in his journal, bird feathers, not from exotic species, just from sparrows, pigeons, hawks. Each feather marked a passage of writing he wanted to revisit. His journal was a map of thoughts and wings. He hated being interrupted. Not because he was proud, because he believed ideas came in waves and, if interrupted mid-thought, the wave would break before reaching the beach. Once, while being spoken over at a committee meeting, he stood up, closed his notebook, and left. When asked where he was going, he replied, "Somewhere quiet. The wave is still coming." He talked to himself while walking. Long, complex conversations, sometimes rehearsals, sometimes reflections. Staff heard arguments echoing down corridors, followed by sudden laughter or solemn, He once debated himself over the merits of postage stamps. He lost. He collected scissors. More than 20 pairs. Not for sewing, for control. He liked the sound they made when slicing paper, claimed it calmed him. He would cut documents, receipts, blank pages into neat squares, triangles, ribbons. Staff avoided leaving scrap paper near him. He wore socks with little embroidered sunbursts. His wife made them. He believed they gave him energy, said feet were the body's truth tellers. Cold feet meant doubt. Warm feet meant readiness. He once delayed a major speech because his toes were unsure. He had a fireplace installed in his study that burned only birch wood, claimed the scent was intellectually optimistic. He once described oak as too serious and pine as too anxious. He doodled constantly. Faces, hands, eyes, especially eyes. Always just one eye, large and round. He said it helped him remember to keep watching. He spoke in metaphors so frequently that his aides kept a ledger. The mind is a furnace. Don't stoke it with garbage. Truth walks barefoot across a hot floor. Ideas, like bread, must rise before baking. The ledger was 57 pages by the time of his death. He kept a bell on his desk, small, brass, shaped like a tulip. He never rang it. When asked, he said, "Some things should always have the option to sound." He feared mirrors, believed they reversed more than just images, said they show what the world sees, not what lives underneath. He turned them to face the wall before writing anything personal. He had a parrot named Washington. It did not talk. Garfield tried to teach it one phrase, "Hold fast." The bird never learned. Still, he'd greet it every morning. "What's the word, Washington?" Silence. "Good," he'd nod. "Still mine to choose." He wrote with his left hand, signed documents with his right, called it keeping both halves honest. His signature was slow, careful, almost architectural. His G looped like a question mark. He had a small tin box labeled unwritten. Inside, quotes, unfinished letters, partial speeches. He called it his graveyard of maybes. When he felt indecisive, he'd sift through it like tarot cards. He carried a pencil behind his ear, always, even in photographs. Once posed for a formal portrait with it, then asked the artist to leave it in my best ideas, wear no hat. He never finished a sentence without pausing to see if it still made sense. Once rewrote a telegram 7 times to reduce it by 3 words. "Language is clay," he said. "Not everything needs to be a statue." And when he died after being shot in a train station by a man who mistook madness for destiny, didn't curse, didn't rage, didn't even scream, he simply collapsed. But for the next 80 days, he lingered. Still reading, still thinking, still carving words from pain. Because James A. Garfield didn't burn out. He burned through. And the man who followed? He walked into the White House with mutton chops that could shelter a family of squirrels, a love of fishing lures, and a wardrobe so extravagant it needed its own valet. Because Chester A. Arthur wasn't just a change in direction. He was a velvet pivot on a marble floor. Chester A. Arthur. He looked like a chandelier in human form, polished, elaborate, and utterly immovable. Chester Alan Arthur didn't just enter the White House. He arrived. In tailored suits so sharp they could cut glass. In coats lined with otter fur. In collars so high they brushed his ears. He had more clothes than some presidents had opinions. Over 80 pairs of pants, dozens of custom vests, and shoes that shined like wet obsidian. When asked how many shirts he owned, he paused and said, "Enough to never be caught naked by history." He had a valet whose sole job was to handle his wardrobe. Press, fold, starch, shine, align. No wrinkles, no mismatches. Once, when his cravat was one shade off from his waistcoat, he delayed a meeting to fix it. "Presentation," he said, "precedes policy." His facial hair was less a beard and more an architectural decision. Twin rivers of silver mutton chops curved down his cheeks like the borders of a nation. No mustache, no chin fuzz. Just cheek fur, trimmed with precision, waxed like a promise. He reportedly spent 30 minutes a day grooming it, called it the guardrails of judgment. He was nocturnal, woke late, worked late, dined late, thought late. Most of his presidential work began after 10 p.m., when others were asleep and the air was cleared of nonsense. He once signed a major executive order at 2:14 a.m., wearing silk pajamas and sipping brandy from a silver-rimmed glass. He threw out the old White House furniture, literally, ordered it, carted away, and auctioned off. Said it smelled of mildew and indecision. Replaced it with Tiffany glass, marble tables, Turkish rugs, and velvet curtains. One guest called it a ballroom for ghosts. Arthur nodded and said, "Let them dance." He collected fishing lures. Not to use, he rarely fished. But he admired their craftsmanship. Kept them in glass cases, sorted by region and color. Called them patient sculptures. Once spent an hour rearranging them before a cabinet meeting. Said it helped him think. He was fascinated by penmanship, practiced calligraphy, had different scripts for different moods, official letters, Gothic, personal notes, copperplate, memos to himself, Roman cursive. He said handwriting was the fingerprint of thought. He hated clocks that ticked, called them instruments of anxiety. Replaced most with silent timepieces, kept one chiming clock in the hallway just to know when not to be late. He listened for it like a heartbeat. He spoke slowly, not because he was unsure, because he wanted every syllable to land like a coin in a well. His pauses were often longer than his sentences. Staff called them Arthurian silences. Guests learned to wait. He kept a crystal decanter on his desk, not for drinking, for staring. It refracted the light into fractured rainbows. He claimed it helped him break apart problems and examine them angle by angle. He wrote anonymous letters to newspapers, praised himself, criticized himself, debated himself in print. Sometimes he'd read them aloud to his staff with a smirk. The president, whoever he is, might consider this perspective. He took cold sponge baths every morning, believed it braced the spine. Wore slippers made of quilted satin, monogrammed, said CAA, so clearly they might as well have been shouting. He kept lavender sachets in his desk drawers. Not for scent, for symmetry. Every drawer deserves dignity, he once said. He carried a silver pocket comb and used it religiously. Not for vanity, for control. If a single hair was out of place, he'd comb it back like resetting a planet's orbit. He never removed his gloves in public. Said the skin of a hand was too intimate for strangers. Wore white gloves to dinners, brown gloves to meetings, and black gloves to funerals. He once had a piano installed in the Blue Room, then hired a pianist who could play for hours without repetition, called music mental wallpaper. Soft, persistent, unobtrusive. If the pianist faltered, Arthur would raise a brow, and silence would fall like a curtain. He disliked soup, said it felt like indecision in a bowl. Preferred steak, rare, with mustard. Ate it slowly, deliberately, never wiping his mouth until the plate was clean. He wore a pinky ring, gold, set with a tiny garnet. No one knew where it came from. He once told a curious guest, "It reminds me not to grip too tightly." He read detective novels, especially ones with riddles, would read aloud to himself, pausing before reveals, then guessing the ending. If he was right, he'd whisper, "Still sharp." If wrong, he'd say nothing and turn the page. He had a fear of losing his voice, kept lozenges in a silver tin, practiced vocal exercises in private, hummed scales while trimming his beard. "Clarity," he said, "is the only weapon a gentleman needs." He collected umbrellas. Not black ones, those were common. Striped, checkered, ivory-handled, bamboo-spined. Kept over 50. Never used the same one twice in a week. Called them mood shields. He had a superstition about numbers. Avoided decisions on the 13th of any month. Never took meetings at 11. 11. Claimed sometimes asked questions with their silence. He hosted late-night dinners where conversation was mandatory and dessert was served in silence. Said endings should be tasted, not discussed. He carried a miniature telescope, not for astronomy, for distance. He'd peer through it at people walking in the gardens, said it helped him understand how small everything becomes when you choose perspective. And when he died quietly, after retiring in style, refusing interviews and reflecting in velvet solitude, his last words were not recorded. But the White House he left behind smelled faintly of cigar, smoke, lavender, and decisions made after midnight. Because Chester A. Arthur didn't speak often. But when he did, the room stayed rearranged. And the man who followed him? He brought back brass knuckles, mustache wax, and a fondness for chickens in the yard. Because Grover Cleveland wasn't just a return. He was a reset with calluses. Twice. Grover Cleveland. He came into office like a slab of stone, broad, unmoving, uninterested in pageantry. Grover Cleveland wasn't carved from marble, he was quarried from it. Thick in the neck, heavier in the gut, with a mustache that looked like it grew opinions of its own. He wore suits like armor and carried himself like a man who didn't trust chairs with cushions. He was the only president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms, which made his presidency feel like a comma then, a pause then, a full stop. But he didn't care about continuity, he cared about clarity. He wrote everything himself. No ghostwriters, no speechwriters, no secretaries whispering drafts. If it bore his name, it bore his weight. He had a handwriting style that looked like it had been carved into paper with a chisel. Thick downward strokes, sparse ornamentation, letters aligned like fence posts. He wrote at a standing desk, hunched over, chewing on the same cigar for hours without lighting it. The cigar was his metronome, always in motion, always part of the sentence. He carried brass knuckles. No one asked why. He never explained. They sat in a drawer of his desk next to a pocket knife, a harmonica, and a tin of peppermints. He claimed the peppermints kept his mind sharp. The knuckles were never mentioned again. He loved chickens, raised them, named them, talked to them, even in the White House. Once had a rooster named Hector, who roamed the gardens and occasionally wandered into staff meetings. Cleveland would pause the conversation, scratch Hector behind the comb, and resume like nothing had happened. He believed in early hours, rose before dawn, washed in ice water, and read for an hour before speaking to another human being. If someone tried to interrupt, he'd hold up one hand and point to the sunrise. "Not yet," he'd say. "The mind's still cooking." He hated fancy foods, ate like a man building a barn. Steak, beans, cornbread, fried potatoes, no sauces, no garnish. Once said of truffles, "If you have to explain what it is, I don't want it." His idea of dessert was a second helping of meat. He had a laugh that startled people, loud, barking, sudden. It came out in one explosive burst, then silence. No chuckle, no lead-in, just boom, then back to business. It made jokes feel like thunderclaps. He read law books for fun, also fishing manuals, also shipping logs. His idea of relaxation was memorizing case law or tying flies for trout season. His fly box was organized like a surgeon's kit. Labels, dates, outcomes. "This one landed a 3-pounder in Buffalo," he'd mutter, holding a tiny red and white creation like a holy relic. He once broke a fountain pen over a disagreement about punctuation. The pen snapped, ink everywhere. He didn't flinch, finished the sentence with a pencil and handed the page to his assistant. "Punctuation," he said, "is not decorative. It's architectural." He carried a leather-bound notebook labeled "Bad Ideas." He'd jot down every foolish suggestion, poorly formed thought, or proposal he considered absurd. Then he'd revisit it once a month just to make sure time hadn't proven him wrong. The pages were filled with entries like, "Build a canal across Wisconsin? Madness." Or, "Uniforms for postal workers? Why?" He didn't care for mirrors, said they lied, especially when fogged. Preferred reflections in water, rivers, lakes, soup bowls. He once claimed a still puddle told more truth than any silver-backed glass. He kept every pair of boots he ever owned, lined them up in the attic, each pair tagged with a location, a date, and a note. First speech in Albany, rain in Scranton, walked 10 miles to avoid a handshake. The boots told his life story, and they squeaked. He had a weather vane obsession, had 5 on his estate, all shaped differently, a fish, an arrow, a pointing hand, a quill, and a pig. The pig spun fastest. He said it meant trouble's coming. He never used an umbrella, claimed it made men look like fleeing lawyers. He wore a hat with a wide brim and a coat made of oilcloth that looked like it had seen combat. When soaked, he simply shook like a dog and moved on. He hated the telephone, called it a wire full of stammering. Preferred face-to-face or ink-to-paper. Had one installed out of obligation, rarely used it, and once picked it up, said no, and hung up before listening. He carved initials into his desk, not his own, those of people he respected. Judges, teachers, old friends. They were scattered along the edges like coded graffiti. One aide asked what they meant. Cleveland replied, "They remind me I'm not the smartest person in the room." He once drank an entire jug of cider while editing a speech, refused to use a glass. Said the jug reminded him of his grandfather. No one argued. The speech was finished. The jug was empty. He distrusted anyone who wore white gloves indoors. Said it hid fingerprints. Once removed a glove from a guest's hand mid-conversation and held it up like evidence. He had a superstition about left-hand doors, refused to enter them first, would pause, wait for someone else, then follow, claimed it dated back to a fall in childhood. "The left invites trouble," he'd mutter. He called thunderstorms God's recalibrations. Sat on the porch during storms, boots up, cigar unlit, watching the sky rumble. Once said, "Lightning's the only politician I trust." He didn't keep portraits in his bedroom. Said he didn't want to be watched while dreaming. Hung a single painting, a landscape of a path that led into a forest. No people, No buildings. Just trees, fog, and suggestion. He signed his name like he was pressing it into stone. Slow, blocky, deliberate. Grover, Cleveland. No flair, no flourish, just presence. And when he left office the first time, he disappeared like a man slipping into a pond. And when he returned, he stepped out of the water, boots wet, mustache thicker, eyes sharper, because Grover Cleveland didn't come back to reclaim anything. He came back to prove he never left. And the man who followed? He had whiskers like a broom, an eye for inventions, and a pocket full of acorns. Because Benjamin Harrison wasn't a giant in stature. He was a pocket dynamo with thunder in his teeth. Benjamin Harrison. He was 5'6", stood like 5'9", and governed like 6'3". Benjamin Harrison didn't need height. He had voltage. In his stare. In his beard. In the way he walked into a room like he was taking its measurements. He was precise to the millimeter, alert to the millisecond. A small man, yes, but one who buzzed like live wire in a wool suit. He descended from presidential blood. His grandfather was William Henry Harrison, but Benjamin made it clear from the start. That was his war. This is my math. He was not a legacy. He was a ledger with legs. He collected facts the way others collected stamps. In drawers, notebooks, napkins. He could recite census figures from memory, could quote tariff rates backwards. He annotated his own speeches before giving them, not with notes corrections. He once added a footnote to a metaphor. He wore three-piece suits like armor, dark wool, tightly fitted, barely wrinkled. His vests always buttoned to the top, even when indoors, even when hot, even when asked to loosen up. The structure holds the man, he said. No one doubted that he meant it. He didn't believe in small talk. Said it wasted syllables. When someone tried to ask about the weather, he once replied, "We have windows," then continued reading. He was obsessed with electricity. The White House was wired during his administration, but he was so skeptical of the new technology that he refused to touch the switches himself. Not because of fear, because of fascination. He'd stand beside the bulb and watch it glow like sorcery. "We have caught the sun," he whispered once. He never threw away an acorn, pocketed them on walks, stored them in jars, labeled by date and location. Each one, he said, is a blueprint for strength. He gave them as gifts. Aides collected them like relics. Some thought he had a tree fetish. Others suspected the acorns were metaphors. He had a pocket watch with 3 dials, one for local time, one for standard time, one for thinking time. No one knew what that meant. When asked, he'd simply click the watch shut and say, "It's not time yet." He carried handkerchiefs embroidered with birds, not eagles, small ones-finches, robins, sparrows. He said they knew how to navigate without needing to conquer. The embroidery was done by his wife, Caroline. When she passed, he kept one bird close at all times. He did not believe in coincidences. Once found 3 pennies in a row on the street, took it as a signal to cancel a meeting. When asked why, he said, "Even copper has a voice." He had a penknife he used only to open letters. It was curved like a question mark, dull from overuse. He never replaced it. Said new blades made old hands forget their lessons. He was a whisperer of paper, wrote dozens of letters a week sometimes to himself, folded them precisely, dated them twice, signed with full name and middle initial, even in private. If an envelope tore unevenly, he'd replace it. He distrusted bells, thought they interrupted too rudely, preferred chimes, had one installed outside his office. It rang once every hour, tuned to B flat. He called it the modest reminder. He once designed a fish hook, claimed it reduced damage to the fish's mouth, never patented it, just gave it to local anglers with instructions on handwritten cards. Hook with intent, release with mercy. He did not hum, he tapped, fingertips on desks, spoons on cups, heels on floorboards, rhythms he didn't seem to notice. Aides said you could tell his mood by the beat. Steady meant calm, rapid meant focused, no rhythm meant danger. He wore reading glasses on a chain but often forgot to use them, preferred to squint, as if sharpening his vision through effort. The lenses were clean, thin, barely visible. When not in use, they disappeared into his vest like a private thought. He enjoyed thunderstorms, not for the drama, but for the logic. They follow rules, he said. Even the wind listens to numbers. During storms, he'd stand under the eaves and count the seconds between lightning and thunder. He believed chairs had character, picked his by how they creaked. His favorite chair in the White House was slightly uneven, with one armrest looser than the other. Imperfection, he said, keeps me alert. He once timed how long it took for a cup of tea to cool to optimal drinking temperature, repeated the experiment 6 times, wrote the results in a ledger titled Comfort and Variables. He kept coins in perfect stacks on his desk, nickels, dimes, quarters, always 20 of each. If one went missing, he noticed. Order keeps entropy at the door, he'd mutter. He feared nothing more than interruption. If a knock came mid-sentence, he'd stop. Wait. Let the silence stretch, like pulled taffy. Then begin again, word for word, from the top. He gave away fountain pens, dozens of them, to students, clerks, strangers. Each came with a note. Write what you cannot say. The pens were plain black, refillable, reliable. He once asked for a list of every bird native to Indiana. When the list arrived, he spent an entire evening rearranging it by wing size, song pitch, and migration range. Even birds, he said, have a logic we ignore. He kept one suit that he never wore. Black velvet, embroidered collar, silk lapels, hung in a glass case in his study. When asked, he said, "That is the suit I will wear when I no longer care about comfort." He never whistled, said it pushed air in the wrong direction. But he once sang quietly, off-key at a funeral. No one expected it, no one forgot it. And when he left office, he did so without flourish. Just closed a book, stood from his desk, and said, "It is someone else's hour." William McKinley. He wore a carnation in his lapel like it was armor. Not flowers and softness, but ritual and steel. William McKinley, 25th President of the United States, wasn't flashy. He wasn't loud. He didn't need to be. He was precise, punctual, and always composed like a watchmaker reading a balance sheet. His shoes were always polished, his cuffs always straight, and his smile, mechanical, reliable, calibrated to disarm. He rose early, every day, at dawn. He believed mornings were a contract. If you met the light with order, the day would sign its name in peace. His rituals never changed: 2 eggs, dry toast, coffee black as cabinet ink, and 1 lap around the garden. He carried his own pocket watch, gold-plated, engraved. It clicked softly, almost a whisper, but he listened to it like it was scripture. He adored his wife, Ida, called her my only audience. She suffered from seizures, and McKinley, even in public, would stop everything to sit beside her, holding her hand until the tremors passed. In the middle of banquets, ceremonies, speeches, simply pause, no drama, just presence. As if the world could wait for what mattered. He had neat, sloping handwriting. Every loop was calculated, every G dipped like a polite bow. He wrote hundreds of letters, personal replies, thank you notes, invitations, all in the same steady hand. Never dictated, never rushed. He said the soul showed up in penmanship. If your lines shook, your mind had trembled first. He wore the same style of suit every day. Black, 3-piece, silk tie, starched white shirt. He owned more than 30 nearly identical outfits, kept them sorted by starch level and lapel age. He once joked, "Fashion is for men who expect to be surprised." He didn't. He never raised his voice, not once in public office, not during debates, not in crisis. His version of anger was a colder, flatter tone, like a banker closing a vault. Staff said they feared it more than shouting. "He doesn't yell," one aide said. "He sentences." He carried a white handkerchief, folded twice, monogrammed with WM, and always lavender-scented. He dabbed his brow with it in the summer, not because he was sweating, he rarely did, but because it helped him think. He hated idle hands. When not writing or reading, he folded paper into shapes. Nothing ornate, just triangles, squares, tiny envelopes. He'd tuck them into his vest pocket like secrets. Aides once found over 50 of them stored in a drawer, each labeled with a date. He believed coins told stories, carried a silver dollar in his coat, rubbed it like a talisman. If nervous, he'd spin it on a desk watching. It wobbled down to stillness. Heads meant yes. Tails meant pause. Not decisions, exactly confirmations. He gave away carnations to children. Every time he saw one, he plucked the flower from his own coat and passed it on. "For good luck," he'd say. He went through hundreds. Florists in Washington knew to deliver fresh ones daily, often before sunrise. He didn't trust chairs with arms. Said they limited negotiation. He preferred open benches or armless seats. Believed ideas needed elbow room. The chair in his office was carved oak, curved just so, the leather worn smooth by decades of lean. He wrote lists, constantly. Grocery lists, guest lists, goals. Things to say, things not to say. He once wrote a list titled, "People I Must Remember to Remember." It included his tailor, a shoeshine boy, and an old teacher from Niles, Ohio. He believed music should be heard from a distance. Never played too near, never too loud. He enjoyed it like mistlight, ambient, barely there, military bands at 50 yards, a piano upstairs. Never in the room with him. Said the sound pressed in too much. He had a pocket knife with a mother-of-pearl handle, dull blade. He didn't cut anything with it, just opened it, closed it, opened it, closed it. Staff said it was like watching a heartbeat for his fingers. He could nap standing up. No exaggeration. Just leaned against a doorway, arms crossed, eyes closed. 15 minutes, refreshed. Said it reset the compass. Reporters once caught him doing it during a train delay. He apologized to no one. He avoided mirrors after 10 p.m. Said they echoed too late. Believed your face at night wasn't to be trusted. In the morning, however, he stared into his reflection as if it were an opponent. Adjusted his tie, squared his jaw. "Let's meet this day," he'd whisper. He believed chewing was a moral act. Chewed slowly, counted each bite. Hated talking during meals. If someone tried to speak mid-forkful, he'd lift a single eyebrow and resume chewing. In 20 years, no one interrupted twice. He once memorized the names of 300 visiting delegates in 3 days, recalled them one by one during handshakes. Some believed he used notes. He didn't. Names, he said, are the handholds on trust. He carried a letter opener shaped like a quill. Dull brass, sentimental value. No one knew where it came from. He once used it to open a telegram that changed everything and then set it down for days, as if the metal had absorbed too much. He hated wind, said it made people walk wrong, talk wrong, think wrong. During gusty days, he'd stay indoors, pacing, reading newspapers in piles, cutting them up with scissors. He called it calmification. He loved maps, framed them, annotated them, drew new ones, not for navigation, for perspective. A line on paper, he once said, tells you what someone once believed was real. He died in Buffalo after being shot at close range, but even as he fell, he whispered, "Be careful how you tell my wife." Because William McKinley wasn't trying to command the world. He was trying to organize it, flower by flower, minute by minute. And the man who followed? He came in like a rifle crack. Fast, loud, teeth bared, fists clenched, books in one hand, boxing gloves in the other. Because Theodore Roosevelt didn't wait for history. He charged it down on horseback and dared it to blink. Theodore Roosevelt. He didn't walk into rooms, he exploded into them like a bottle of sarsaparilla shaken and uncorked. Theodore Roosevelt was not a man so much as a momentum. He charged through life at the speed of conviction, fists flying, teeth flashing, monocle occasionally flinging off mid-debate. Wherever he was, the room tilted toward him, gravitational force in spectacles and a double-breasted frock coat. He was born frail, asthmatic, weak-lunged. Doctors said he might not live, so, like everything else in his life, he fought it. Built himself up with weights, wrestling, climbing trees, boxing, shooting, riding horses until the saddle cracked. He did not outgrow illness, he outran it. He read constantly, voraciously, no genre untouched. Poetry, philosophy, biology, Norse sagas, naval warfare manuals, carried 5 or 6 books at all times. Could quote Greek philosophers before breakfast and name all the birds within a 50-mile radius by lunch. He devoured books like battle rations. He wrote letters every day, hundreds over his lifetime, some political, some poetic, some just reflections on birdsong or the feeling of saddle leather on a cold morning. One letter to his son detailed the best way to approach a bear should one need to. The bear didn't need to be real, just possible. He boxed in the White House, installed a ring in the residence, sparred with aides, dignitaries, soldiers, lost the sight in one eye from a punch hand, didn't tell anyone for weeks. He once broke a rib in a judo match, laughed it off, called it character clarification. He gave speeches with such force that his spectacles fogged up mid-sentence. He once delivered a 90-minute address after being shot in the chest. Blood on his shirt, bullet in his body. "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose," he told the crowd. He wasn't bluffing. He finished the speech before seeking medical help. He kept a diary. On February 14, 1884, his mother and wife died hours apart. In the entry for that day, he drew a large black X and wrote, "The light has gone out of my life." That was it. He didn't write another word for weeks. Then one day, he stood up and went west. He became a cowboy, rancher, gunman, rode the Badlands, slept under stars, branded cattle, fought rustlers, chased down outlaws, all while quoting Marcus Aurelius. He believed in action, aggressive, unrelenting, unapologetic. If something needed doing, he did it. If something stood in his way, he climbed it, punched it, or charged it with a Rough Rider yell. His motto, get action, do things, be sane. The last part was often negotiable. He hated indecision, said hesitation was the enemy of all things vigorous. Once fired an undersecretary for pausing too long during a conversation. "Either jump or stay put," Roosevelt snapped. "But never wobble." He had a laugh like a locomotive whistle, high-pitched, loud, and contagious. He laughed when angry, when amused, when perplexed. It was less an emotion and more a release valve. He said laughter kept the muscles limber. He loved animals, knew their habits, their sounds, their temperaments. Once interrupted a cabinet meeting to save a wounded turtle, named it General Slocum, released it in Rock Creek Park the next day. Probably saluted. He had pets, dozens, dogs, cats, a badger named Josiah, a garter snake named Emily Spinach, a one-legged rooster, a hyena that laughed on command. The White House during Roosevelt was less a mansion than a moderately supervised zoo. He wrote with blue ink, believed it was more honest. His handwriting was energetic, slanted, aggressive, like a cavalry charge on parchment. He underlined, dotted with vigor, occasionally added exclamation points in triplicate. He didn't trust umbrellas, said they weakened the spirit. He wore a broad hat, kept dry by moving faster than the rain. If soaked, he'd declare, it's merely water, not a moral failing. He gave out books like currency, marked his favorites with notes in the margins. This chapter charges, or read aloud with force. Once gave a copy of the Federalist Papers to a waiter who served him a particularly good steak. He slept 5 hours a night, said sleep was overrated, unless you were unconscious. Woke before dawn, rode horses, read, wrote, wrestled, sometimes all before breakfast. He called his children by nicknames: Ted, Kermit, Archie, Ethel, Quinton. Made up stories for them, with characters based on his political rivals. His bedtime tales had cavalry charges, moral dilemmas, and often concluded with, "And that's how you wrestle a mountain." He took ice baths, daily, screamed during them, then dried off, slapped his own chest, and declared himself renewed. Guests at Sagamore Hill reported hearing him roar from the bathhouse at sunrise. He never whispered, thought it suspicious. If he needed privacy, he leaned in and talked faster, not quieter. He once climbed a mountain to prove a point during a dispute. The point was irrelevant. The mountain was large. He returned dirty, winded, victorious, and said only, "Dispute resolved." He disliked carpets, called them dirt quilts. Preferred wood floors, scuffed and honest. If the floor creaked, he said it was telling stories. Sagamore Hill creaked like a symphony. He once wrote a 70-page essay on naval strategy while waiting for a train, finished it before the locomotive arrived, sent it to the Secretary of the Navy with the note, "Some light thoughts while in transit." He boxed his own reflection once, shadowboxing, shirtless, grunting. "It's good to know the enemy," he said. He lost that round. And when he died, his heart stopped in his sleep, quietly. No battle, no bullets, no speeches. A friend said, "Death had to take Roosevelt sleeping, for if he had been awake, there would have been a fight." Because Theodore Roosevelt didn't just live a life. He charged it, conquered it, wrestled it to the ground, and then invited it to breakfast. William Howard Taft. He moved like a continent in a 3-piece suit. William Howard Taft didn't walk arrived, with the kind of mass that made floorboards worry and armchairs whisper their last rites. He was the heaviest president in U.S. history, clocking in north of 340 pounds. But that number doesn't describe him. Not really. Because Taft wasn't just large, he was deliberate, composed, and strangely delicate. Like a glacier that preferred classical music. He spoke softly, almost too softly. People leaned in, expecting thunder and getting velvet. His voice was calm, lawyerly, and precise, like a lullaby recited in legal code. When he lectured, he rarely raised his tone, but he didn't need volume, he had gravity. Taft loved baths, not casually, religiously. He once had a custom-made bathtub installed in the White House that could fit 4 grown men. 6 feet long, over 3 feet wide. A porcelain sea. He bathed every day, often more than once. With a book, with a cigar, with silence. His aides called it Taft's thinking pool. He had a mustache so thick it could catch birds. It arched like a question mark stretched wide. Brushed daily, trimmed weekly, respected universally. When he sneezed, the mustache moved independently like a curtain billowing in a polite storm. He hated waistcoats that bunched, had them specially tailored with silk backings and extra venting, wore suspenders over belts, and if his trousers ever slid even a half-inch out of place, he'd stop mid-sentence to adjust. He called it maintaining order. He loved food, deeply, not as indulgence, as architecture. Meals were scheduled, balanced, curated. Breakfast, steak, eggs, potatoes, toast, coffee. Lunch, 2 courses. Dinner, at least 3. He didn't eat fast. He ate thoughtfully, like a man writing a memoir with his fork. He carried a gold penny finot for protection. For apples. He peeled them in a single unbroken spiral, thick hands working with surgical care. once cut one so precisely that a guest applauded. Taft bowed, offered a slice, and said, "Precision has taste." He hated stairs, called them an invitation to sweat, had elevators installed wherever possible. When forced to climb, he did it like a man preparing for war, slowly, breathing deeply. One step at a time. He never joked about it. He never had to. He loved to sleep. Once nodded off during an opera, another time during a parade, most famously during a cabinet meeting mid-sentence. Staff said his snores were dignified, rhythmic. One aide claimed he could snore in iambic pentameter. He wrote with heavy, looping handwriting, the kind that made paper groan. He used fat pens, thick nibs, ink that took minutes to dry. He signed his name like it weighed 10 pounds. William, Howard, Taft, each word its own paragraph. He loved the law, more than politics, more than dinner, more than almost anything. He read legal opinions for pleasure, argued with Supreme Court rulings in the margins, wrote essays on constitutional theory while chewing on toast. He once said, "The Constitution is not a cage, it's a compass." He disliked public attention, preferred libraries to podiums, kept quiet during banquets. If given a toast, he'd raise his glass with a nod and say, "To civility." That was it. No speeches, no jokes, just the word, civility. He had a rocking chair that groaned under his weight, but never broke. He called it the loyal one, rocked slowly, never fast. He claimed the chair had rhythm, and he didn't want to upset it. He wrote thank you notes obsessively. Long ones, detailed, meticulous. A single dinner invitation could yield 3 paragraphs. He thanked a bellhop once for the decisive turning of a hinge. The note was framed in the hotel lobby for 20 years. He believed in umbrellas. Carried one, always. Not flimsy things-real umbrellas. Steel-spined, canvas wide enough to shade a porch. His favorite was black with a wooden handle carved into a lion's head. Called it shade with personality. He had an umbrella stand taller than most people, brass, weighted, located beside his White House office. If it rained, the stand filled. If it didn't, he still opened an umbrella indoors just to check the mechanism. He took long walks, not brisk, not aimless, purposeful, hands behind back, steps measured. He once walked 5 miles, just to think through a court opinion. Returned at sunset, shoes muddy, ideas sharp, said, "The feet understand what the mind forgets." He wore gloves with inner linings of silk, not for luxury, for comfort. He had a condition in his hands that made them ache, but rather than complain, he found fabric that soothed. Once shook a man's hand and said, "A glove is diplomacy." He had a dog named Caruso, medium-sized, quiet, slept beside him, never barked. They shared sandwiches. Caruso once appeared in a family portrait wearing a bow tie. No one questioned it. He collected paperweights, glass domes, brass blocks, carved wood, kept them arranged by shape, said they held down not just paper, but the urge to act too fast. He feared slipping on wet floors, wore rubber-soled shoes with deep tread, wiped them compulsively on every mat. Once canceled a tour of a marble hall due to fog. Risk, he said, should not be decorative. He had a ritual. Before speaking in public, he'd whisper to himself, "Be clear, be calm, be right." Then breathe in, hold it, speak. When he left the presidency, he didn't retreat. He advanced to the Supreme Court. Because William Howard Taft wasn't just a president. He was a verdict in motion. And the man who followed? He had a jaw made of piano wire, a library for a brain, and a love of golf so deep it had its own moral code. Because Woodrow Wilson didn't stride into office. He annotated his own arrival. In footnotes, Woodrow Wilson. He had the face of a stern professor and the stare of a man already 3 chapters into a lecture. Woodrow Wilson didn't walk into a room. He drafted an introduction, a thesis, and 3 supporting paragraphs first. His eyes were cold gray, his suits tightly buttoned, and his glasses perched like punctuation marks. Every movement had grammar. Every word had clause structure. He wasn't trying to impress. He was trying to persuade. He read like it was oxygen. Greek, Latin, French, German. Memorized passages. Quoted Dante and Dryden. Could recite the names of medieval theologians and 19th-century economists in alphabetical order. He once wrote a 400-page history of government in 10 weeks and then edited it on footnotes alone. He believed in long sentences, slow burns, and the power of a well-placed semicolon. He loved silence, not awkward silence, academic silence, reflective silence. He could sit for 20 minutes without speaking, just watching the wind move leaves outside a window. He called it verbal fasting. Aides learned to wait. Interrupting a Wilson silence was like sneezing in a monastery. He hated typos, despised them. A single comma, out of place, could derail his concentration. He once rewrote an entire speech because of an extra space between 2 words. His edits were furious and immaculated ink, capital letters, sharp arrows, and margin notes like verdicts, no, rephrase, insults the reader. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing like a metronome. Every step matched a thought. Inhale, taxation. Exhale, tariff. Step labor unions, he thought, in complete sentences. Sometimes aloud. Once dictated a 10-minute monologue to a stenographer who realized, afterward, there wasn't a single grammatical error. He played golf religiously, not socially, philosophically. It was his one escape into movement. Walked the course with quiet intensity, measuring every putt, every swing, every divot. He kept stats in a small leather notebook, yardage, wind speed, emotional state, called it meditation under duress. He drank tea, weak, unsweetened, in bone china cups. Sipped slowly, holding the cup by its rim with fingers that looked like they'd rather be turning pages. He didn't snack, didn't graze. Meals were structured, timed, and consumed like lectures. He wrote letters with an architect's eye. Paragraphs laid like bricks. Margins precise. No wasted space. He signed each one with a pen he carried in a silk-lined case. He once described it as a scalpel for the page. He believed in outlines. Every meeting began with one. Every decision followed one. He wrote outlines for conversations, vacations, even newspaper articles he planned to read later. Structure, he said, is the skeleton of understanding. He hated waste. If you gave him a blank piece of paper, he used every inch. If you gave him 2, he gave 1 back. His study was organized with such precision that books were shelved not only by topic, but by tone. Sarcastic essays on the left, stoic treatises on the right. He did not dance, called it narrative without clarity. When asked if he enjoyed music, he said, as metaphor. When asked what that meant, he said, it's like writing with drums. He carried a pocket calendar with 3 columns, must do, should do, and observe for later. If something was moved from column 2 to 1, he drew a black dot beside it. If it lingered in 3 too long, it was crossed out with a single, diagonal line. No erasers, no second chances. He feared forgetting things, carried note cards, dozens, crammed with quotes, dates, fragments of logic. He once paused mid-sentence, consulted a card, nodded, and resumed same cadence, same pitch. Like his memory outsourced itself to paper. He never shouted. Didn't believe in volume. When angry, his voice dropped, got colder, sharper, like someone filing an ice cube into a weapon. Staff feared that voice more than any outburst. It meant a decision had already been made. He believed dreams were problem-solving devices, kept a notepad beside his bed, woke at odd hours to jot down ideas, some brilliant, some cryptic. One entry: the Constitution is not a staircase, but a spiral. He despised bright colors, wore grays, browns, muted blues. His ties were dull red or navy. His handkerchiefs were white, always folded into a crisp square with the corner barely peeking out. He believed flamboyance interrupted dignity. He visited libraries the way some men visit cathedrals, whispered in the stacks, smiled at card catalogs, treated rare books like relics, once called a first edition the quietest form of revolution. He liked cold rooms, kept windows open in winter, said brisk air disciplined the lungs. Visitors often wore gloves. He did not. Believed numb fingers kept writing brief. He once stopped in the middle of a speech because the clock was ticking too loudly, waited until someone removed it, then resumed. Same sentence, no apology. He had no pets, said animals lacked narrative logic. Once tried to befriend a neighbor's cat. The cat bit him. He nodded and said, unpersuaded. He signed his name slowly, Woodrow. Pause, Wilson. The pause was important. It gave gravity. And the final period? He always drew it like a declaration. Heavy, centered, final. And when he finally left the White House, the rooms felt strangely louder. Because Woodrow Wilson didn't just occupy space. He annotated it. And the man who followed? He had a voice like molasses over gravel, a hat like a second opinion, and a smile so wide it needed its own zip code. Because Warren G. Harding wasn't just a man. He was a mood in cufflinks and compromise. Warren G. Harding. He looked like a man carved out of mahogany and dipped in Brill cream. Warren Gamaliel Harding had the kind of face that seemed permanently mid-toast eyes, slightly narrowed, smile poised, jaw just tight enough to imply he was ready to either crack a joke or break a contract. He wore suits that gleamed, hats that tilted just right, ties tied with such precision they could have been used to measure wind speed. He spoke in baritones, low, rolling, like a phonograph with ambition. His voice didn't rise, it flowed, through parlors, across front porches, into newspapers and across radio waves. People described it as reassuring, steady, almost hypnotic. The kind of voice that could sell anything, even regret. He kept a mirror on his desk, not to check his hair, though he did that too, but to watch his face as he spoke. Practicing expression, refining reaction. A man's truth, he once said, should match his jawline. He wrote poems, dozens of them, some romantic, some philosophical, all in looping, cursive script with extra flourishes on every H. He kept them hidden inside a black leather folder labeled Reflections. One poem, titled Candle at Midnight, ended with the line, "And even the smoke remembers my name." He called his golf clubs by name, not by number. The driver was Liberty, the putter, Mercy. A 7-iron named Clarence lived in its own case. He'd whisper to them before big shots. A ritual, a superstition, or maybe just a way to bring something human to the game. He played poker in the White House, weekly, sometimes nightly. The chips were ivory, the table felt lined and kept under lock and key. He once played a hand with a general, a senator, and a newspaper man, and one with a pair of twos, called it confidence management. He smoked cigars like other men breathed, fat ones, dark ones, imported, cut with a tiny golden blade he kept in his vest. The room often smelled of smoke and bourbon, even in the morning. He said, "Nothing clears the air like fire." He loved silk, wore silk socks, silk undershirts. Once had a robe made entirely of navy silk, monogrammed in gold thread, W.G.H. He called it the thinking robe. Staff called it the curtain. He believed every handshake should last at least 3 seconds. Firm, but not crushing. Eye contact mandatory. He practiced handshakes on his valet. Counted silently. 1, 2, 3. Release. He said it was a miniature treaty. He didn't trust clocks that ticked. Preferred pocket watches. Carried two, one for the time, one for the mood. If both agreed, he said, "It's a good hour." If not, he'd delay meetings until they synced. He had a hat for every day of the week. Monday, dark gray fedora. Tuesday, straw Panama. Wednesday, a wide-brimmed number from New Orleans with a band so sharp it looked like a razor. Sunday was bareheaded for humility. He had a voice recorder installed in his study, an early model, wax cylinders. He recorded himself reading editorials, then played them back, judging cadence and pause. "Words," he said, "are music pretending to be thought." He kept a drawer full of pens, not because he needed them, because he liked the weight. Each pen was tested, balanced, and labeled. One was used only for signatures, another only for poetry. A red-handled one, never used, just admired. He said it was too honest. He wore gloves in winter not just for warmth, but because cold makes people lie. The gloves were deerskin, lined with cashmere, always stitched with the date of purchase on the inside cuff. He tracked them in a ledger. He once spent 3 hours rearranging the furniture in the Oval Office. Alone, no staff, just Harding, a measuring tape, and a sense of spatial justice. When asked what he was doing, he replied, "Creating agreement." He called rain a reminder, loved to sit on covered porches during storms, didn't speak, just smoked, watched the gutters overflow. Once wrote, "The world is most truthful when it forgets we're listening." He kept a flask under his desk, rarely drank from it, said it was just in case. Case of what? He never clarified. He had a private dictionary. Words he liked, words he banned, words he invented. Bloviate was a favorite meant to speak windily without substance. He said it with pride. Sometimes, he said, a little wind moves the ship. He never learned to whistle, tried for years, finally gave up and said, "Not all winds need a song." He believed in lucky coins, carried 3. One with a buffalo, one with a ship, one with his face minted for a fundraiser. He once tossed one before a speech and let it land on a stack of cue cards. Heads meant, stick to the script. Tails meant, speak from the heart. He autographed photographs of himself in red ink, always red, said it, cut through the gloss. His signature slanted uphill, like it was trying to climb out of the frame. He once tried to grow a mustache for exactly 17 days. On day 18, he shaved it and said, "It whispered too much." He hated shoelaces, called them silent betrayers, preferred loafers, patent leather, black, shined daily by the same butler. The shoes never squeaked. If they did, they were gone by morning. He loved parades, not as spectacles but as metaphors. Every step, he said, is someone agreeing to keep moving forward. He always stood, never waved with both hands. That was too eager. And when he died suddenly, in a San Francisco hotel, he left behind rumors, questions, cigars half-smoked, and a nation mid-poker hand. But the silence that followed? It was loud enough to echo through the hotel walls. Because Warren G. Harding didn't leave an era, he left a mood. And the man who followed? He barely spoke, wore silence like a uniform, slept 12 hours a night, and governed like a man who believed in volume only when counting money. Because Calvin Coolidge wasn't a leader who roared. He was the stillness between thunderclaps. Calvin Coolidge. He was a whisper in a world full of shouting. Calvin Coolidge didn't walk into the room, he was already there, silent in a corner, absorbing everything, giving nothing away. His eyes were pale, almost translucent, like a sky about to make up its mind. His suits were dark, plain, and tailored so neatly they seemed stitched by mathematicians. His hands were still. His words were few, and when he spoke, it was with the weight of a man who believed language should earn its right to exist. He slept. Long, deep religious sleep. 10 hours a night, 2-hour naps in the afternoon. Doors shut, drapes drawn. The kind of sleep that felt ceremonial. If disturbed, He'd rise, blink slowly, and say nothing. Just return to bed like a ghost returning to its resting place. He believed in silence like other men believe in gravity. Once sat through an entire dinner without saying a word. A woman bet she could make him talk. After dessert, he said, "You lose." That was it. He never raised his voice. Not once. Even when angry, even when triumphant. His voice was dry, parchment crisp, deliberate, never wasted. It wasn't monotone. It was monolith. Aides sometimes leaned in to hear him. He never leaned back. He kept a journal, but it was mostly blank. Pages held dates, weather conditions, and a few clipped observations. Cold, brief conversation with foreign minister. Liked his tie. That was a long entry. He did not believe in small talk. Said, filling air with noise is like stuffing a safe with paper. Conversations with Coolidge were like drilling for oil. Long pauses, occasional pressure, and every now and then, something profound. He wore pocket watches and wound them himself. Carried a small cloth to wipe them clean. Set them by the atomic clock in Washington. His sense of time was sacred. Meetings began exactly on the hour. If you were early, you waited. If you were late, you were done. He fed squirrels on the White House lawn. Kept peanuts in his pocket. Named one Pete. Another Sawbuck. They'd scurry to him in the mornings, and he'd feed them silently, eyes distant, like a man reviewing a ledger in his head. He had 2 pet raccoons. One was named Rebecca. She walked on a leash, wore ribbons, ate from china bowls. He let her roam the halls of the White House, said she had more manners than some senators. He liked mechanical pencils, not pens. Pens leaked. Pencils could be erased. He once said, "Nothing written should think itself permanent." He read the dictionary for pleasure, also law books, also encyclopedias. He would pause at certain words and say them aloudance, twice then nod slightly, as if acknowledging their effort. He disliked handshakes, preferred nods, called handshakes, the contract of unnecessary contact. When he did shake hands, he made it brief, dry, and immaculately aligned, like clapping with surgical gloves. He kept an old rocking chair that creaked only when others sat in it. When he used it, it was silent. Some thought he had it modified. Others thought it was just Coolidge. He wrote his own speeches, sharp, short, bulletproof. Once gave a 4th of July address that ran under 600 words. People waited for more. He stepped down from the podium and left. "You don't ask a telegram to explain itself," he later said. He didn't drink, didn't smoke, rarely smiled in public, but he loved corn muffins, had them every morning with a pat of butter so precise it looked carved. He ate them slowly, crumb by crumb, as if they were solving something inside him. He believed chairs had personalities. His favorite was hard-backed, leather-padded, with a single nick on the right armrest. He once refused to sit in a guest chair because it seemed dishonest. He hated telephones, used them only when absolutely necessary. Preferred written memos. Staff received them often. One note simply read, "No more flowers in lobby. Sent over reaches." He had a secret fondness for hats. Owned more than a dozen, but wore only 3 in rotation. One for walking, one for riding, one for general contemplation. He kept them in labeled boxes with mothballs and pencil-drawn sketches of their angles. He never rushed, moved like a man afraid of waking time itself, every gesture measured, every breath considered. His shoes were always polished, his tie always centered. When asked about his style, he said, "The mirror needn't be surprised." He once canceled a reception because the weather was too pleasant. "People need time to notice a good day," he wrote in a memo. "Give them back their evening." He signed documents with a fountain pen that had belonged to his father. Black lacquer, gold tip. He always dipped it twice, never once. He never interrupted. But when he began speaking, no one else dared. He had the kind of pause before a sentence that made people brace for verdicts, and often they got one. He kept a weather barometer in his study, not for planning, for awareness. He believed weather was the mood of the earth, and you should at least ask how it feels. He hated dancing, called it movement without ambition, but he waltzed once with Grace, his wife, in the privacy of their parlor. She led. He once sent back a pair of shoes because the leather squeaked as if deciding. He wrote the manufacturer a note suggesting quieter glue. He believed dreams were the mind trying to fax itself. Kept a small notebook by his bed. Most entries were single words. Frost. Horse. Window open? When he decided not to run for re-election, he wrote a single line. I do not choose to run for president in 1928. No flourish, no explanation, just the echo of a closed door. And when he died, it was quietly, in Vermont, in a room without mirrors, clocks, or chatter. Because Calvin Coolidge didn't shape the storm. He was the eye at its center. And the man who followed? He had hair like a windstorm, handshake like a salesman, and a brain wired for banks and corn prices. Because Herbert Hoover didn't enter politics. He audited it. Herbert Hoover. He was born in a 2-room cottage, raised on hard biscuits and harder silence. Herbert Hoover didn't rise through charm or speeches. He rose like ore from the earth, slowly, methodically, with pressure and permanence. He spoke like a spreadsheet, slept like a ledger, thought in bullet points and breathed in bulletproof logic. His handwriting was stiff, not awkward engineered, every letter spaced with ruler precision. He drafted speeches with a pencil, erased with such force the paper wore thin. He once rewrote a single paragraph 17 times, then discarded it anyway. Clarity, he muttered, doesn't negotiate. He wore his suits with the subtle melancholy of a man who never stopped calculating. Always gray, always wool, always buttoned up, even in summer. His shirts were starched into submission. His shoes were shined so highly they looked lacquered. He carried a slide rule in his pocket, not for use, for comfort. He hated waste, kept scrap paper for note-taking, reused envelopes, cut used documents into quarters and stacked them for jotting grocery lists. Once scolded a secretary for using a fresh notepad to write down a phone number. Trees are slow, he said. Paper shouldn't be. He didn't trust light switches, preferred lamps with warm bulbs, placed strategically to avoid glare. He read with a green glass banker's lamp at exactly arm's reach, never closer, never off-center. It wasn't just a lamp, it was a perimeter. He believed meals should be silent, or at least quiet. Conversation dulled digestion. He chewed each bite 32 times, drank room temperature water, buttered toast with the back of the knife. Never talked with his mouth full, never spilled, never rushed. Dinner, to Hoover, was a meeting with the self. He kept a list of every book he'd read, in order, by year, with ratings. He had a ranking system, 1 star for pedestrian, 5 for reorganized the soul. Only 11 books ever reached 5. 1 was a mining manual. He spoke in short sentences, delivered like invoices. We must act. That will cost. Don't assume. His longest recorded statement was 3 sentences long and ended with, meeting over. He preferred memos, typed, double-spaced. Underlined headings, no italics. Italics were emotional. He collected rocks, categorized them by continent, mineral type, and used potential. His favorite was a chunk of quartz he called inertia. He used it as a paperweight and once remarked, even stillness has density. He rarely laughed. When he did, it was short, a kind of factual chuckle, like recognizing a structural flaw in a joke. He found puns irritating. Wordplay was intellectual misdirection. He once received a joke book as a gift and returned it with a note. These scenarios are improbable. He enjoyed long walks, but only if they had purpose. No meandering. Every step calculated for efficiency. Once mapped a route from the White House to the Department of Commerce that cut 5 seconds off the commute. Used it for 3 years. He believed in silence rooms. Had one installed in his home. 4 walls, no decorations, thick carpeting, insulated ceiling, no clocks, no windows, just one chair and a desk. He called it the edit chamber. He didn't keep pets, he kept systems, schedules, calendars, wall charts. Once tracked the humidity level of his office across 6 months to see if it correlated with productivity. It didn't. He kept measuring anyway. He had a fondness for canned goods, believed in their durability. Once built a personal stockpile of tinned peaches, beans, and sardines. Ate them at his desk, with a spoon. Nothing expires if you respect its seal, he once said. He wrote letters with carbon paper to create duplicates, kept them filed in labeled boxes, incoming, outgoing, unwise. The unwise box was locked. Only he had the key. He believed color was distraction. Wore black socks, white shirts, gray suits, brown shoes, never blue. Said blue made people think of things beyond the task. His home office was painted bone white, even the door handles. He timed his speeches to the second, practiced in front of a clock, paused for applause he hoped wouldn't come. Thought applause was a distortion of schedule. He had a chair that didn't rock, didn't swivel, didn't recline. 4 legs, leather seat, slightly uncomfortable. He said comfort created mental humidity. He once timed how long it took water to boil at different altitudes, charted the results. Hung the chart in his garage, not because he needed it, because he believed every variable deserved a witness. He wore a watch with no numbers, just lines, tick marks, divided into 48 increments. Each mark represented 30 seconds. He called it time in halves. He was never late. Not once. If you were early, he'd say, "You've disrespected my previous task." He had a globe that lit up when spun. Not for beauty, for precision. He'd rotate it slowly, stopping on mining regions, river basins, tectonic plates. Sometimes stared at it for hours. "The planet is not round," he once said. "It's waiting." He never interrupted. But if interrupted, he would stop speaking, close his mouth, and stare until the air rearranged itself into an apology. Then resume, same tone, same breath, no forgiveness. He played solitaire with a single deck. Removed the jokers. Removed the face cards. Called it streamlined reflection. Played only at night. Under low light, with one hand in his pocket. He didn't dance. Believed rhythm should be invisible. But he tapped his foot during meetings slightly, metronomically. One staffer charted his tapping over 3 months. Discovered it matched fluctuations in copper exports. And when he left office, he left quietly. But his desk remained untouched for days. Because Herbert Hoover didn't govern with volume. He governed with velocity, numbers, and the unbearable clarity of order. And the man who followed? He brought a cigarette holder, a grin like a billboard, and a brain that ran at the speed of metaphor. Because Franklin D. Roosevelt didn't bend history. He bent it into shape, with charm, with fire, and with 4 terms worth of unfinished sentences. Franklin D. Roosevelt. He smiled like a magician mid-trick, bright, confident, a touch too wide, like he knew the punchline and you didn't. Franklin Delano Roosevelt didn't walk into a room. He wheeled in, glided in, sometimes rolled in without a sound, and suddenly he was there, larger than life, already talking, already convincing, already shaping the room around his voice. He had a cigarette holder tilted permanently upward, at a jaunty 45 degrees. It wasn't an accessory. It was punctuation. A prop. A statement. He clenched it in his teeth when he laughed, when he leaned in close, when he threw out one of his $1,000 smiles. The cigarette rarely burned more than halfway down. He flicked them away like plot twists. He never showed his legs in public. Not once. Not ever. Polio had taken them. But he never let anyone see the result. AIDS lifted him. Steel braces locked his knees. He leaned on crutches, on arms, on choreography. His gait was a performance. 3 steps. Stop. Smile. Lean on the lectern. Hold the rail. But the illusion held. Because the voice never trembled. His voice. That voice. It came through the radio like thunder wrapped in velvet. Warm, commanding, tinged with patrician polish and fireside softness. He delivered over 30 fireside chats from the White House short, clear, direct broadcasts. Not speeches, conversations. As if he'd pulled a chair next to the American psyche and said, "Let's talk." He had over 10,000 books in his personal library. History, law, poetry, naval strategy. He dog-eared pages, wrote in margins, underlined lines in red ink. He'd lend a book with a list of suggested chapters folded inside. And when he took it back, he asked for a 1-sentence review. He was obsessed with collecting things: postage stamps, nautical prints, ship models, buttons from uniforms. He had a map room in the White House where he spent hours placing pins in global positions tracking troops, weather, ships, and occasionally just the names of places he liked to say aloud. He didn't wear wristwatches, preferred pocket watches gold, round, with a chain tucked into his vest. He'd check it with a flick of the thumb, like a man deciding whether time still mattered. Once lost a favorite, and reportedly spent an entire afternoon looking for it, muttering, "Even elegance can't be replaced." He called people by their first names, fast, confident, even if he'd only just met them. "Well, Bob," he'd say, eyes narrowed. "What do you think of that, It disarmed. It flattered. It turned enemies into acquaintances, acquaintances into assistants. Everyone became part of the story. He had a desk that never looked cluttered, but wasn't empty either. It was stage-managed chaos. A perfect arrangement of blotters, pens, letters, a silver magnifying glass, and a model sailing ship that he spun when thinking. The ship spun a lot. He believed in ceremony, loved parades, dinners, speeches, dressed for the moment, wore morning coats, striped pants, fresh-cut carnations, and white pocket squares folded like whispers. He knew how to fill a photograph. Once spent 30 minutes adjusting the angle of a lapel pin before an event, said it told the truth about a man. He greeted staff by name, often with little notes. "Good work on the transcript, Helen. Nice typeface, too." He believed flattery was like bourbon measured, but warming. But when displeased, he froze, went quiet, looked at you with that smile that said, "You're already halfway out the door." He played poker weakly. No nonsense, no bluffing. He played straight, bet modest, folded fast, always had a scotch and water nearby, laughed when he lost, smiled when he won. Once gave a $5 bill to a butler with a wink and said, "That's the cost of bad luck, friend." He believed in second drafts, edited his speeches over and over, read them aloud, slowly, listening for the rhythm. He'd swap words not for meaning, but for tone. Confidence over certainty. Resolve over aggression. He once spent 2 hours debating the difference between must and shall. He had a peculiar superstition about birds. If he saw a single crow, he'd tap his chair 3 times. If he saw 2, he'd smile and continue. When asked why, he said only, "1 crow's a messenger, 2's a conversation." He wore cologne light, citrusy. Said it helped him think. His handkerchiefs were scented the same, always clean, always folded in rectangles, never squares. He hated uneven edges, called them a sneeze betrayal. He had a globe the size of a washing machine, spun it often, placed his finger on places he'd never been, whispered names like spells: Tunis, Rangoon, Vladivostok. Sometimes he'd stop, narrow his eyes, and mutter, "Someday." He had 4 sons, named them after himself, called them the Echoes, loved them fiercely, wrote letters in long, flowing script. "To my boys," one began, "from your old sea captain." He signed them, always, "Father." He once had an entire train car, retrofitted to accommodate his disability without letting the press know. Inside, the walls were lined with wood and brass. He called it his rolling study. Read there, dictated there, listened to jazz there, late into the night, humming along like he remembered the melody from a past life. He could name every ship in the American Navy. Not just class, not just tonnage. Name, nickname, date of commission, theater of service. His aides once tested him. He didn't miss a single one. He once stood, for just a few seconds, braced by hidden steel and aides' arms, to deliver a speech at Madison Square Garden. The crowd roared. Flashbulbs exploded. Then he sat back down and smiled like the whole thing had been easy. He kept a letter opener on his desk, shaped like a sword. Silver hilt, tapered blade, never used it. But he looked at it often, tapping it once against the wood before opening the morning mail. A small reminder, he'd say, to choose your cuts. He believed in magic. Not rabbits and hats, but transformation. That things could change. That the broken could be mended. That fear could be outpaced by courage, if spoken with enough warmth and weight. And when he died, in a chair, surrounded by quiet, the radio kept broadcasting. Because Franklin D. Roosevelt didn't leave a void. He left a voice that kept talking. And the man who followed? He wore thick glasses, walked like he was chasing a train, and cursed like a blacksmith with a PhD. Because Harry S. Truman wasn't born into greatness. He simply acted like the job had always been his. Harry S. Truman. He walked like a man who knew where he was going even when the road hadn't been built yet. Harry S. Truman was 5'8", wore wire-rimmed glasses that made his eyes look perpetually skeptical, and had a jaw like a brick wall that learned to speak. He didn't stride, he charged. Not with grandeur, but with purpose. He wasn't polished. He wasn't smooth. He was sharp edges and hard vowels. His middle initial stood for nothing, just the letter S. He told people it honored both his grandfathers Solomon and Shipabut. It never had a period. That detail mattered. His name was his structure, and the structure didn't blink. He kept a sign on his desk that said, "The buck stops here." It wasn't decoration, it was doctrine. He touched it before signing anything major, sometimes tapped it during meetings. Once glared at it in silence for 10 minutes before making a decision. Aide asked if he was praying. "Nope," he replied, "just waiting for the noise to settle." He woke at 5:30 a.m. every day, did calisthenics in his underwear, then walked 2 brisk miles, rain or shine, glasses fogging, hat low. He walked like a man looking for someone to argue with. Neighbors learned to wave but not speak. Truman didn't break stride for anything less than artillery fire. He loved to read history, devoured it, knew the names of every Roman emperor, every battle of the Civil War, every congressional district in Missouri. He once corrected a general on the timeline of Napoleon's Russian campaign during lunch. The general never forgot it. He played piano not just competently, but with grace, practiced scales, studied classical composers, could sight-read Chopin, whistle Sousa, and once performed for an audience of diplomats who expected a speech. He played instead, said words weren't ready yet. He cursed, often, creatively, not out of anger, but emphasis. Hell's bells, criminy, and goddamn fools were regular players, but he rarely swore in print. Believed profanity lost power when it showed up uninvited. He wrote letters to his wife, Bess, every day when they were apart, every single day. Over 0 letters. Full of weather updates, political gossip, inside jokes, and aching sincerity. "It's hard to run the world without you," one letter began. Another ended with, "Love from the man who misses your meatloaf and your shoulder." He loved meatloaf. Also fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and buttermilk. Ate fast, clean, and with exactly 1 napkin folded once. Always wiped his mouth before speaking. Hated crumbs. Said they were undignified evidence. He didn't drink often, but when he did, it was bourbon. Straight. One ice cube. No garnish. No toast. Just a nod and a sip. He called it Missouri mouthwash. He wore simple suits. Gray, brown, occasionally blue, always pressed. Ties tied in a tight four-in-hand knot. He polished his own shoes. Said it kept the ankles honest. Hated suspenders. Preferred a firm belt with a brass buckle. Had a collection of fedoras, all identical, all worn exactly 2 fingers above the brow. He believed music helped decisions. Kept a small radio in the corner of his study. Classical in the morning. Big band in the afternoon. Silence at night. If someone entered during music, he'd lower the volume, but never turn it off. Said it helped keep time moving without reminding you it's running out. He wrote with a fountain pen black ink, wide nib. His handwriting was dense, slightly slanted, filled every line. He underlined names, crossed out adjectives he thought were too soft, margins filled with notes like, nonsense, try again, this better be right. He carried a pocket knife, used it to open letters, peel apples, whittle sticks, and occasionally trim his fingernails. The blade was small, worn, sharp. Said it kept him grounded. Man ought to carry something older than himself. He had a pair of reading glasses with a cracked arm he refused to replace. Called the crack a reminder that nothing lasts, especially perspective. He played poker every week. Wasn't good at bluffing. Didn't care. Played for the rhythm, not the win. He kept cigars on hand but didn't smoke them often. Gave them away like business cards. One for your trouble, he'd say, even if there hadn't been any. He walked through the White House like it was a tool shed. Inspected things. Touched doorknobs. Peeked behind curtains. Once found a loose floorboard and demanded it be fixed by sundown. You can't govern on creaky floors. He hated delays, believed time was an agreement. If a meeting started at 9:01, he'd raise an eyebrow and say, let's try again tomorrow at 9:00. It never happened twice. He kept a drawer of paper clips, hundreds of them, bent them into odd shapes when thinking. Once made a chain long enough to reach from his desk to the window, snapped it apart after lunch. He never trusted anything he didn't write himself. Speeches, memos, grocery lists. If someone drafted something for him, he'd mark it up so thoroughly it looked like an archaeological dig. Said, if you put words in my mouth, make sure they taste like truth. He didn't trust mirrors after dark. Said they, remember what you try to forget. Covered them with towels in hotel rooms. He once said the most useful thing he ever learned was how to shovel manure. Because, eventually, you find yourself doing it again, just with a desk. And when he left office's suit pressed, his hat tilted, his stride unchanged, he walked home with his wife, arm in arm, past the crowd, past the cameras, all the way back to Independence, Missouri. Because Harry S. Truman didn't need to be remembered. He just needed to be understood. And the man who followed? He loved TV, mayonnaise, Hawaiian shirts, and backroom chess matches disguised as cabinet meetings. Because Dwight D. Eisenhower didn't march to power. He mapped it, then paved it, then handed you the keys. Dwight D. Eisenhower. He had the smile of a war general trying not to terrify anyone at breakfast. Dwight David Eisenhower wore his grin like armor disarming, reassuring, slightly mischievous. He didn't just command armies. He commanded comfort. A bald head that glistened like strategy, eyes that narrowed when amused, widened when skeptical, and disappeared completely when the joke was good enough to justify it. He didn't strut. He moved with the practiced ease of a man who'd walked thousands of miles of gravel roads, mud-soaked trenches, airstrips, and marble halls. His shoulders were always squared, not stiff-ready. He wore tan like it was a second skin, tan suits, tan slacks, tan shoes buffed to a soft sheen. He once wore a brown jacket so often that it was simply referred to as Ike's. They tried to copy it, called it the Ike jacket. Soldiers wore it. Politicians envied it. He shrugged. It's just warm, he said. He played golf like it was therapy. Over 800 rounds in 8 years. He swung hard, walked fast, talked little, kept score with ruthless honesty. Once broke a club mid-round and apologized to the caddy. The club lost its nerve, he explained. He loved cooking, not eating cooking. Made his own beef stew, chopped the onions, measured the spices, stirred the pot. He had a favorite skillet, signed it once. His staff called it the General's Cauldron. He swore when he stubbed his toe but apologized to the furniture afterward. Said manners were what you do when no one's looking but your conscience. He painted, badly, but with commitment. Landscapes mostly, windmills, trees, a duck once, hung none of them, kept them in a closet, called it my quiet nonsense. He chewed gum, constantly, mint flavor, snapped it like punctuation. Helped him think, helped him not smoke, helped him bite his tongue when people said dumb things. He wrote with a fountain pen-broad nib, blue ink. His handwriting was blocky, impatient, full of capital letters where they didn't belong. He circled names, underlined verbs, scribbled notes in margins with words like no, wait, and why. He didn't believe in shouting. He'd learned long ago that whispers worked better. In meetings, he'd pause, lean in, and ask a question so quietly that everyone stopped breathing. Are we thinking or are we reacting? He disliked big words, called them camouflage. He preferred fix over restructure, plan over initiative, people over personnel. If a report used too many syllables, he'd push it back and write, say it again, like it matters. He kept coins in his pocket. Always the same number. 3 quarters, 2 dimes, 1 penny. He'd fiddle with them when deep in thought, arranging them in rows on the desk. Heads up, all aligned. Said the order helped him remember what he was deciding for. He never drank coffee after noon, said it confused the calendar. Drank tea, black, no sugar, drank it like medicine, fast, quietly. Then back to the war room, even if the war was just a traffic report or a ribbon cutting. He had a temper but only on schedule. If he was furious, he wrote it down. A hot letter, he called it. Then he'd put it in a drawer and leave it overnight. Most never got mailed. Letting the steam right it cools the boil, he said. He kept a note taped to the inside of his desk drawer. Don't react. Respond. Read it every morning. Every night. He never wore cologne, said it, interrupted honest air. Used basic soap, wore simple watches, once wore the same pair of boots for 17 years, resold them 6 times. He believed in nicknames. Called friends, Swede, Shorty, Doc. Called enemies, friend, but said it slowly, deliberately, like the word might bite back. He loved television. The color, the flicker, the way it brought the world into a room. But he never watched the news, only westerns. Said they reminded him of command, you ride, you choose, you deal with the dust. He had a map of the United States with pins in every military base, every highway, every place he'd been, and thought still mattered. The map wasn't decorative. It was reference. It helped him see the nation like a battlefield and a blueprint, all at once. He wore glasses only when alone, refused to be photographed with them. Let the people see strength, not squinting, he joked. But in private, he'd polish them carefully, inspect the lenses, hold them up to the light like examining a decision. He collected pens, not for writing forgiving. Had a box on his desk labeled, signed. Gave out pens after big decisions. Treaties, laws, orders. Once gave one to a janitor. This one cleaned up nicely, he said. He liked jokes, not to tell them just to hear them. Laughed with his whole body, threw his head back, slapped his thigh. Said laughter was the sound of keeping perspective. He never memorized speeches, kept notes in front of him, small cards, short sentences, one read, don't lie, don't stall, don't flinch. He read that one twice before every press conference. He hated delays, Once fixed a traffic jam by rerouting a motorcade himself, moved cones, directed cars, then got back in his vehicle and said, "Problem solved. Let's not document it." He had a secret fondness for yo-yos, said they were the rhythm of command, up, down, return. He practiced tricks in his office late at night. Only 2 aides ever saw it. And when he left office grinning, tan, tie loosened, heading for Gettysburg in a quiet patch of soil, he didn't just retire. He exhaled, because Dwight D. Eisenhower didn't shout for attention. He built systems that hummed beneath history's noise. And the man who followed? He oozed Hollywood charm, sweat on his lip, and knew how to talk without moving his hands. Because John F. Kennedy didn't inherit a presidency. He made it look like a script rewritten for lighting, youth, and speed. John F. Kennedy. He entered the room like a spotlight without the sound. John Fitzgerald Kennedy didn't speak. First the shimmered. The hair, perfect. The suit, tapered and light. The grin, tilted like it had its own strategy. His voice? A rhythmic New England drawl that rolled its R's and slid past obstacles like a convertible on a coastal road. He was the youngest elected president, but he carried himself like the camera had been following him since birth. His posture was straight, yet relaxed, like a man who knew that style and timing were sometimes more persuasive than power. He blinked slowly. He listened with his head tilted. He smiled, like he already knew where the conversation was going. He had a back brace, wore it daily. Beneath the tailored suits and open gestures, his spine was stitched together with pain. He rarely showed it. If the discomfort got too bad, he'd lean against a table, not to rest but to anchor. When asked how he managed it, he shrugged. "Mind over mattress," he joked once. He kept his desk clean. No clutter. Just a blotter, a pen holder, and a small paperweight shaped like a schooner. He had a favorite chair, high-backed, slightly worn, always turned a few degrees off-center. From that chair, he'd lean forward, elbows on knees, hands folded, eyes laser-focused. "Let's get to it," he'd say. And people did. He kept a coconut shell on his desk, rough, brown, cracked. It sat in a glass box, engraved with a message he had carved after his PT boat was sunk during World War II. He'd given it to a native islander to carry across enemy lines. It saved his life. When people asked why it was there, he'd smile and say, "Better than a second term." He loved speed. Boats, cars, women, words. Everything moved fast around him. His handwriting was angular and quick-tilted right, barely legible. Notes jotted in the margins, ideas abbreviated mid-thought. Remind S. Talk to RFK. Check Berlin. He wrote like a man in pursuit of tomorrow. He hated delays. Punctuality wasn't preference. It was religion. If a meeting started at 10:01, he'd check his watch and raise an eyebrow. That minute belonged to the public, he'd mutter. He read constantly. History, poetry, strategy. Kept books stacked on his nightstand like bricks in a barricade. His favorite poet was Robert Frost. Once said, poetry kept the political from becoming mechanical. He quoted lines in speeches, in toasts, in private notes to friends. "We love the things we love for what they are," he once scribbled next to a sketch of a sailing ship. He hated being idle. If he wasn't speaking, he was scribbling. If not scribbling, bouncing his leg. If not bouncing, drumming his fingers. Motion kept the ideas sharp. His aides learned to speak fast, or risk being left behind. He didn't keep trophies, no medals displayed, no honorary degrees framed. But in a drawer of his desk, tucked under folders and memoranda, he kept his Navy dog tags, worn and bent. He never talked about them, but he knew exactly where they were. He wore cologne light, clean, citrus notes. Always just enough to be noticed by the second sentence. His shirts were custom made. His ties thin, minimal, almost reluctant. His shoes? Black leather, hand-polished, silent on the marble floors. He believed in music, jazz mostly, but also show tunes, Irish ballads, and the occasional Sinatra single. He kept a record player nearby and once danced alone in the West Sitting Hall to I Could Have Danced All Night. When his aide walked in, he didn't stop, just smiled and said, "Join me or look away." He was allergic to flowers, especially roses, but he accepted bouquets with a smile and handed them off the moment he was out of sight. Said beauty didn't always have to be comfortable. He took long showers, not for hygiene, for thinking, steam, and silence his preferred incubator. His staff learned not to knock until the water stopped. Once emerged, wrapped in towels, and solved a diplomatic standoff between two countries before drying his hair. He carried a leather notebook, pocket-sized, dog-eared. Inside were names, quotes, diagrams, and occasionally, fragments of speeches that never got delivered. "Inspiration is irresponsible," one page read. "Catch it when it runs past." He wore sunglasses, not just to shield his eyes, but to watch without being watched. When asked if they were for style, he said, "Style is a side effect." He loved the sea, born beside it, swam in it, fought on it, spoke about it like it was his twin. "We are tied to the ocean," he once said. "And when we go back to the sea, we are going back from whence we came." He never looked more alive than with salt in his hair and wind in his collar. He laughed easily but with calculation. It was never forced, but always timed. A burst, then a breath. The pause that followed often carried more meaning than the punchline. He hated long speeches, wrote short ones, punchy, pithy, delivered with tempo and teeth. "Ask not what your country can do for you." The line hung in the air like prophecy, like a dare. He never cried in public, but after Bay of Pigs, he sat alone in his office for almost an hour. No phone, no aides, just silence. When his brother came in, he said, "There's no school for this job." Then stood, straightened his tie, and walked out like the moment never happened. He played touch football with his brothers on the south lawn, suits off, ties loosened, shoes kicked into piles. If he lost, he smiled. If he won, he smiled bigger. He believed in words like they were tools, sharp, weighted, crafted. He tested lines out loud, rewrote drafts at 3 a.m., said writing speeches was like building boats. You want it to float, but also to fly. And when he died, suddenly, violently, in the back seat of a car in Dallas, the country didn't just mourn. It gasped. Because John F. Kennedy didn't just define an era, he distilled it. And the man who followed? He stood tall, drawled slow, and made every handshake feel like a campaign speech. Because Lyndon B. Johnson didn't climb to the top. He muscled his way up and made sure the door stayed open just long enough to drag the world in behind him. Lyndon B. Johnson. He was 6'3" and all elbows. Lyndon Baines Johnson didn't walk into a room, he engulfed it. Shoulders wide, chin high, voice booming. He talked like a freight train with a mission. Loud. Southern. Unapologetic. Every sentence a statement. Every handshake a performance. Every silence a setup. He didn't believe in personal space. He'd lean inus to nose, chest to chest until your shoes backed up on their own. Aides called it the treatment, a tactic, a presence, a psychological event. He'd wag a finger at your heart and smile while doing it, ask questions you couldn't say no to. Now, listen here, friend, meant you weren't leaving the conversation until he'd won it. He kept a flashlight on his nightstand, not for emergencies, for reading, reports, memos, drafts. He'd wake up at 3 a.m., switch it on, and go through 3 pages of legislative strategy before falling asleep again. Staffers learned to deliver documents in duplicate, 1 copy for daylight, 1 for darkness. He wore suits like armor, often gray, occasionally tan, always baggy in the shoulders and tight in the wrists. Shirts monogrammed LBJ, ties wide, knotted loose. He tugged at them like reins. Cuffed his pants higher than fashion allowed. war boots underneath, custom-made, pointy-toed, stitched with his initials and Texas stars. He gave orders while on the toilet. Seriously. The door open, one hand gesturing, the other handling business. "You think Churchill waited until he zipped up to win a war?" he once barked. Phones were installed in his bathroom for convenience, for strategy, for shock value. He loved dogs, especially beagles. Had two, him and her. He'd hold them up by their ears proudly, grinning, showing guests how Texans lift. Not everyone appreciated the demonstration. Johnson didn't care. "They like it," he said. "They're my dogs." He had a desk the size of a small sedan, papers stacked, pens ready, buttons installed to summon aides, coffee, or cut the line if a call went too long. He kept family photos at odd angles, a Senate nameplate, and always a jar of jelly beans, mostly red. He swam naked. In the White House pool, no suits, no apologies, just LBJ and the water, slicing through it like a man escaping judgment. Once invited a reporter to join him. When the man hesitated, Johnson said, "You want the story or not?" He called his car the Amphicar, a half-boat, half-car contraption that could drive straight into water. He'd trick guests by veering off the road toward a lake, shouting, "The brakes are out!" While the car splashed in, they screamed. He laughed. Every time. He liked to talk, endlessly, could hold court for hours, over dinner, during rides, on the phone, especially on the phone. He made over 50 calls a day, used multiple lines, had multiple phones, sometimes held one to each ear, said it kept the lies balanced. He dictated memos while shaving, brushed his teeth with one hand and edited bills with the other, read newspapers over breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert, annotated margins with a red pen and curse words, once wrote "Bullsh, T" next to a headline, then passed it to his press secretary. He wore a Stetson hat when he went home to Texas. Big, white, bold, photographed best at sunset. He posed with cows, shook hands with ranchers, and introduced every new aide to his childhood home like it was sacred ground. He loved mayonnaise, slathered it on sandwiches like frosting, ate cold meatloaf, drank Fresca, always had a root beer nearby, once tried to install a soda fountain in the Oval Office, settled for a mini-fridge. He was obsessed with detail. Knew who was dating, who in Congress, who owed favors, who feared elections. He had index cards on every senator family names, hometowns, hospital visits, could call a senator's wife by name and ask about her gout. He believed favors were the bricks of power, gave them freely, collected them like coins. When he needed something, he'd lean in and whisper, "Remember that thing I did in '52? No one ever forgot. He gave pens after bill signings, hundreds of them, one stroke per letter. L, click, Y, click, N. Gave them to staff, lawmakers, janitors, and reporters. Said, "Everyone helped. Everyone should sign." He had a monogrammed bathrobe, slippers, towels, shirts, and underwear, LBJ on everything. Called it insurance against strangers. Once lost a suitcase and said, "Well, at least the thief knows who's the boss now." He loved flashlights. Kept them everywhere. Pockets, drawers, car glove boxes. Said they made darkness less arrogant. He told jokes in clusters. 3 at a time. The first one clean. The second one country. The third one filthy. Then he'd wait. Watch the room. See who laughed at which one. That told him everything. He didn't whisper. Secret she barked them. Loud enough for walls to remember. Once shouted across the Oval Office, "Get me a damn pencil and someone who knows how to use it." The pencil arrived in less than a minute. He thought naps were for amateurs, slept 4 hours a night, took phone calls at sunrise, once woke a senator at 5:15 a.m. to ask about a tax clause. When the senator groaned, Johnson said, "You sleep while history writes itself?" He believed destiny wasn't inherited. It was dragged, clawed, and yelled into place. And when he left the White House cowboy boots tapping, hat tipped low, eyes tired but wide, he didn't just retire. He vanished into the Texas heat, like a man dissolving back into the land he came from. Because Lyndon B. Johnson didn't govern quietly. He governed like thunder trying to explain itself. And the man who followed? He wore suits like they were borrowed, smiled like a side note, and kept his words close to the vest just like the tapes. Because Richard Nixon didn't rise to power. He climbed it, rung by rung, into the only room where silence could scream. Richard Nixon. He didn't enter a room so much as appear like a whisper from the back row that suddenly had a podium. Richard Milhouse Nixon walked with a slight stoop, like gravity owed him a favor but refused to pay it all at once. His shoulders hunched forward, jaw tilted like it was trying to outrun a secret. His suits were dark, sharp, always just a bit too tight at the collar. He kept his tie perfectly centered and nodded like a contract. He had eyes that didn't rest. They darted, hovered, waited. He smiled often, but rarely with his eyes. It wasn't a fake smile, it was functional. Designed. A tool. A weapon. A rope. His grin said, "This will be uncomfortable, but necessary." He took notes during meetings, with a felt-tip pen, in tight, angled print, underlining words he didn't like, circling the ones he needed. His legal pads were covered in arrows, diagrams, and marginalia like stranger, reduce, and do not trust. He kept every notepad in drawers, labeled, chronological, indexed. He loved classical music, blasted it late at night while pacing barefoot across the carpet. Bach, Beethoven, Dvorak. He'd stand at the windows of the White House, hands behind his back, gazing into the darkness as Moonlight Sonata bled through the walls. He hated small talk, avoided eye contact in elevators. Conversations began abruptly, mid-thought, like he'd been talking to himself before you showed up. He preferred monologues to discussions. "I've been thinking," he'd start and everyone knew to sit down. He played piano not expertly, but emotionally. He kept a baby grand nearby and would plunk out melodies, usually unannounced. Once surprised a crowd at the Grand Ole Opry with a brief recital. Said music, restored the center. He had a secretive relationship with tape recorders. Installed them in the White House, offices, rooms, not for nostalgia, for record, for reflection. He believed in memory, but trusted reels more than recollections. He once listened to a full hour of his own conversation, nodding along like a critic. He wrote speeches by hand, slowly, draft after draft, crossing out entire paragraphs with thick lines, then rewriting the same idea 3 inches below. Words like destiny, honor, and America appeared again and again, always in caps, always centered. He had a dog named Checkers, black and white cocker spaniel, gave the dog a name before the speech, gave the speech before the dog ever barked, mentioned it on television. Checkers became code for a kind of vulnerability he only showed when cornered. He was punctual to a fault. If a meeting started at 9:00, he arrived at 8:57 and expected the same. He tapped his watch if someone was late, not angrily. "Just a reminder that time was a resource too," he once said. "Late people are already behind." He drank Diet Dr. Pepper. Not water, not coffee. Always Diet Dr. Pepper. Had cases of it stocked in the West Wing. Drank it from a thick glass, never a can. He said bubbles kept the mind afloat. He traveled with a yellow legal pad, a map of the world, and a book, usually historical, sometimes Shakespeare. His copy of Macbeth had underlined phrases like sound and fury, and bloody instructions returned to plague the inventor. He believed in lists, dozens of them, people to call, promises to keep, enemies to watch. Categories included difficult, possible, and dangerous. Once referred to someone as category de smiles but cuts. He walked at night, Alone, in the halls, in the gardens, always with a flashlight, always with shoes on, Secret Service learned to follow at a distance. Said it was like watching a specter rehearse its lines. He didn't like mirrors, kept them covered in bedrooms, believed reflection invited distortion. A mirror only shows what the light allows, he wrote once. He loved football, studied plays like treaties, drew up his own diagrams, called coaches with unsolicited advice, sometimes included defensive strategies in memos. No one was sure if he was joking. He had a favorite overcoat, gray, heavy, worn for years, had deep pockets where he'd store note cards, pens, cough drops, and once, a miniature globe. When he walked in it, he looked like winter was trying to have a conversation. He never smoked, said it clouded judgment, but he chewed gum with intensity, like it owed him something. Preferred spearmint, always wrapped the wrappers into tiny squares and stacked them in neat piles. He kept a bust of Lincoln on his desk, always faced it, sometimes spoke to it. Once, when alone, said aloud, "You had it worse, but I know how it feels." He didn't wink, didn't hug, didn't slap backs, but he nodded, firmly, slowly. A nod from Nixon meant agreement, or goodbye, or we'll talk later. That was his language. He collected paperweights, had one shaped like California, another shaped like a gavel. His favorite was a slab of quartz that weighed almost 5 pounds. Used it to press documents, sometimes feelings. He liked silence. Not absence of noise silence, strategic silence. The kind that filled a room, the kind that made people confess more than they meant to. He once told an aide, "When you say nothing, they hear everything." And when he left fingers raised in victory or farewell, mouth tense, eyes unreadable, the helicopter blades chopped the sky into fragments behind him. Because Richard Nixon didn't exit quietly. He left like a shadow, slipping beneath a locked door. And the man who followed? He was grins and grits, cardigans and confessions, with a handshake built like a barn, and a smile that carried a peanut farm's worth of patience. Because Gerald Ford didn't plan to lead. But he stood up when history whispered, "Now." Gerald Ford. He had the kind of handshake that told you exactly how many fences he'd fixed in his life. Gerald Rudolph Ford didn't float into power, he landed in it, like a linebacker slipping into a suit. Broad-shouldered, square-jawed, eyes clear as a Michigan lake in January. He stood like a man used to carrying weight grocery bags, golf clubs, presidential crises. He moved carefully, not out of fear, but muscle memory. Football had taught him that momentum needed control. He'd been a center, a blocker, a man who moved other men backward. At Yale, they tried to draft him into coaching before the NFL. He turned it down. Too much chalk, not enough collisions. He had a cleft in his chin that looked like it had survived multiple negotiations. His smile was earnest, not manufactured, just practiced. A little crooked, a little slow to appear, but real when it landed. And when he laughed, his whole face tilted, like a house leaning in a strong wind. He wore suits like armor, not to dazzle, but to disappear into duty. Navy blues, grays, and earth tones, buttoned all the way, even when he sat. His ties were striped. His shoes, military neat. His Secret Service code name was Pasky, fitting for a man who'd been handed a locked house and told, "Live here now." He took the stairs, even when the elevator was faster, said it gave the heart something to do. Once jogged up to Air Force One while carrying his own briefcase. When asked why, he replied, "Because it wasn't heavy." He kept a pipe, even though he rarely smoked it. Polished wood, curved like a question mark, held it during meetings, tapped it on the edge of a desk when thinking. A security blanket made of tobacco and silence. He read mystery novels before bed, dog-eared pages, scribbled notes in the margins like the suspects owed him explanations. His favorites had plots that unraveled slowly, one clue at a time. Life isn't a twist, he once said. It's a reveal. He chewed Trident gum peppermint, popped pieces before meetings, spit them into paper towels when cameras arrived. Always folded the gum into a precise square first. No one needs to see a jaw exercise, he joked. He liked eggs in the morning, scrambled, firm, with toast cut diagonally, drank orange juice from a glass the size of a light bulb, coffee black, no sugar. Read the headlines in order. International, domestic, sports. He kept a bowl of jelly beans on his desk, not for symbolism, but snacking, mostly red, occasionally black. He'd offer them to guests without looking up. The blue ones are a trap, he'd say deadpan. He wrote in block letters. Sharp, clean, impossible to misread. His memos looked like they'd been carved into the page. He didn't waste ink. Every word had a job. He golfed with precision. No flash, no flourish, just clean drives and quiet frustration. His swing was tight, deliberate, more work than art. He didn't brag about scores. But he did keep track of every round, on paper, with tiny check marks for every par. He tripped once on the stairs of Air Force One, shoes slick, momentum miscalculated, fell hard, cameras caught it, nation laughed, Ford laughed louder. Got up, adjusted his jacket, saluted the wind, and moved on. Better to fall forward, he later quipped. He had a dog named Liberty, golden retriever, loyal, eager, sat in on meetings, curled under his desk, posed for photos like a furry ambassador. Liberty had her own press clippings, her own following. Ford once joked she had better approval ratings. He gave speeches with the careful rhythm of a man trying to land every plane. Short sentences, clear words, no theatrics. He read from notes, not teleprompters. Wrote some drafts himself. Edited most of them. Scribbled margins with "cut this" and "too much fluff." He wore reading glasses low on his nose. Tipped them down when emphasizing a point. Pushed them up when he was done listening. He believed in chores. Mowed his own lawn when he could. Washed dishes at Camp David. Polished his own shoes until his aides stopped him. I like to see where I've been, he said. He believed in honesty, not the slogan, the logistics. He once corrected a reporter's misquote live on air. Actually, he said, I said complicated, not conflicted. Then smiled. Then moved on. He had a clock that chimed every hour, not loud just enough to remind him that time moved whether he liked it or not. It rings for the moment, he said, not the man. He didn't wear cologne, didn't like distractions, used a bar of soap that smelled like nothing. His towels were white. His ties rarely had more than 2 colors. Patterns, he said, are for people who don't know what to say. He played checkers with staffers, won more than he lost. Refused to play chess, said it took too long to lose politely. He kept a shoebox of newspaper clippings under his bed. Headlines, cartoons, fan mail, criticism. He read them occasionally, never reacted. Some people collect stamps, he said. I collect evidence. He wasn't born to the presidency, didn't campaign for it, didn't seek it. But when it found him, when history reached out and dropped the weight of the country into his lap, didn't flinch. He stood, straightened his shoulders, and got to work. Because Gerald Ford didn't chase greatness. He simply showed up when steadiness was the only thing left. And the man who followed? He had a toothy grin, a Hollywood gleam, and a voice tuned to storytelling, part cowboy, part bedtime narrator. Because Jimmy Carter wasn't there for the lights. He brought his own lantern and insisted on fixing what flickered. Jimmy Carter. He smiled like a man who had just finished building something with his hands. Jimmy Carter didn't strut, didn't tower, didn't dominate the room. He stepped into it gently, like he didn't want to scuff the floor. Thin, wiry, with a Georgia drawl soft enough to butter toast, he shook hands like a neighbor and blinked like someone thinking 3 steps ahead. His eyes were light blue, but distant like they were still watching over peanut fields back in Plains. He wore suits modestly, like a man who preferred overalls, navy blues and earth tones. Shirts buttoned all the way, ties that said Sunday school teacher more than commander-in-chief. He tied them himself, twice, if the first knot didn't feel right. He rose early, every day, before the sun, ran 3 miles, read the Bible, then ate breakfast with Rosalind black coffee, toast, fruit. He called it starting square, his idea of a perfect morning: no cameras, a pencil in hand, and a list to cross off. He carried notebooks, always, spiral-bound, lined, filled with meticulous blocky handwriting. He wrote down everything: names, promises, Bible verses, population stats. Every meeting began with a page number. Every solution had 3 steps and a backup plan. He built things, real things, tables, cabinets, bookshelves, nailed by hand, varnished by touch. Said wood reminded him of truth. If it warps, it's because you ignored it too long. His toolbox was older than his presidency. He had a smile that worked like pliers, gentle until it wasn't. He didn't talk fast, didn't talk loud, but he talked with the kind of gravity that made even silence feel like a comment. "Let me tell you something," he'd say. And people listened, even when they didn't want to. He loved peanuts, not just as a snack, as a metaphor. Tough shell, small package, high value. Kept a jar on his desk, salted, roasted, whole. Once offered some to a visiting ambassador and said, "You don't really know a country until you know its simplest crop." He didn't like elevators, preferred stairs. Said it gave him a minute to think. Walked fast, hands in pockets, posture slightly forward, as if in a race against bureaucracy. He chewed gum, slowly, constantly. Wrigley's, mint, never blew bubbles, never chomped, just a quiet rhythm of concentration. He wore a wristwatch with a leather strap and a scratch on the face he refused to buff out. Said it reminded him that time was fragile. The watch beeped every hour. He used it to pause and reset. He loved to read, kept stacks of books beside his bed: history, theology, science, even poetry. Favorite poet? Dylan Thomas. Favorite line? "Do not go gentle into that good night." He said it out loud sometimes, alone. He was a Sunday school teacher before and after the presidency, taught in the same church in Plains, stood at a lectern in a pressed button-down, sleeves rolled, Bible in hand, lesson plan memorized. Talked about justice and mercy like they were fence posts. Listeners came from around the world. He still started on time. He was an engineer by training. Measured everything. Once calculated the precise water pressure needed to reduce leaks in the White House plumbing. It worked. He never bragged. He carried a pocket knife, foldable, worn, blade slightly dulled from use. Used it to cut fruit, open boxes, or whittle during long conversations. "Idle hands forget things," he once said. He liked simple meals: chicken, rice, green beans, ice cream on Sundays. Ate slowly, wiped his mouth after every bite. Drank from the same ceramic mug every morning, gift from his brother Billy. It read, "World's twond best politician." He gave speeches like he was explaining a repair manual. Clear, straight, slight drawl. No shouting, no punching the air. Just point-by-point instruction on how to make something work again. He loved solar panels. Installed them on the White House roof. Said the sun was a partner, not a theory. Signed the document authorizing their use at noon under clear skies. He wrote thank you notes by hand, hundreds of them, folded in thirds. Signed in blue ink. Neat, looping signature that looked like a plow line. He kept maps in his office, big ones, framed, annotated, pinned with flags, marked with dates, edges worn from use. He once stared at one for 2 hours straight, just tracing river systems in Africa. He believed in stories, not sound bites, real stories, of people he met, places he'd seen. He once told a 4-minute story about a broken gate in a refugee camp that ended with, "Fixing that gate fixed 10 other things." He meant it. He painted watercolors, rough, honest, landscapes mostly, sunsets, farmhouses, a portrait of his dog, Grits, that looked more like a fox, said painting was thinking with color. He used post-it notes before they were cool. Labeled files, marked books, left them on his own mirror. Be patient. Write Eleanor back. Check voltage at Habitat site. He wore jeans on weekends, pressed, belted, tucked shirt, clean boots, hammer in hand, sweat on brow, didn't stop for photos, didn't ask for applause. He once hammered shingles until his fingers bled, kept going, wrapped the wound in duct tape. "It's not about comfort," he said, "it's about the roof." He loved Rosalind, called her my equal partner. Never used a nickname, always full name, always with pride. Once stopped a meeting to take her call. "She's got the real list," he said. And when he left Washington, he didn't disappear. He got out of the car, rolled up his sleeves, and built something. Because Jimmy Carter didn't run for history. He walked toward service and kept going long after the cameras turned off. And the man who followed? He wore cowboy boots, grinned like a Texan sunset, and cracked peanuts with his teeth. Because Ronald Reagan didn't command the stage. He turned the world into one, then looked right into the camera and told it a story you couldn't forget. Ronald Reagan. He walked like a man with a story to tell, and time to tell it. Ronald Wilson Reagan didn't just enter room, she framed them. Tall, broad-shouldered, with that windswept hair that never seemed to disobey. He wore the presidency like an old Stetson. Comfortable, iconic, and just weathered enough to be trusted. His voice was velvet over gravelo, smooth, touched with that Midwestern twang that somehow felt both reassuring and rehearsed. A baritone built for radio, trained in cinema, and perfected on the campaign trail. Even when he paused, it sounded like punctuation. Even silence was scripted. He was always Ron, to friends, to aides, to the American public. Even when he signed, his name flourished, looping, sharp R slanted like a cattle brand. It carried that informality. The signature of someone who knew he was a symbol, but preferred you treat him like a neighbor who'd fixed your fence once. He wore suits the way other men wore denim, navy blues, classic grays, earth-tone ties. He hated fuss, hated new shoes. Once wore the same pair of brown Oxfords so long the soles began to curve like saddles. Aide tried to replace them. Reagan said, "They haven't given up on me yet." He loved jelly beans. Obsessed. Kept them in bowls, jars, pockets, especially blueberry and licorice. He'd pop 3 at a time like punctuation between policy points. They became part of his brand. Sweet, nostalgic, harmless but always there. "You can tell a lot about a man by how he eats candy," he once joked. He wrote on yellow legal pads. Longhand. In script so clean it looked traced. Speeches, jokes, letters. Wrote standing up, wrote in margins, crossed out with a single line. His edits were respectful, as if even his mistakes deserved dignity. He believed in 3x5 cards, carried stacks of them, color-coded, paper-clipped, rubber-banded, notes, quotes, zingers. One card, kept in his coat pocket, read, "When you can't make them see the light, make them feel the heat." He watched old movies, his movies, westerns, war dramas, romantic comedies, not out of ego but memory. He once paused a black and white scene and said, "That's the day Nancy visited set. I missed my cue." He adored Nancy, called her Mommy. She called him Ronnie. They danced like no one was watching, even when everyone was, held hands in public, whispered at dinners, once sent her a note that read, "I more than love you. I am not whole without you." He didn't use a briefcase, used a leather portfolio worn soft at the edges. Inside, speeches, clippings, cartoons. Occasionally, a photograph of his ranch in Santa Barbara, his escape, his recharge station. He chopped wood there, cleared brush, rode horses, dug post holes with his own hands. Staff once found him hammering a fence post during a windstorm. He looked up, grinned, and said, "Well, the wind won't fence itself." He carried a pocket knife, bone-handled. Used it to open letters, slice apples, carve his initials into cedar, kept the blade clean, sharpened it himself, said a dull knife was a dangerous lie. He wore a wristwatch that beeped on the hour. Digital. No frills. Worn on the underside of his wrist. He said he preferred to check time without advertising it. He was punctual. Meetings started on time, ended early. His staff called it Reagan time, 15 minutes ahead of schedule and 3 steps behind the press. He once left a meeting mid-sentence because the clock struck the hour. "That's the deal," he said. "We all get 60 minutes." He used humor like armor, joked about his age, his Hollywood past, his enemies. Once said, "I've left orders to be awakened at any time in case of national emergency, even if I'm in a cabinet meeting." The room laughed. He didn't smile until the echo died. He read letters from the public every morning, a dozen or more, selected by staff, touched by hand, often answered in long, handwritten notes, to veterans, to farmers, to kids. He once sent a birthday card to a man who'd written in shaky penmanship, "Tell me it all mattered." Reagan signed it. It did, and still does. He believed in scripts, rehearsed them, marked them up, performed them, but he also knew when to throw them out. During the Challenger disaster, he rewrote his address 3 hours before airtime. Sat in the study. Wrote until the sun dipped low. Delivered it live. One hand clenched on the desk. Voice tight. Called the astronauts pioneers. Called their sacrifice the last full measure of devotion. Called the nation to remember. He hated sitting still. Took walks. Laps around the White House, down to the gardens. Staff had to match his pace. He'd wave at gardeners, nod at guards, say hello to squirrels. "Never trust a squirrel that doesn't flinch," he once quipped. He rode horses with posture straight as a spear, hat tilted, one hand on the reins, the other sometimes clutching a walking stick. The horses had names like El Alamein and Victory. He brushed them himself. He kept a quote taped to his mirror. "There's no limit to what a man can do if he doesn't care who gets the credit." Looked at it every morning, said it out loud when shaving. He wrote love letters, dozens, hundreds, to Nancy, on hotel stationery, on napkins, on the backs of envelopes. "When you aren't with me, I'm just a shadow," one said. "Only you carry the sun." He kept old scripts in a box under his bed. Dog-eared, marked with stage notes. Not nostalgia navigation, proof that the lines don't always matter, but delivery does. He didn't shout, he didn't threaten, he didn't rush. He paused, smiled, and made the camera blink first. And when he left the White House hat in hand, stepped still smooth, waving like a man saying, "See you later, not goodbye," he left with the curtain still raised. Because Ronald Reagan didn't just perform history. He gave it lighting, music, and one last line you couldn't forget. And the man who followed? He walked with a briefcase full of policy, a saxophone case full of rhythm, and a Rolodex of every name that ever did him a favor. Because George H.W. Bush didn't rewrite the script. He carried every page and remembered every footnote. George H.W. Bush. He shook hands like he was scanning for decency. George Herbert Walker Bush didn't make a scene, he made a connection. Lean, tall, polished. He stood with the careful posture of someone who'd been raised to respect rooms, silence, and other people's time. The kind of man who opened doors before talking policy. His voice was light, papery, with a New England inflection that dipped into Texas grit when needed. His sentences trailed into half phrases, coded shorthand, little nods and chuckles that left listeners finishing the thought for him. He didn't speak for applause. He spoke like a man trying to solve something out loud. He wore navy suits, never black. Wingtips always shined, ties in striped, muted colors. His watch was analog. His cufflinks were small. He tied his tie tightly, even after hours. Even on weekends. Even when jogging. He jogged every morning, even into his 60s. Windbreaker, sneakers, Secret Service in tow, sweating behind him. He ran like he was chasing memory, said it helped clear the fog. Sometimes ran in silence. Other times he talked. About family, about headlines, about life. He called it the moving think. He kept a stash of socks. Loud ones. Stripes, polka dots, flamingos, rocket ships. Said they were his rebellion. Wore them under the most serious slacks at the most solemn events. Flash of color, flash of character. He wrote letters. Thousands of them. In pen. On cream-colored stationery. His handwriting was jagged, cramped, unmistakable. He sent birthday notes, condolence cards, thank yous, get wells, sometimes just thinking of you, signed them, always, George. Sometimes, if it was serious, GB. He kept a stack of 3x5 cards in his pocket. Reminders, names, jokes, occasionally a quote from Churchill, sometimes from his mother. Be strong, but kind. Don't talk about yourself so much. Remember the names of the waiters. He kept an old leather baseball glove in his closet, oil-stained, webbing frayed, once used by his son during Little League. Picked it up sometimes and flexed it, like checking if the leather still remembered the shape of a dream. He played horseshoes, relentlessly. Had a pit outside the White House, played with aides, heads of state, anyone brave enough. He was good, deadly accurate, called it therapy with a clang. He loved the ocean, knew its moods, piloted a torpedo bomber in the Pacific during the war, was shot down once parachuted into the sea. The water never left him. He boated, fished, knew how to tie every knot, named one of his speedboats Fidelity. He wore his wedding ring like a medal, married to Barbara for over 70 years, called her Bar, called her his conscience, wrote her love letters well into their 80s. One read, I love you more than tongue can tell. He hated talking about himself. Once interrupted a biography interview with, let's not make this about me, okay? Preferred to talk about grandkids, Houston baseball, the weather in Maine. His humility wasn't modesty, it was policy. He played golf, but not competitively. Played fast, carried his own clubs, tipped the caddies, complimented the landscaping. If he lost a ball, he'd say, that's okay, it needed the exercise. He kept a plaque on his desk. Cavu ceiling and visibility unlimited. A pilot's term, perfect flying conditions. He said it was how he wanted to live. Clear skies, wide view, no turbulence. He carried a briefcase filled with reading material, briefings, memos, maps, sometimes a book of poetry. He read quietly, scribbling in the margins. Once underlined the phrase, the better angels of our nature, with 3 stars. He hated the phrase, legacy, said it was for marble statues and dust. He preferred service, said it with a straight face, meant it. He believed in manners, thanked the janitor, remembered the receptionist's name, wrote a note to the White House kitchen staff before leaving office. You fed the whole country through us, God bless you. He had a pair of binoculars in his study, used them to scan the horizon at Kennebunkport, watched birds, watched boats, watched the tide roll in like memory. Said, it helps to keep perspective further than the lawn. He didn't like loud music, preferred silence or soft jazz. Occasionally Sinatra, occasionally silence. He once skydived on his 75th birthday, then again at 80, then again at 85. People asked why. He said, because I still can, and because it makes the grandkids nervous. He believed in action, but didn't advertise it. Once donated anonymously to a cause that later saved someone he knew. Never mentioned it, not once. He kept a jar of jelly beans on his desk, but preferred the cinnamon ones. Quietly picked them out, left the rest for visitors. If someone noticed, he'd say, "Spicy is more honest." He had a collection of hats, baseball caps, campaign caps, Navy caps, wore them backwards at home when reading, said it helped him concentrate. He never raised his voice, but when disappointed, his tone dropped like a barometer before a storm. "That's not who we are," he'd say. That was his warning. And when he passed quietly, with family near, the sea not far the world paused. Not because it had to, because he'd earned that moment. Because George H.W. Bush didn't perform the role of president. He carried it, like duty, like family. Bill Clinton. He entered a room like it was already his, and just needed reminding. William Jefferson Clinton didn't walk glided. Shoulders back, chest forward, eyes scanning, lips curved in that semi-permanent grin that made people feel like they'd been invited to something special, even if it was just the Tuesday staff briefing. His handshake was famous, long, firm, two-handed, always accompanied by a shoulder touch, eye contact, and some variation of, "Hey, how's your mama doing?" He had a southern drawl that melted syllables into butter. Words came slow and steady, then fast and fiery, then slow again like a sermon that forgot it was on a clock. His voice carried charm and steel in equal parts. You didn't just listen to Clinton. You followed him down winding roads of analogies, anecdotes, and rhetorical side streets until you realized he'd taken you somewhere without asking for directions. He wore his suits like a man who didn't care if they wrinkled. Navy, charcoal, occasionally tan. Shirts open-collared more often than not. His ties were knotted loose, as if negotiation was always more important than neatness. His shoes were polished, but scuffed at the toes. Signs of mileage, signs of motion. He was tall, taller than expected. 6'2", with a frame built for handshakes and backslaps. He leaned in when he talked, always leaning, as if listening harder made his answers land softer. He played the saxophone, smooth jazz, Arkansas blues, carried the embouchure of a baritone and the wrist control of a man who practiced in the dark. He performed on national television, Onsa sunglasses on, suit crumpled, sax in hand, blasting out a groove like he was trying to win back a crowd he never lost. Music wasn't a hobby. It was code switching, diplomacy in alto. He kept notebooks, stacked on desks, stuffed into bags, filled with notes in small, tight cursive, margins full of arrows, doodles, stars, quotes from Mandela, stats from rural Arkansas, a to-do list with read 30 pages wedged between call mama and fix that damn faucet. He read everything, devoured it, reports, memos, encyclopedias, historical novels, golf magazines. He once cited a population study during a diner conversation about road repairs. His brain ran hot names, figures, footnotes, song lyrics, floor votes. Staff said he retained everything. He forgets only on purpose, one aide muttered. He was a talker, could go on for hours. Town halls, cabinet meetings, state dinners. He didn't just speak filibustered gravity. Wove data and stories until people forgot what time it was and remembered how smart they felt being in the room. He doesn't convince you, a journalist once wrote, he conscripts you. He loved fast food. McDonald's, mostly. Fries, filet-o-fish, milkshakes, late-night runs in a black SUV with staffers trailing behind. He'd talk policy between bites. Use napkins as notepads. Healthcare and ketchup, he joked once, wiping his hands. He slept little, 4 hours a night on average. Late to bed, early to rise, always reading, always calling. His aides learned to expect 2 a.m. phone calls. Just one quick question, he'd say. An hour later, they were deep into a breakdown of fiscal policy and Balkan geopolitics. He ran, every morning, sweatbands, gray t-shirt, Arkansas Razorbacks shorts, Secret Service in tow, occasionally trailed by reporters and joggers. He once gave a stump speech mid-jog to a group of students on the mall. "Cardio and constituent services," he laughed. He carried a handkerchief in his back pocket, checked it often, dabbed sweat, wiped barbecue sauce, cleaned sunglasses. It was habit, utility, and rhythm. He loved Elvis, worshipped him, imitated him, sang along to Heartbreak Hotel in the backseat of limousines, once played Love Me Tender on the sax at a fundraiser, then signed autographs with a wink and a thank you very much. He hated to be late, but was often running behind, not out of disrespect because he never left a room until everyone in it felt seen. If he was 5 minutes late to the next meeting, it was because he'd just shaken 17 hands and remembered the birthdays of 8 of them. He told stories, long, winding, deeply personal, about Arkansas, his stepfather, a school teacher who changed his life. He didn't tell them to impress. He told them to connect. If you leaned in, he'd make you feel like the story had something to do with your life too. He doodled during meetings, swirls, trees, saxophones, arrows. Once drew a cartoon elephant and labeled it filibuster. Another time, a sketch of the Lincoln Memorial next to the words, "Find new metaphor for sacrifice." He carried photographs in his wallet, old ones, Hillary, Chelsea, his mother, a picture of his childhood home, faded at the edges. He showed them to no one but checked them often, like coordinates. He loved crossword puzzles, timed himself, bragged about finishing the Sunday edition under 20 minutes, challenged aides, lost occasionally, took notes anyway. He once memorized an entire federal budget line item by line, quoted it to a senator during a negotiation. The senator said, "You didn't need to do that." Clinton shrugged. "I wanted to know where the commas were." He kept a saxophone in the residence, played at night, softly. Not for guests, not for cameras, just for the quiet. He wore a watch that beeped every hour, a simple Casio, plastic band. He used the beep to reset his focus, said it reminded him that an hour gone is a promise kept or missed. He believed politics was personal, that issues had names, that faces came with every stat. He once spent half a state dinner talking with a janitor about overtime pay. Next day, a memo landed on a senator's desk. "Fix this." He believed in redemption, not as philosophy, as architecture. That every broken bridge could be rebuilt if the steel was still strong. And when he finally stepped off the stage, voice hoarse, tie loosened, stories still spinning, he looked back at the crowd and waved like he knew he'd be back in your living room someday, explaining the world with a napkin and a grin. Because Bill Clinton didn't just tell stories, he became un and made sure yours was in the margins. And the man who followed? He strode in boots, spoke in brushstrokes, and painted his postscript in oil and grit. Because George W. Bush didn't wait to be understood. He just kept moving faster than the echo. George W. Bush. He walked like a man ready to throw a fastball. George Walker Bush didn't linger in rooms she coasted through them, quick on his feet, eyes scanning, hands already reaching for yours. His grin arrived before he did. A smirk, really. Crooked, confident, sometimes sheepish, like he'd just gotten away with something or was about to try. His accent was Texas tunedlo, twangy, comfortable. Words dropped like horseshoes, heavy, sometimes bent, occasionally right on target. He talked fast, talked with his hands, rolled his shoulders when making a point, paused just long enough to seem casual, then launched into the next sentence like he'd skipped ahead in the book. He wore boots, real ones, brown leather, square toe, worn at the heel. He'd prop them up during meetings, tap them on the resolute desk. He wore them with suits that never quite surrendered to starch, ties that leaned simple, always with the top button done, jacket unbuttoned by lunch. He jogged, daily, in heat, rain, haze, around the White House lawn, around Camp David, around the perimeter of the ranch in Crawford, Texas's Prairie Palace. He ran like a man outrunning noise, cleared his head at 6 miles an hour, staffers learned not to interrupt the first mile. "That's where the problems fall out," he said. He kept a stopwatch in his gym bag, timed himself. Not to win, just to know. He believed in benchmarks, not records. He once charted his run times against gas prices, just for kicks. He carried nicknames like Currency for staff, friends, foreign leaders, gave them freely. Pooty Poot for Putin. Turd Blossom for Karl Rove. Big Time for Cheney. It was part joke, part filing system. If you had a nickname, you had a place. He chewed gum like it owed him something. Orbit, Wintermint, 2 pieces at a time, snapped it between policy calls, never during speeches, said it kept the reflexes sharp. He drew. Not often, not well. Doodles of cowboy hats, windmills, tanks. Once sketched a longhorn on a napkin during a briefing. Passed it to an aide and said, "This is our strategy," then laughed. He hated long meetings, kept them tight, started on time, ended earlier. If someone talked too long, he'd tilt his head, squint, and say, "Can we land the plane, please?" He wrote thank you notes by hand. Tight, cramped script. Always signed George W., sometimes added smiley faces. Sent one to a second grader who gave him a drawing of Air Force One. "Best-looking plane I've ever seen," he wrote. He loved baseball, kept a glove in the residence, tossed balls to aides during downtime, knew batting averages like birthdays, could name the entire 1,961 Yankees lineup in under a minute. Owned a seat from the old Rangers stadium. Installed it in his home office. He read a lot more than people guessed. History, biographies, Cormac McCarthy, the Bible, every morning. He made book lists every year, shared them with staff. Readings like jogging the brain, he'd say, "You sweat up top." He kept a painting easel in the garage. Started with dogs, moved to portraits. His brushstrokes were thick, layered. Paintings weren't pretty, they were honest. Faces a little off, eyes too wide. But something about them felt real. He painted his own hand once, called it The Decider. He played pranks, rubber snakes in the press room, whoopee cushions in conference chairs, locked the bathroom once during a retreat, left a note. "Out of order. Use your imagination." He loved breakfast tacos, egg and cheese, sometimes bacon, wrapped in foil, eaten standing up, usually with a newspaper folded under one arm. He read the front page first, comics second. "Obituaries third. Tells you who made it," he'd say. He kept a weather radio in the Oval Office. Listened to Texas storm alerts during DC winters. "Makes me feel at home," he explained. He wore a watch that beeped every hour. Digital, Velcro band. Not stylish, just dependable. When it beeped, he'd check the time, nod, then get back to work like the hour had signed a contract. He laughed with his shoulders, full body, throat deep, head back, sometimes at jokes, sometimes just at himself. He once watched a video of himself tripping and said, "At least I committed." He signed documents with a Sharpie, bold strokes, pressed hard, like he was carving his name into history. Staff once ran out of ink. He grinned and said, "I write with confidence." He believed in punctuality, barbecue, and one-page memos, hated footnotes, hated buzzwords. "Give it to me straight," he'd say. Then, "Give it to me again." He kept a pile of baseball cards in his nightstand, rubber-banded, dog-eared, had Nolan Ryan's rookie card, once said, "You can tell the decade by the paper." He didn't like long goodbyes, preferred quick exits, one wave, one grin, one, "See ya, partner." When his time was up, he boarded the plane back to Texas wearing jeans, boots, and a windbreaker, stepped off with a smile, a tan, and a ride waiting. Because George W. Bush didn't slow down for history. He kept it in the rear view, nodded once, and hit the gas. And the man who followed? He wore his words like armor, paused like a poet, and believed that cadence was its own kind of compass. Because Barack Obama didn't just give speeches, he gave silence enough weight to speak to. Barack Obama. He entered, like punctuation clean, deliberate, essential. Barack Hussein Obama didn't stride into rooms. He glided, coat crisp, posture straight, head tilted slightly upward, as if gauging the architecture before deciding if it deserved a speech. His presence was quiet gravity, unhurried, unbothered, intentional. He spoke with cadence, not just clarity. His voice calm even, measured, carried the weight of a professor explaining the final exam and a jazz musician riffing off the rhythm of reason. Long pauses weren't accidents, they were landings. He'd stop mid-sentence, look you dead in the eye, and let the silence bloom into meaning. People leaned in. They always did. He wore suits like a blueprint. Charcoal, navy, midnight black, ties slim, shirts white or light blue. He never overdressed, never undercut. His look was diplomacy woven in wool. No jewelry beyond the wedding band. A watch always analog, always clean. Worn on the left wrist like a timer he didn't need to check. He kept a stack of books on the nightstand. Always reading, always learning. Fiction, nonfiction, philosophy, history, Baldwin, Lincoln, Morrison, Marcus Aurelius. His margins were dense with notes, brackets, exclamation marks, questions. Who benefits? Need more context. Revisit this. He wrote his speeches in longhand. Legal pads, black pens. His handwriting slanted left, tight and tidy. He'd pace while writing. Read aloud, edit aloud, cut with ruthless precision. We don't need that paragraph, he'd say. It doesn't sing. He used 3x5 index cards for the important lines, memorized the rhythm, not just the words. If the beat was off, the idea didn't land. His delivery wasn't theater, it was a blueprint. Constructed, layered, rehearsed until it felt spontaneous. He kept a basketball in the residence, sometimes dribbled it absent-mindedly while thinking. Once had a hoop installed on the White House court, played with staff, friends, Secret Service. He had a smooth left-handed jumper, not flashy, efficient. Basketball, he said, is chess at speed. He kept his desk immaculate. Blotter, pen cup, a photo of Michelle and the girls, a carved Kenyan statue of a lion. No clutter. Papers were stacked, not scattered. Memos clipped. Briefings annotated. He read everything, twice if necessary. Always be ready to teach the test, he once said. He carried himself like still water, rarely raised his voice, rarely gestured wildly. When he was frustrated, he pinched the bridge of his nose, leaned back, and waited for clarity to return. Let's be clear, he'd say, and the room would hush. He played Scrabble, ruthlessly, strategically. Once beat 3 aides in a row, kept score with a mechanical pencil. Said the game taught discipline. Vocab plus patience equals strategy. He loved music, created playlists for every mood, jazz for late nights, hip-hop for workouts. Springsteen, Stevie Wonder, Nina Simone, Kendrick Lamar, knew the lyrics, knew the liner notes. Once paused a meeting to explain why what's going on still mattered. He drank coffee black, 1 cup, sometimes 2. Sipped, never slurped. Carried it in a simple mug with a small chip in the rim. Said it gave it character. When traveling, he'd bring his own beans, Ethiopian roast, ground fresh. He was a morning person, up before sunrise. Reviewed briefing books in sweatpants, pen tucked behind his ear, dog curled at his feet. He once read a 400-page report before breakfast. Summarized it in 3 sentences over toast. He chewed Nicorette, often. Popped it like punctuation during long meetings. Mint. Kept a tin in his jacket pocket. Said it was a reminder of battles won. He loved Michelle fiercely. Still lit up when she entered a room, called her babe in public, held her hand even when cameras weren't watching, sent her notes during the day. Thinking of you, one said. P.S. You still make me nervous. He remembered names, interns, cooks, elevator operators, asked about their families, where they were from, how they were feeling. He didn't just shake hands, he looked people in the eye and made them feel like the only person in the zip code. He kept a coin collection, challenge coins from military units, foreign dignitaries, civil rights icons, stacked them neatly in a drawer, never flaunted them, just like knowing they were there. He watched ESPN at night. Highlights only. Buzzer beaters. Comebacks. Called it mental floss. Cleared out the noise. He loved dad jokes. Rolled them out with a straight face. What's the president's favorite condiment? Executive order V's. Then smiled at his own delivery. Laughed only after the audience did. He wore a helmet when biking. Even on private trails. Said it was setting a good example. Then winked and said, "Also, I'm not invincible." He never forgot his roots. Carried a photo of his maternal grandparents. Wore his father's tie clip once during a debate. Visited his old Chicago apartment on the South Side. Said it reminded him that beginnings don't define endings, but they should never be forgotten. He kept a list of quotes taped inside his briefcase. One read, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." Another, "You can't explain cool, you just live it." And when he left, the White House tie loosened, gray hair earned, smile still sharp, he paused on the steps. Turned, waved. Then disappeared into the crowd, like a narrator who knew the story was still being written. Because Barack Obama didn't just speak history. He gave it breath, pause, and rhythm. And the man who followed? He arrived like an exclamation mark, carved out of gold trim, red hats, and tweets. Because Donald J. Trump didn't knock on the door. He kicked it open and made sure you heard it slam. Donald J. Trump. He didn't enter a room, he detonated into it. Donald John Trump moved like a man who knew exactly where the cameras were and how long they'd been rolling. Tall, broad, always leaning forward just enough to suggest momentum. The suit, always dark. The tie, always long. Red was the standard, occasionally blue, sometimes striped, but never timid. His shoes shined like they'd been waxed with ambition. His hair was architecture, windproof, strategically constructed, more discussed than some cabinet decisions. He combed it forward, up, over like a golden wave perpetually threatening to break. Every strand a landmark. His voice was gravel layered with volume. He didn't speak projected. Words fired out in bursts, adjectives first, nouns second, verbs sometimes optional. Tremendous. Disaster. Very, very special. He spoke in loops, circular emphasis, catchphrases you could chant, sentences that ended where they began and still got a standing ovation. He pointed when he talked. A signature motion, forefinger extended, thumb and middle finger pinched. It punctuated statements. It dismissed critics. It signed deals. Unofficially. Sometimes, he air-signed them twice before handing over the Sharpie. Yes, Sharpie. His pen of choice. Not just for autographs, but edits, declarations, and the occasional reworked weather map. Thick black lines. All caps. Undeniable. He preferred gold. Gold cufflinks. Gold fixtures. Gold nameplates. His office was more palace than policy. Desk clear but ornate. Pens aligned. Phone centered. Behind him, flags. In front of him, cameras. Always the cameras. He kept a Diet Coke button on the Resolute desk. Not metaphorical, real. Pressed it, and a uniformed usher brought a silver tray with the can and a glass of ice. No explanation necessary, just ritual. He didn't use email. Dictated. Called. Texted sparingly. Preferred direct speech. The phone was an extension of his hand. If he liked you, you got a nickname. If he didn't, you got a tweet. He tweeted like Mozart wrote music, furiously, unpredictably, at odd hours. Capital letters, ellipses, exclamation points like confetti. He used Twitter like a megaphone plugged into the national bloodstream. Announcements, observations, instructions, sometimes all in one post. He held press conferences like prize fights. sparred with questions, dodged follow-ups, jabbed back with quotes. If the crowd booed, he smirked. If they cheered, he leaned into the mic. "You see that?" he'd ask. "They get it." He didn't jog. He didn't bike. His cardio was conversation. His workout was war rooms. He said he got exercise from walking to the podium, ate fast food on flights. Preferred it because you know what you're getting. He liked TV. Noe studied it. Watched clips, noted angles, paid attention to graphics, tone, ratings, knew who said what, when, and how it played. Often called staffers after midnight with commentary. Terrible lighting. Great framing. Weak energy. He viewed the news like a mirror. He signed his name in jagged strokes. Tall, towering peaks. All uppercase. Sharp angles like a skyline. It didn't just say, Donald J. Trump. It declared it. He smiled in photos like someone had just made him an offer. Sometimes toothy. Sometimes closed-lipped. Always calculated. He adjusted his stance, shoulders wide, chin raised, jacket unbuttoned. One hand either at rest or raised in a wave that doubled as a brand. He gave handshakes like declarations of dominance. Gripped hard, yanked forward, eye contact locked. Didn't let go until he'd made a pointer. A point had been made. He liked his name on things. Towers, planes, steaks, bottled water, golf tees, mints. The font was always bold. The letters always caps. The spacing always generous. If he touched it, it bore his name. He didn't apologize. He pivoted. He countered. He reframed. Said things like, "That's what they want you to think," or "Nobody's ever seen anything like this." It wasn't denial. It was redirection, like a magician telling you to watch the left hand while the right one rewrote the script. He kept a red baseball cap nearby. Not just a Symbola statement. Wore it front-facing, brim flat, fitted snug, like armor. Or a headline you could wear. He loved rallies, arena-sized call-and-response sessions, lights, music, chants. He used the stage like a conductor, gesturing to the crowd like they were part of the speech. Sometimes they were. "Am I right?" he'd ask. They'd answer, "I thought so." He preferred short memos, one-pagers, bullet points, no footnotes, no fluff. Tell me what it is. Tell me what it costs. Tell me what it does. That was the rule. He was a night owl. Slept late, worked late, called early, operated on instinct, caffeine, and timing. His staff adjusted. His schedule didn't. He didn't use a computer. Dictated everything. Letters, books, statements. Told stories like a producer pitching the third act twist. He loved flags, big ones, multiple, framed, waving, pinned, lit from below. If one drooped, he noticed, had it fixed. "Respect the fabric," he once said. It says more than words do. He watched body language like it was part of the script. If someone flinched, he saw it. If someone hesitated, he leaned in. He studied posture, smile tension, elbow positions. It wasn't paranoia, it was performance critique. He kept framed magazine covers in his office. Some flattering, some controversial, all historical. He once tapped one and said, "This was the moment everything changed," then walked off before explaining which part. He autographed Bibles, hard hats, checks, jackets, arms. Aide once asked why. "Because they asked," he shrugged. "And they'll remember." He made toasts without raising a glass, preferred declarations. "We're going to win so much," he'd say. "You'll beg me to stop." Then he'd smile. Then he'd walk off like the credits were already rolling. And when he left, Marine One blades churning, hands raised in twin fists, smile fixed, jacket fluttering like a flag, he didn't just exit. He left a silhouette shaped like punctuation. Because Donald J. Trump didn't wait for history to write the chapter. He tried to ghostwrite it himself with Sharpie, spotlight, and sound. And the man who followed? He carried aviators, whispered wisdom, and walked like he'd seen it all before because he had. Because Joseph R. Biden Jr. didn't crash the gates. He knocked, waited, and walked in like the house was still a home. Joseph R. Biden Jr. He walked like a man who's been walking his whole life. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. didn't bound into room. She arrived like a well-worn leather briefcase. Durable, familiar, and filled with everything you might need for a long day. His gait carried the weight of decades, knees stiffened by experience, posture molded by train rides and funerals. But the smile, that wide, genuine, blue-collar grin came easy. Like a bridge, always under construction, but passable. He wore aviators, not ironically, not occasionally, religiously. Indoors, outdoors, rain or shine. The classic black frames, the mirrored lenses, they weren't just sunglasses. They were armor, memory, persona. He once said, "They make me feel like me." He wasn't joking. He loved trains, knew Amtrak schedules better than most conductors, spent 30 years riding back and forth from Delaware to Washington, greeting staff, sipping coffee, taking calls by the window. He had a favorite seat, near the back, aisle side, close enough to the restroom, far enough to think. He talked like a storybook with no page numbers, rambling, personal, emotional, winding, full of pauses, shifts, side notes. Listen, folks, here's the deal. My dad used to say, each phrase was a preamble to a memory. You didn't just hear him. You got swept into the story. He wore suits that looked comfortable. Blues, browns. Occasionally, a deep gray. Ties knotted tight, never flashy. His shirts were always one size looser than necessary. He rolled up sleeves when the crowd leaned in, like the next sentence was going to fix something. He whispered in crowds, not out of shyness, for emphasis. Leaned in close, a hand on the shoulder. "You're gonna be okay," he'd murmur, not as reassurance but as commandment. His tone dropped to gravel when things mattered, and sometimes, when the moment grew quiet enough, people cried. He carried rosary beads, often in his pocket, sometimes in his hand. He fingered them quietly before meetings, before speeches, before boarding planes. Once said, they help keep the soul where it belongs. He didn't elaborate. He didn't have to. He had a planner, spiral-bound, paper not digital, filled with notes in blue ink, underlines, stars, initials. Sometimes a phrase in all caps, "Call Jill," "Don't forget lunch," "Read the room." He called his wife Jilly, called her his love story, left her notes on hotel stationery, texted her dad jokes from planes, took her hand like it was still their first dance. He quoted poetry, Seamus Heaney, Emerson, Yeats, sometimes stumbled on the verses, never apologized. If he forgot a line, he made one up. It usually fit. Once recited an entire stanza to a janitor after a rally. The janitor clapped. He told the same stories, over and over, about his father, the Scranton house, the car dealership, Bo, Delaware, Amtrak, the stutter. People counted how many times they'd heard them. But he told them like the ending still surprised him. He had a stutter, still, sometimes. Words got caught, letters doubled, but he pushed through, paused, rephrased, breathed. He said it wasn't a flaw, it was a fight. And every sentence was a victory. He loved ice cream, not casually, devoutly. Vanilla, mostly. Cones, cups, in front of cameras, in the back of motorcades. Once said, "You can't be angry when you're holding a cone." Then took a bite and grinned. He used a flip phone long after it was fashionable, said he liked the feel, the click, the certainty of an end call. When aides tried to upgrade him, he said, "This one still does the job." He wrote thank you notes by hand, every week, in blue ink, long-form cursive. Signed them Joe. Sometimes underlined the J. Always added a personal line at the end. Call me if you need anything. He carried tissues in his jacket. Not for show, for moments, for strangers, for stories that hit hard. He once handed one to a woman mid-speech and didn't miss a beat. He loved cars. Classic ones. Corvettes especially. Talked about torque, clutch control, and exhaust notes like he was naming grandchildren. Kept a photo of his '67 Stingray in his wallet. Drove it on weekends. Revved it like it still had secrets. He wore a watch that ticked loud enough to hear in quiet rooms. Not flashy, just reliable. Every second measured, counted, carried. He hugged like a friend who'd missed you for years. 2 arms, full body, head tilted. He'd whisper during it. A joke, a name, a memory. The hug didn't end until you exhaled. He liked church pews more than pulpits. Sat in the back, knelt slowly, crossed himself slowly, said grace in diners, funeral homes, green rooms, never loud, always sincere. He repeated names when he said them. John, John, listen. Mary, Mary, hear me out. Like he was holding them in place, anchoring the connection. He believed in dignity like it was furniture. Sturdy, worn, inherited, passed down through labor, tears, and hard shoes. Once said, "My mom taught me the kitchen table was the place you learned everything that mattered." He didn't talk about legacy. Talked about work. Talked about tomorrow. Talked about healing. Not in slogans, in stories, in memories that felt borrowed from the people around him. And when he stepped into the Oval Office, coat off, pen ready, eyes older but steady, he didn't make a spectacle. He sat down and got to work. Because Joseph R. Biden Jr. didn't come to rewrite history. He came to hold the thread and make sure it didn't unravel.